And they will be starting alongside the Mercedes from Get Speed with Amir Naran and Tom Jackson, the Zimbabwean and the Brit pairing, back after their wildcard appearance in Mugello, where Tom Jackson very dramatically took the lead of the race away from the Gomez brothers in the Vortex on the final lap of the race, but a little bit of drama in qualifying. First of all, the championship-winning Vision Ferrari had a power steering failure in qualifying, and therefore it couldn't take part in Q3. They are lining up at the back of the grid as a result of that. And then a fresh development this morning, the withdrawal of Arnaud Gomez from the number 20 Vortex. He and Olivier, his brother, were winners in Manicourt last time out. They have World Rally legend Sébastien Loeb in the car with them, but Arnaud Gomez has had to withdraw as a result of that. Sébastien Loeb will be starting from the back of the grid as well. So it is Jean-Bernard Bouvet who is in 18th position, and then Loeb in 19th. And so grid is set. We have a mixture of GT3 machinery alongside the Vortexes, Porsche Cup machinery out there in droves as well. Alpine very well represented with their GT4 Evo and A110 Cup cars as well. So one last bout for them. Chazelle Technology course running 5 entries in this weekend. So Chris Stevens up here in the commentary box. Claire Cottingham is down on the grid, and she is with Tom Jackson.
I am with Tom Jackson indeed, and unfortunately, Chris, he did hear what you were saying about skincare routine and Maidstone the other day. I bigged up Maidstone. Obviously, you are from Maidstone. We're from close to each other, so I was happy about that. Anyway, let's not talk about where you're from. Let's talk about the race. Last time you were here in this championship, you gave us such an incredible battle and managed to pick up the win. Are we looking for more fireworks today?
I mean, that might be a stretch, but of course, our aim is to, go one better than starting second right now and take the win. Obviously, Mugello was a roller coaster of a ride, shall we say. But, today it's a 6-hour race, so 2 hours longer than Mugello. So our main aim is, for the car to last, us to last. Hopefully we pick up some lucky safety cars, some good pit stops by the team. So it looks like we've got to do 14 pit stops in this race. So, there's a lot of opportunities to make mistakes. But, hopefully there's some fireworks and some champagne at the end of it. Yeah,
hopefully. Did no one inform you how many pit stops there might be for a 6-hour race?
Well, the plan was 7, is what I actually originally know, reading the rules and everything. But I think because some of the cars positioning in the garages, it's now 14. So it's definitely interesting.
What are the biggest challenges for a 6-hour race with the two of you?
I think consistency, really. Managing the traffic. So it's a bigger grid than Mugello. 6 hours, easy to lose concentration. So it will probably be the first time as well that Amir's done a 2-hour stint. At Mugello he did a 1-hour stint, but obviously he did a stint on slicks in the wet. So I'm sure an easy, a 2-hour stint and nice slick tyres on a dry circuit is going to be a walk in the park for him. But yeah, like I said, concentration, keeping that high, and no mistakes for these 6-hour races is the key.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, because it is very different from the 4 hours. I know that sounds like a very silly thing to say, but once you hit, going into the 5th hour and know you've still got another hour to go, how do you keep that concentration? On the plus side, we've got blistering sunshine out here, which has been different from what we've seen for the whole race weekend. Is this what you would have preferred?
I think, being honest, we probably need some mixed conditions. I think some of the pace of the Audi, and obviously I know there's Loeb and now just one Gomez brother now starting at the back, and I think their combined time is faster than ours. So towards the end of the race, I think that's when you'll see positions changing. So, as you said, how do you keep motivating yourself for the 5th and 6th stint? Team camaraderie, and some pre-workout and loads of caffeine, really, and just keeping the heart rate up. So, yeah.
You mentioned, obviously, the Arnold brothers starting for the back with Sébastien Loeb. Obviously, one of them not getting involved. He's sick today. The Vision also starting from the pit lane after having issues yesterday, rather. I think they had to pick up a piece or something. Yeah, exactly. That's the one, power steering pump. You haven't got the microphone, so I can pretend like I knew that. No, I did know that. But they had to change the piece in it, obviously. Both of those are both teams that you would be fighting up at the front with. So you're going to have them coming from behind, which in a 6-hour race is doable. So are they a real threat?
Yeah, like for us at Mugello, we started last. So, you know, nothing's impossible. So, you know, yes, we'll be one eye forwards and one eye looking backwards. So, you know, always covering our positions with pit stops, undercuts, you know, going longer on stints, you know, but that's obviously I'm not paid enough to make those decisions. There's someone else more qualified to do that, you know. I'm just a monkey that sits in the cockpit and presses the pedals. But yeah, like you said, an eye on those guys as well. They're quick, you know, so, yeah.
Okay, and we've got some words to say to your teammate. What do you think you're going to say before the race?
Just get stuck in, you know, enjoy it. Obviously, it's one of his last races in this Mercedes this year. Just enjoy it. Just enjoy, you know, we've worked hard all year. We've done a lot of racing this year. So for him to put it on the front row, it's quite a good achievement for him. Well, I'm going to tell him probably something different than I would say on the camera, but, you know, that's the PR thing to say.
Shall I go see how he is?
You're more than welcome to.
Let's go head down and see how he's feeling. I'm going to push out an engineer and speak to him just for a second. Thank you so much, Tom, for chatting to us. Hello, how we feel? I've just been speaking to your teammate, Tom. Obviously, we were speaking about the last time you were out and managed to pick up that win, but 6 hours is a bit different, isn't it?
It is. Hopefully we've got the stamina.
That is the first thing you need, and Tom said caffeine as well, so hopefully you've got some caffeine. It is a long stint though, isn't it? How are you feeling for being out there for so long?
Well, we're breaking it up. An hour on the first stint, 2 hours on the second, so I think we'll be fine.
How are you feeling though? You feel very kind of chilled and sort of in the zone already?
Yeah, pretty chilled, confident.
We're going for the 2-word answers, and not great for an interview, my darling.
I'm not the best with words.
You are brilliant. Look, I've spoken to you after you won last time. Don't be giving me that one. But hey, we'll let you get on.
Okay.
Good luck. Good luck. Okay. Obviously, starting second on the grid for these guys, but we should be going racing soon. We haven't seen the 5-minute board just yet, so I'm going to keep an eye on what exactly is happening with the start of this race. But usually we would have seen the 5-minute board by now. So I'm going to hand back to you, Chris, and see what's going on. But yeah, it is very warm down on this grid at the moment.
Very different conditions to when Emir Naran and Tom Jackson last raced in the championship. And heard Emir Naran doing his first 2-hour stint. And he is still in his first year of racing, only a handful of outings in that GT3 Mercedes between this and the International GT Open part-time campaign he did with Tom Jackson. Just to reference what Tom was talking about with the 14 pit stops. So it's 7 mandatory stops in this race. But he is right that because of the positioning of the refueling area, the access road to get in there, it's in between the sets of garages that the teams are using. And so there would be an advantage or a disadvantage to teams on one side or the other. So what you have to do, much like in the prototype race yesterday, you come in, do your tyre swap and your driver change, whatever you need to do, head back out onto the racetrack, come back in on the next lap, and then head to the refueling area, which is effectively 14 trips through the pit lane, but 7 mandatory stops, which the refueling does not count for. Get Speed promoted to the front row of the grid, with Vortex being demoted to the back after Arnaud Gomez's withdrawal from the event. And so it should be an interesting fight. And Emir Naran actually being regraded from bronze to AM for this event. So it's largely based around the FIA grading, but there is a step below bronze for this championship, which is AM. And Get Speed put in that request to have him regraded. And why is that important? Well, because it affects your minimum pit stop time. There are various penalties to be applied depending on how many professional drivers you have in a race. And so for, you know, even with an AM driver and 2 bronzes, like the number 1 Vision, they have 16 seconds of it to take. Well, I am hearing that the Haas racing team, the car due to start on pole position, there we can see it's in the pit lane. They've missed the pit lane exit, so that's why we've got a slight delay to proceedings. Surely that means that Xavier Nauf is going to have to start from the rear of the field as well. My goodness me, so we're going to have 3 of our top class cars, the number 1 Vision car, the Vortex, and the pole-sitting Haas Racing Team Audi, all starting from the rear of the field. Surely it's going to have to be even a pit lane start for Xavier Nauf now. So effectively, Amir Naran is now promoted to pole position, I think. I'll have to double-check that, but wow. So that's why we've got a slight delay to proceedings. There is plenty of leeway in the timetable today, unlike most of the races that we've run so far this year, where we have to eat into the race time in order to accommodate everything. Especially because usually we're up against the clock in terms of dying light or noise restrictions at racetracks. Thankfully, we have not really any dramas in that regard. It will be getting dark when the checkered flag falls, which is due to fall at 5 p.m. Because lights out is technically not due for another 9 minutes. But, of course, there will be the formation lap in there as well. So the grid being cleared to get this race underway. So plenty of attention on this highlight race of the weekend, really, the 6 hour, both the European Endurance Prototype Cup and the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup, a mixture of 4 and 6 hour races. The prototypes had their 6 hour in Portimao. We have ours here. And of course, next year will be the Kennel GT Endurance Cup. And a slight reshuffling of the classes as well. There won't be quite so many. Porsches will be mixed in with other classes of car as well. There is Sébastien Loeb in the number 20 Vortex, 9-time World Rally Champion. And making an appearance with the Vortex team. Very much a warming up of the new Vortex Challenge that will be introduced to the championship next year, where we've been told to anticipate a number of high-profile and VIP drivers. So that is definitely one to look out for. And Sébastien Loeb, the gold-rated driver going from the rear of the field, he's definitely going to be one to watch at the start, as I'm sure will Xavier Nauf, because there's going to be a great big gap on pole position now. Jean-Bernard Bouvet is also starting the Vision car at the rear of the field as well. So, yeah, this is quite a bizarre scenario we have. A gap on pole position on that right-hand side. It's not the Porsche from Pro Sport. It is the missing Haas Racing Audi. And so Amir Naran now has been promoted from 3rd place. They qualified in 3rd, but with the demise of the Vortex and the Haas Racing Team Audi, they are now effectively promoted to pole position. But he will still have to hold that right-hand side slot when he goes for the start. He'll effectively become the pole sitter and control the pace, but it will be starting as if he is in 2nd. Number 22 Vortex directly behind him as well on the racetrack. So 3 minutes until we go for the formation lap. It is 19 cars entered for this season finale, although it looks like it's going to be 18 on the grid, 1 in pit lane. The number 1 Vision Ferrari car that has won the championship, 3 race wins. Oh, goodness me, right, we've got more cars in pit lane, 2 of the Vortex cars, which looks to be the 701, so there's going to be a gap there. And the only other car I can imagine is the 21, both due to start from the 5th row of the grid. So Jimmy Lemounier and Philippe Bonnel look like they're going to be starting from the pit lane. So maybe 3 from pit lane then, which would mean 16 on the grid. Well, look, race hasn't even started yet. We've already got dramas. What can Sébastien Loeb do from the rear of the field that's starting on the grid? He should be able to make up 3 places already. 15-second board is shown. There's no sign of the Haas, though. So why? I can only assume the reason they've missed the pit lane light and they're late to the grid is because they are... they have some sort of mechanical issue that's preventing them from starting this race, because there's no sign of them in pit lane at the moment, and so it may be over already for the pole-sitting car. But let's run you through the grid then. So there's a gap on pole position where Xavier Now's Haas Racing Team Audi should be. Second position promoted to the front row of the grid is Amir Naran in the Vamana by GetSpeed Mercedes GT3 car. Then on Porsche Cup pole position, it is Simon Balsian in the 901 Pro Sport car. Then the 22 Vortex of Miguel Moala. Second in Porsche Cup is the number 7 2B Autosport car, started by Hugo Chevalier. Then comes Seb Lejeune in his eponymous team, and then GP Racing also in Porsche Cup, Victor Bernier starting behind them. And then there is a gap on the grid where 2 Vortex should be, the 21 of Philippe Bonnel and the 701 of Jimmy Lemunier. So that then promotes Frederic Groulet in the 417 Porsche Cup car, also from Seb Lejeune, from 2B Autosport. Then comes the 288 Seb Lejeune car, started by Jean-Paul Dominici. Then it is the Alpine GT4 Evo of Jim Pla from Signatec, the number 36 car. Reggie Rigo de Seb in the M4 BMW GT4 car, started by Reggie Rigo de Seb, run by Racetivity. Benoit Marion starts on pole position in the UCS Light category, so the first of the Alpine Cup cars in the number 19 car. Then comes the number 110 of Felix Crepet and Marc Lopez in number 93. And then in the number 94 car, it is Jean-Francois Souki starting that one. And then at the back of the grid, Jean-Bernard Bouvet in the championship winning number 1 Vision Ferrari, and Sébastien Loeb in the number 20 Vortex that won last time out. There is the car that should be starting on pole position, and it does not look promising at all. We were so excited to see the Haas Racing Team here on the grid. Of course, Sandrine Haas's and Chris de Donker's team that was born out of Sandrine's desire to compete in the VW Fun Cup, but have gone on to compete in the Creventic Series. But it doesn't look like they are going to be taking the start here. So a huge shame for Xavier Nalf and Gregory Servet, because they are here to prepare for the Golf 12-hour, which they'll be doing alongside John Corbett, who was racing yesterday in the Prototype Cup with James Winslow and Graf Racing, and Casper Stevenson also doing part of that lineup for this year. It's already been announced. Be second attempt on the Golf 12-hour for Xavier and Gregory. So a few gaps on the grid then, but it will be Amir Naran who is effectively the pole sitter. That car won from the back of the grid in Mugello, and now they have inherited effectively pole position for the 6-hour finale in the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup. The pace car leads them round. We have the 2x2 formation lining up. So the first complete row will be Simon Balsian in the Pro Sport Porsche Cup car alongside Miguel Moala in the Vortex, the number 22 car, which is now the top car from Vortex, with 1 car at the rear of the field, 2 of them starting from the pit lane. Also expect to see more Vortexes out next year. There's quite a bit of a gap that, between the pole sitter and the second row of the grid, but the field now lined up on the pit straight. We wait for the lights to get us underway for the 6-hour finale in the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup. The lights go out, and the Vortex immediately jinked out from behind, and as out-dragged, Amir Naran has been mugged into the first corner, and the Vortex was trying to get around the Seb Lejeune car, and the one that has come out on top is the number 7 2B Autosport car of Hugo Chevalier. So he has flown up the order from 5th on the grid, well, 4th on the grid effectively after being promoted, and the other Porsche Cup cars are trying to follow him through as well. It's 4 Porsche Cup cars, 5 Porsche Cup cars that lead the way. Hugo Chevalier leads Simon Balsian, Seb Lejeune, and then the GP Racing car of the number 89, which is Victor Bernier, another of the silver class drivers. So he and the race leader, you would expect them to make the forward progress. Because they are the silver class drivers. So Emir Naran from pole position has been shuffled down the order to about 6 or 7. And is that the Ferrari that is already about halfway up the order? It is. So this flurry of Porsche Cup cars, the second of the Seb Lejeune cars, and Jean-Paul Pani side by side with Sébastien Loeb and Emir Naran. So our 3 UCS1 cars that started on either end of the field have now met in the middle halfway around the first lap. But it's Emir Naran who just hangs on ahead of Jean-Paul Pani. Into Scene Corner, and Sébastien Loeb trying to hang on to the spot as well. Potential change there in Porsche Cup as the second of the Seb Lejeune cars, the 288, started by Jean-Paul Dominici, tried to find a way through. On the inside goes Sébastien Loeb into Le Bousset and past the number 1 Vision. So a very dramatic start. Here's what's that? 5, 6, 7th, 8th position now, I think that is, for Sébastien Loeb. There's Miguel Moala in the 22 Vortex, also struggling for a little bit of pace, but Sébastien Loeb now on the inside of Emir Naran on the GetSpeed Mercedes. Oh, a bit of contact there, and that has damaged the left rear corner of Sébastien Loeb. That's happened at the worst possible part of the racetrack, because if he wants to bring it back to the pits, he's going to have to do an entire lap of this 5.8 kilometre circuit to get it back into pit lane. Sébastien Loeb stranded at Virage Dupont at the end of the first lap. Well, this has been an incredibly dramatic opening to this race. So yellow flags are out, unsurprisingly, in the 3rd sector, and it looks like that might have broken the drive shaft, because Sébastien Loeb's really struggling for pace. Miguel Moala going straight on at the Hotel Chicane. Safety car is deployed. Sébastien Loeb stranded, and he might not even do 1 lap of this race before he's out. Well, what this does give us is an opportunity to sit back and see what on earth has happened in that first lap, because so much has happened already. We're not even 3 minutes in. So much happened before the start of the race. So it's on the inside. And there was just a merest bit of contact there with the GetSpeed Mercedes of Emir Naran that just absolutely shook off the left rear suspension from the Vortex. It didn't look like that big a hit, to be honest. But you could see it was, you know, trying to do 4-wheel steering. And so, presumably, as a result of that, Sébastien Loeb has lost drive. And it looks like he's out of the race. He's still down there. So, Hugo Chevalier leads, and that's not a good sign. Sébastien Loeb opening the door on the Vortex. Presumably that's just to get some communication with the marshals, hopefully. So Hugo Chevalier leads for 2B Autosport in the Porsche Cup car. It's Porsche Cup cars 1, 2, 3, and 4. So Hugo Chevalier for 2B Autosport. Simon Balsian, Sébastien Loeb out of the car. The safety car is going to be driven through the pit lane. I was just getting some news from the pit lane there about the Haas Racing team, which is that it was a fuel pump problem for the Haas Racing team Audi that was due to start from pole position. They are working on it, but wow. Cars run faultlessly throughout the GT Sprint races. We've had 4 25-minute encounters, and you will see here the safety car will lead them through pit lane to avoid the extraction job of the Vortex. So the cars will come through pit lane. And so, right, let's have another go at going through the order. Hugo Chevalier for 2B Autosport leads. Simon Balsian for Pro Sport. Then Victor Bernier for GP Racing. And then Seb Lejeune for Ligier Racing. Top in UCS 1 is Miguel Moala in the 22 Vortex, then Jean-Paul Dominici in the second of the Ligier Racing Porsches. Then it is Amir Naran and Jean-Bernard Bouvet in the Get Speed Mercedes and the Vision Ferrari, respectively. Jim Pla is in 9th in the Alpine GT4 Evo. That is a UCS 3 car, though, as the Evo specification is as qualified for that class. Frederic Groulet in the second of the 2B Autosport Porsches is in 10th position. Then comes Jimmy Lemunier in the previous generation 1.0 Vortex, the 701 car. Reggie Rigo de Seb in the BMW M4 GT4 car from L'Espace Beyond Venu by Race Activity is in 12th. Benoit Marion has held on, has held on to the lead in UCS Light for the number 19 Giselle Technology crew, ahead of Felix Crepet in the 110, Jean-Francois Souki in 94. Philippe Bonnel, after starting from the pit lane, is now in 16th position, and then Marc Lopez in the number 93 car. And they saw Sébastien Loeb out of the car, walking away, and didn't even get to do a lap before the rally legend was taken out of contention. Yeah, that is not the face of a driver who is happy to still be to be out of the car. We were so looking forward to Sébastien Loeb being part of this, and of course a warm-up for the Vortex Challenge next year, where we're going to see more VIP drivers. Very kind of the marshals there to offer Sébastien Loeb some water. He hasn't worked too hard out there, must be said. But it is hot out there, I will say. So of course it'll probably be quite hot in the car as well, even after just a lap of racing, because they will have done one slow lap and then almost one full lap at racing speed. So still under safety car conditions then. It's been a pretty crazy start to the 6-hour finales. We still see the Haas Racing Team Audi working on that fuel pump issue that stopped it from getting onto the grid in time. They have yet to join the race, but Xavier Nauf is in the car ready to go for when the problem is fixed. But of course they're already 2 laps down on the race leader, and they're about to be 3 laps down. So, start of lap 4 under, well, it's lap 4 of the race, 3rd under safety car conditions. It's the Porsche Cup cars that are leading the way. So, remember, 2 of those cars have got their silver driver on board, Hugo Chevalier and Victor Bernier in 1st and 3rd. And Jim Pla is the only other non-gentleman driver in the race. Sébastien Loeb was the other one. But everyone else out there has either got a bronze or an AM driver in the car for the start of the race. This isn't great news for those with the quick driver in, because they're losing time under this safety car, that they could be pulling gaps, which are going to be much needed when they have to serve those penalties for having silver class drivers. So that number 7 car that leads, for example, as the Vortex gets carried away with Hugo Chevalier, because they also have Romain Favre, who won in LMP3 yesterday in the European Endurance Prototype Cup for Inter-Europol competition. So 2 silver drivers, 2 bronze drivers. That means 43 seconds additional stationary time, in addition to the 80 seconds of minimum mandatory pit stop time, for a total of 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Whereas compare that to the Vision. Well, actually, let's go for another car in the same class, because it's the same for GP Racing, but Seb Lejeune, with only 1 silver, 2 bronzes and an AM, it's only 29 seconds, so 1 minute 49. And then 2B Autosport, the sister car, the 417 with 2 AMs and a bronze, only has 21 seconds of additional stationary time to serve, so they'll only have to be stationary for 1 minute and 31 in total. The least handicapped car is the championship winning with 2 bronzes and an AM, the Vision Ferrari, with only 16 additional seconds. So 1 minute 36 they have to be stationary for. It is a minimum stop time of 80 seconds. That's the standard for UCS1 cars. So that's the GT3 specification cars and the Vortex 2.0s, as well as the Porsche Cup class cars as well. And the UCS3 cars as well. They have a minimum time of 80 seconds, but it's 2 minutes stationary for the GT4, so the UCS4 cars and the UCS Light cars. Now, the light cars in particular, because they're not really designed for endurance racing, and this is quite a big test for the Alpine A110 Cup cars in UCS Light, because they are designed largely to do 25 minutes plus 1 lap in the Alpine Elf Cup series. They haven't been designed for endurance racing, but they've held up very well in the 4-hour races we've had so far this year. But this, of course, the biggest test of the lot, to do an extra 2 hours out there running at full racing speed. Safety car will be in this lap. The Sébastien Loeb Vortex has been brought back into the pit lane, and so the track is now clear, and we will have racing underway again pretty shortly. I'm sure that's going to be welcome news to a lot of the drivers, because it is rather warm in there, and of course when you're not running at full speed, you're not getting all the air in the car. It does start to overheat in the cockpit a little bit, and of course you're also running very close to another car that's billowing out a lot of heat as well. So it will be Hugo Chevalier that leads the field on this safety car restart for DB Autosport. Head of Pro Sports, Simon Balsian. Watch out for Victor Bernier, the other silver class driver competing in that category at the moment. So pretty soon, and now in fact is the moment that Hugo Chevalier decides to drop the pace and back the field up for the safety car restart. And so Hugo Chevalier will put his foot to the floor and get this race back underway again. Ahead of Simon Balsian and Victor Bernier. When is the moment he decides to go for the restart? Still weaving those tyres. Now he puts his foot to the floor, and Victor Bernier was a little bit sharper on the restart, but because he can't do anything with that until they get to the timing line. And so Simon Balsian has given Hugo Chevalier quite a bit of reprieve there on this restart because there'll be a bit of a sizable gap when Hugo Chevalier gets across the timing line. Now they can start overtaking, and Chevalier leads the field down into the first corner. Victor Bernier is hot on the heels of Simon Balsian in the GP Racing Porsche, looking on the inside and unable to go through into the first corner. The 288 car, Jean-Paul Dominici, was trying to find a way through on the vortex in front of him as well. And Jean-Bernard Bouvet also on the heels of Amir Naran, but now on the inside into the hotel chicane. Victor Bernier goes through into second position ahead of Simon Balsian. So Simon Balsian, the Pro Sport team, debuting here this weekend in that 901 car with Simon Balsian, who has been a very big part of the Pro Sport outfit, racing in the Belcar series and also the 24-hour series as well, but largely competing in NLS recently in the Porsche Endurance Trophy, and then in GT3 as well, but with Aston Martin machinery as well. So halfway around this first lap under safety car conditions, and Jean-Bernard Bouvet has got past Amir Naran. So there's been a change for position there, but let's head down to the pit lane. Claire Cottingham is with Sébastien Loeb.
Yes, Sébastien Loeb alongside me. Sébastien, I'm so sorry to see you so soon. Firstly, welcome to the championship, and it's lovely to have you, but that's not where we wanted to see you, is it?
No, for sure. We had some trouble in the first lap. We were starting behind on the last place because my teammate was sick today, so they cancelled his qualifying time from yesterday, because normally we started second in the front. So yeah, we were in the traffic, and it was a contact with a Mercedes, so it broke a little thing on the car, and we were stuck there. So that's how it is.
It was such bad luck from the beginning of the day as well, because with, like you say, your teammate was ill as well. Did you? I mean, there's hardly anything to say. You didn't do one lap, I'm afraid. But what was it like to at least be out there for a bit?
It's never easy to start behind, and we had a lot of slow cars in the front. The Mercedes was not fast, so I went on the braking inside, and I don't know if he didn't see me, but he turned on my rear wheel, and so it broke it. So yeah, that's life. Now we have to see if we can repair. For sure, it's over for the race, but we will see.
I was going to say, do you think you can get back out?
Maybe, but we'll see if we need to, or how much time we will lose.
Fingers crossed. Thank you.
Well, not the race Sébastien Loeb was expecting, I'm sure, when he went to bed last night, having qualified on the front row of the grid with the Gomez brothers. Jean-Bernard Bouvet is making great progress out there at the moment. He's passed Seb Lejoux and is now up into fourth position. While Amir Naran looks at the back of Jean-Paul Dominici in the 288 Seb Lejoux racing car, the second of the cars from Seb Lejoux. And in fact, he's making a move on the inside of the vortex. He was looking for that move earlier on Miguel Moala. And that is an open door for Amir Naran to try and find his way through. And so the Zimbabwean picks up the spot. Dominici tries to fight back on the inside of Labusche, but there was no way through for the Porsche Cup driver, and so the Get Speed car is now back up into seventh position. The fastest lap of the race last time around was done by Victor Bernier, despite having to make that move on Simon Balsian. But I have a feeling that Jean-Bernard Bouvet is about to do the fastest time. Now he's in clean air. Yes, he is. 2:04.890, and about a second quicker than the race leader. But Victor Bernier is the fastest of the Porsche Cup runners at the moment for the GP Racing number 89 car. And Victor Bernier, an additional driver in that car for this 6 hour. Normally it is Anthony Beltois, the sole pro amongst the Loetier and Gabriel Piedmont pairing. But Victor Bernier, French F4 junior champion from a few years ago, who is still very, very early in his GT racing career, having raced up to the Formula Regional European Championship level last year, first with FA Racing and then with MP Motorsport in 2023. Whereas Hugo Chevalier is a little bit more experienced on the GT side of things. We've seen him out in the DTM Mercedes in GT Sprint. Here comes Jean-Bernard Bouvet, by the way. He's past Simon Balsian and now closing in on the two leaders. But Hugo Chevalier out in GT Sprint, as we mentioned, the 24-year-old from Valence. He's been racing in GT since 2018 in Carrera Cup France, and has raced in GT World Challenge, GT4 competition in Europe and in France as well. But was part of the lineup in Mugello with the 2B Autosports crew. So the leaders come across the line to start the 9th lap of the race, and Jean-Bernard Bouvet, having started at the back of the grid, is now on the back of the leaders. It's a 2:03.4 for Bouvet last time out. Another fastest lap of the race. 3/4 of a second separates the top runners, but also Victor Bernier trying to take the Porsche Cup lead. They'll lose the overall lead, I'm pretty sure, but of course they're fighting for class honours. That's what Victor Bernier and Hugo Chevalier are really thinking about. And for Bernier, it looks like he's about to take that, and potentially before the Ferrari gets through, but there's going to be a bit of a pace difference when they get into the Mistral, that is for sure. So Jean-Bernard Bouvet on the inside now into the Mistral chicane and splits the two Porsche Cup leaders. Jean-Bernard Bouvet already confirmed champion this year alongside Jean-Paul Pani. It's their 5th championship win together, and now Bouvet going for the overall lead into Seine corner on Hugo Chevalier. And he does make the move stick, and so this is now great stuff for Jean-Bernard Bouvet. He's pulling a great gap, but now for the Porsche Cup lead on the inside, Victor Bernier for GP Racing takes the lead away from Hugo Chevalier, who after that incredible start had the lead of the race early doors, but now Victor Bernier holds on to the lead in the Porsche Cup category, as Jean-Bernard Bouvet now streaks clear in the overall lead of the race in his GT3 Ferrari. His nearest class rival now some 11 seconds away, which is Miguel Muala in 6th position overall. Front hood flapping there on the Porsche Cup leading GP Racing car. That's become a trait of those Porsche cars in the turbulent air, especially. You can hear the turbo whistle of the Ferrari of Jean-Bernard Bouvet as he heads on to the Mistral. Here is Amir Naran, who has taken 2nd position in UCS1 now, so he's past the vortex of Miguel Muala. And Amir Naran, after a difficult start to this race, starting to find his feet now and get into a rhythm. And so it is, I think 2 seconds or so up to the next guy. Well, he said on the timing in order that he was ahead of Sébastien Loeb, but there is the AAA car in front of the Get Speed. Yeah, timing screen's updated now, but now this will be the move for Amir Naran on the inside of Scene Corner, and so this will be 5th position that he's about to take. Well, not quite, had to back out of it there as Seb Loeb wasn't going to take that line down. Of course, that invites Miguel Muala to try and retake the position. That Amir Naran nabbed on the previous lap. So through Virage Dupont, and Seb Loeb a little wide out of Virage Dupont, and that gives Amir Naran a very clean run down the front straight and completely out-drags the Porsche by the time they get to the timing line. And so it is 3 seconds the next car up the road, which is Simon Balsian. In the Pro Sport Porsche, which is now 12 seconds off of the top 2 in Porsche Cup. Here comes Miguel Muala as well in the number 22 Vortex, trying to go around Seb Loeb himself. But no way through there. Miguel Muala, former Ultimate Formula Cup racer. Now in the Vortex and unleashing the taps on that Chevrolet V8 engine. It's a bare carbon, but with some decals, sort of spatters of blood, and the front shark teeth as well. A bit of a Halloween theme going on the number 22 car. Not quite able to do the move on the brakes into the chicane. Now with a run out of the Mistral chicane though, and a little bit of bullying on the way into Scene Corner. They go side by side. Looked like Seb Loeb went a little bit wide though, and Miguel Muala goes through. That might cost him track position to the 288 to be sister car as well, and it went through on the inside. And so Jean-Paul Dominici passing the team boss there, which I'm sure is not going to go down too well, and Jimmy Lemunier in the Vortex 1.0 looking to take advantage of that, as well as they're already lapping the UCS light traffic, the Alpine A110 cars. And imagine for the race leaders, that's going to be something that happens quite a lot. Best lap of the race of 2:03 for Jean-Bernard Bouvet, whereas the UCS light cars are lapping in the 2-minute 30s, some of them. Most of them in the 2-minute 20s, but about 20 to 30 seconds a lap slower. So it's going to be quite a few times in the race that they come across the Alpines. Jimmy Lemunier trying to find his way through now on Seb Loeb, who's been shuffled down the order a little bit. And a dive on the inside and having to cut across the track. Jean-Paul Dominici in his attempt to get past Miguel Muala in that 288 car. Very nearly ended up sliding into the side of him, but used to racing Alpines is Dominici in the GT4 European Series. There goes Amir Naran trying to make a move on Simon Balsian for 4th position overall. And he did make that move still. It was 1.2 seconds he was lacking at the start of the lap, Amir Naran, but now into 4th position. So Dominici still looks at the back of Miguel Muala, runs out a little bit wide in the middle of the exit of Scene Corner. We saw some terrifying spins and moments there yesterday in the Prototype Cup race, where John Corbett had a left rear suspension failure on his Graf Racing Nova and it was bouncing across the road in the middle of the corner, and then the Team Farage Ligier, I think it was Daniel Macier at the time, he was spinning out of control there after contact with another car, left him with a puncture. That's the work going on down at the number 20 Vortex crew, Olivier Gomez and Sébastien Loeb's car. Porsche Cup leaders coming out to the front of the Alpine traffic. It looks like, yeah, Felix Crepet in, Jean-Francois Suki has got ahead of Felix Crepet there, who had just a little bit of a wobble in the middle of Le Bousset, and so the number 94 car up into second position in UCS Light. Jean-Francois Sucre, the former World Rally Championship driver. Charles Zuccarelli, another one as well. So it's not just Sébastien Loeb out there. Of course, Sébastien Loeb also going to be showing the track with his partner and co-driver, Laurine Gaudy, who's in the 21 Vortex. Currently being driven by Philippe Bonnel. Jimmy Lemunier having a look on the inside of Seb Lejeune. First time penalty of the race goes to Jim Pla. Congratulations, sir. The number 36 Signitech Alpine GT4 car. And that is at 5 seconds for track limits. Lemunier has gone through on Seb Lejeune. So that is 8th position now. That Jim Clark car is the first to end up with a penalty. The Signitech Alpine. We haven't seen the Alpine GT4 car out during the season, but this Chazelle Run car with Jim Pla at the wheel. GT4 European Series champion. It's a very familiar name to anyone involved in French racing. Well, this looks like an absolutely mammoth job done by the Vortex team to get Sébastien Loeb back out into this race already. When did they get that car back? About 15 minutes ago?
No, sorry, I've joined back into the commentary box now, but no, it was a while ago because it was on lap 1.
Yeah, that's when they lost the car, but when did they get it back into pit lane?
Well, they were under safety car, but Yeah.
maybe about 20 minutes ago, tops. I mean,
I can tell you when it was, hang on.
That's a mammoth effort done right there.
It was 20 past 11.
20 past
is when I spoke to Sébastien Loeb.
20 past 11, so that was 15 minutes ago. That is a mammoth effort from Vortex to get that car back into the lead. Obviously several laps down now, but yeah, and there it is, out into the race as one of the Alpine Cup cars has just been through pit lane as well, which is the 110 with Felix Crepet vacating that car and Guillaume Massey now aboard that car. The Alpine Cup cars coming in early doors, because this is what we talk about there. They're not designed for endurance racing, 25 minutes plus a lap normally. That was Miguel Moala getting it all wrong in the 22 Vortex, trying to pass the Pro Sport Porsche of Simon Balsian and bouncing across the curbs and ending up losing that spot again. As we do see the early stops coming in for the Alpines, Jean-Francois Suki in 94 coming in.
So it's been a busy 45 minutes so far, really, hasn't it? So much going on with the lead car not starting with the Haas, and then obviously the issues for Sébastien Loeb. And as I said to him when I spoke to him in the pit lane, I said, oh, it's not been a lucky morning for you guys, is it? Because not only that, he's had his teammate call in sick, so they got their times of the driver that's sick, rather. Which of the Arnold was it? Was it Gomez? Or, it's all right, which was it? Arnold, my apologies. And yeah, so he had his times deleted, which obviously means they start at the back, and that is almost, well, definitely why, unfortunately, Sébastien Loeb had that issue on the first lap. So still plenty to play here with 5 hours 22 still left on the clock. And things will start shaking out a little bit, of course. It looks slightly different when the pit lane opens and the pit stops really start coming in.
Yeah, just to sort of expand on that part about the cancellation of the lap times, as Miguel Moala does eventually get the move on Simon Balsian and into 5th position, is that if you don't set a time in all 3 qualifying sessions, you're demoted to the rear of the grid. And so obviously with Arnaud having his lap times cancelled, that's why they were put down there. It's the same reason that the Vision Ferrari started at the back of the grid as well. They didn't actually set a lap time in Q3 or into that steering pump issue. Steering pump? Power steering issue.
Power steering issue, yeah. You looked at me like I should put the words in your mouth then. I was like, I don't know. So, bumped into Tom Jackson and his father on the grid, who we were talking in qualifying basically that Tom Jackson is from Maidstone, and we had this conversation, and the problem is Tom Jackson re-watched qualifying in the English version.
He messaged me, yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, so you got in a lot of trouble.
No.
Chris Stevens felt the need to make a comment about a Maidstone accent, didn't you? And he said he didn't sound like he was from Maidstone.
He didn't sound like he was from Maidstone. He accepted as well that it didn't exactly sound like he was from Maidstone. I'm trying to find the chat now.
Yeah, it did make me laugh.
He said,
and then
I'll accept that.
His dad also came up to me on the grid and said, he said, what's this about Maidstone? And I was like,
I've got nothing against Maidstone. I just need to make that very clear. and then put out a press release saying Chris Stevens has nothing against Maidstone.
He also said, because we spoke about skincare routine, because I said he looked younger than you, didn't he? And he said, I'll give you the skincare routine afterwards. So there you go.
I'm a bit sensitive about all this now.
No. Yeah, so if you missed us for qualifying, we were talking about Tom Jackson, and he is a very similar age to our very own Chris Stevens, who got into his head a little bit about whether one looked older than the other.
I think you got into my head more than anything. Sébastien Loeb back out onto the racetrack and running at speed. Incredible effort from the Vortex crew to get that car back out onto the racetrack. But he is 14 laps down on the race leader, 11 laps to the next car of Guillaume Massey in the number 110 Alpine Cup car. Lapping around a similar pace as the race leader at the moment is Sébastien Loeb. And so hopefully now maybe we can talk about Sébastien Loeb for a little bit. Suddenly he's going to be doing a lot more driving than he anticipated. So actually I should have a look. So with 2 bronzes and a gold, it was going to be a minimum of 1 hour and 30 for both the bronze drivers and then a maximum of 2 hours and 30 for Sébastien Loeb. But now with a bronze and a gold driver, they both have a maximum driving time. Oh no, sorry, Sébastien Loeb has a maximum driving time of 3 hours. And so effectively that has doubled the amount of stint time that Olivier Gomez is going to have to do, whilst also adding about half an hour onto the amount of time that Sébastien Loeb is going to have to do. But also, in fairness, they have lost about half an hour of the race as well. So maybe for Sébastien Loeb it will be pretty similar, because he can do a maximum of 3 hours in this race, and Olivier Gomez will have to do the remainder. So more pit stops in the Chazelle Technology course garage. Into pit lane, Marc Lopez in number 93. Also Jimmy Lemunier in as well in the Vortex 1.0. And Benoit Marion also into pit lane as well. From the lead in UCS Light. And here you can see when we talk about cars not necessarily being designed for endurance racing, it's not just about how the brakes are going to last, how the engine is going to last, how the fuel is going to last. It's also about quick extraction of drivers and a quick installation of drivers, which that was not quick, but it's also part of the reason why the UCS Light cars have a minimum pit stop time of 2 minutes rather than 80 seconds for the higher performance cars, which are more adept to this sort of racing.
Car number 1's had a blinder.
Yeah, from the
pit lane.
From the rear of the field.
Yes.
Not quite the pit lane, but yeah, we made sure. Well, especially bearing in mind it lost. You know, how many laps under the safety car as well to make that attack. Probably would have been lap 2 before Jean-Bernard Bouvet ended up taking the lead. Yellow flags out at turn number 9, which is the Mistral chicane. So I think we're about to see why that is the case. As the vortex has gone through, nothing's jumping out. Well, why have we got yellow flags out there then? Because they're still waving, but there's no sign of any.
Was there a spin?
Well, there's still yellows out there, which suggests that a car's parked. And whatever it is, it's in our blind spot. Can you get camera 3 to have a look around and find where this stopped car is? Oh. Can you get camera 3 to have a look around and find this stopped car?
I'm looking on the camera of 2 and 3, which we have little cameras around that you can see, and there is no stopped car there.
Why have we got yellows here?
There
stopped
it is.
car on the inside.
There it is.
That looks like the Seb Lejeune, the 888 car, sadly. So Seb Lejeune seems to have come to a stop. And yeah, he is tumbling down the order at the moment. And right as we've worked it out, Race Control comes and sends that message to us on the timing screen anyway. So Seb Lejeune stopped from, what was it? I think 4th in the Porsche Cup category, maybe 3rd. I lost track of it. But he looks to be out of the car. Oh, door's been shut. He's off again. There he goes.
Gave a little push.
Seems to be a little bit of smoke, though, coming out of the front, which would suggest it's not necessarily engine-related, because, of course, it is a rear-engined car. Looks like Seb Lejeune is going to trundle back to pit lane. Oh, he's trying to put his gloves back on as well.
Oh, he must thought he was out.
Yeah. Well, what's that old saying? It's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. Just get it going and
okay.
yeah, get it going and then.
Oh, if there's rules of gloves, yes, yeah.
Yes.
We'll talk about that later. Yeah. Are you doing that thing again where you point out things about drivers and they get penalties?
Maybe.
Which was the one you did that to before? I wasn't in this championship.
No, I did it to Carol Bash in GT Open, where according to all the camera angles we had, looked like he instigated a bit of a sort of bowling pin maneuver into the first corner, and then felt the need to come and show me the onboard footage of the car behind, which had punted him into that as well. But clearly race control was looking at the same images I was. So Seb Lechou's brought that car into pit lane, and the team taking a look at what the problem was. I'm sure he would have been on the radio explaining the symptoms.
It stopped.
Yeah, it stopped. Car not work.
Yeah, broke.
Team fix now. This is the sort of feedback I'd be giving if I was a racing driver, because the only sort of close thing I've had to a mechanical woe is when I had my first Rotax karting experience and my legs suddenly got very wet. And it's not what you're thinking. It
I wasn't thinking anything.
Turned out it was leaking fuel on me, but I had no clue where it was coming from. Because obviously the fuel tank sits right between your legs in a go-kart.
Yeah.
And I had no clue where this fluid was coming from, and so I just sort of slowly came back in, and they went, oh yeah, the fuel line, it's all over you.
Oh.
So luckily there were people much smarter than I able to diagnose and fix that problem. It was on my second lap as well, didn't fill me with confidence. As pit stop for Vortex in the 21 car. Philippe Bonnell has brought the car in, and so they have a huge choice of drivers for this one, because 4 drivers for this one. A little wide moment there for Miguel Muala, but choice of drivers for 21 is Cyril Calmont, Pierre Fontaine, and Sébastien Loeb's partner Lorene Gody, who has raced herself for Sébastien Loeb's team in the French GT4 Championship as well, but of course her experience more largely to do with co-driving and rallying. So just saw the L'espace Bienvenu BMW Rodrigo de Seb bound for the refueling area. Back end going on that Vortex. I do really wonder what on earth they do. Oh God, it's kind of struggling to get it strapped on there, and having to leave terra firma in order to do that. I do wonder what they do when they take the back off. It's very unusual to see so regularly a car with the back end off during a pit stop, and it does look like on this occasion they're taking a slightly closer inspection at the rear of the Vortex. So the 21 car is a 2.0 car, the same model that Sébastien Loeb is racing. Second generation car with a lot of changes in terms of the aerodynamics and under the hood as well, but the same Chevrolet V8 that powers the 1.0 version of the car as well. So that 21 car just left the box now, so they've done taking a look at it. And it's the drive track hasn't updated yet, but in the 701 it's now Christophe Derigneau at the wheel of the 1.0 car, and it's Cyril Calmont now in the 21 machine. Cyril Calmont, the former Trophy Tourism Endurance driver.
We haven't been able to see it, but it looks like it's one of the Vortex.
Yeah, the 22 Vortex, but now we can see it on screen. So we do have additional cameras here to see what else is happening. So Miguel Muala, a little spin at Le Bousset. It's been a bit of a scruffy stint for Miguel Muala with a few close calls, the former Ultimate Formula Cup racer. And here we're going to see now exactly what happened. Gets out into the runoff area. There's a different level of grip there in the runoff area compared to the racing asphalt. and found that out when he tried to rejoin the circuit. But still circulating in 7th position, should be. In fact, he's got Sébastien Loeb directly behind him on the racetrack. Of course, several laps down, though.
So we've got 5 hours and 9 minutes left of this race, and we've had a really good weekend of racing so far in the Ultimate Cup. Obviously, we've had a lot of championships decided, as well in the prototype, as well as in the Formula Cup, and we will be back racing, obviously, for next year. We're going to come back to Paul Ricard to start, and we will finish again in Paul Ricard 2. We're going to go to Mugello, Portimao, Aragon, Magny-Cours, and then, like I said, finish around exactly the same date in Paul Ricard at the end of November. So lots of changes to the championship, of course, Chris, that we announced, of course, is yellow flags in turn 9.
Yeah, it looks like the Seb Lejeune car again in a little bit of strife. It is still Lejeune aboard the car, but I think he just went across the escape road. He does seem to be at full racing speed. So, yes, what you were saying about the calendar, it is a nice one. So, again, we start and end here in Le Castellet, as has become tradition for Ultimate Formula Cup, but Mugello now quite a bit earlier in the calendar, and of course our first visit to Aragon as well in Spain. So keeping 3 international rounds, but a new venue in the form of Aragon as well, which we're all very much looking forward to. Right, let's hear from Alexandre Urbin, who is down in the pit lane in the Seb Lejeune Racing Garage.
Et je suis avec Louis Perrault dans le stand du Seb Lejeune Racing. Louis, déjà, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Pourquoi Sébastien s'est immobilisé sur la piste?
Je pense qu'il y a eu des coupures moteur. Donc la voiture s'est remise au neutre en pleine ligne droite. Il a réussi à repartir et là, ça l'a refait en partant. Donc on va voir si ça arrive à tenir. On espère en tout cas que ça va tenir.
On vous a pas vu du week-end. Vous m'avez confié que vous êtes arrivé ce matin. Racontez-nous un peu ce week-end si spécial et cette participation à une course de 6 heures.
Ouais, ça s'est fait un peu au dernier moment. Et c'est pour préparer une course d'endurance plus longue qui va arriver courant janvier. Mais ouais, j'étais au Mans et à Paris, j'ai fait des allers-retours, je suis arrivé ce matin en avion, donc je suis prêt. Et j'attends plus que la voiture et on va rouler.
Pour ceux qui ne connaîtraient pas, vous connaissez très bien cette voiture puisque vous roulez en Porsche Carac France toute l'année. Comment on se prépare avec le team, un team que vous découvrez aussi pour être performant dès que vous allez monter dans la voiture?
La chance, c'est que je connais Seb depuis un petit moment, donc je sais déjà comment travaille son équipe. Donc pour ça, il n'y a pas de gros soucis à se faire. Et puis après, c'est juste la même voiture avec l'ABS, donc finalement un peu plus safe sur les freins. Et ça devrait le faire. Mais oui, je connais très bien la voiture, donc pour le Ricard, pareil, c'est le circuit local, donc ça ne devrait pas trop avoir de soucis à se faire.
Quand est-ce qu'on vous verra au volant?
Et bien normalement, à partir de 15h.
Et ben ce sera pour le dernier relais, alors on vous suivra ça tout à l'heure. Merci Louis.
So thank you, Alex, for bringing us that interview from the pit lane. Just to confirm, he thinks that Seb had a breakdown with the engine. He's been preparing for next year's endurance racing. It was Louis Perrault who we were speaking to. So unlucky for that team with the breakdown on the engine. So as we get an hour finished. He flew in this morning, he was saying, though, and it was his first time with the team. So I always find it really interesting when drivers come into teams and start afresh and go straight into racing, because they really have to do quite a lot there. Seb Lejeune car coming back into the pit lane then, the 888. More woes for that car as it comes into his pit stop. And let's see what happens here then for Seb Lejeune. Still, we believe Seb Lejeune is in the car, but Let's see exactly what happens. It's getting out now. Is that going to be a driver change, or is this going to be an issue for the car? It looks like there's an issue. Seb Lejeune does not look pleased with whatever he is reporting to his engineer.
Yeah, it's not been a great few laps for that 888 car, has it? And that is the internationally recognised driver symbol of it's not doing what I want it to. So Jean-Bernard Bouvet leads by 12.9 seconds now over the Porsche Cup leader Victor Bernier. Who in turn has quite a sizable lead now over Simon Balsian, who is the top bronze driver in the Porsche Cup category for Pro Sports. And this is not looking promising at all for Seb Lejeune Racing. There's already some bandaging, duct tape on the left side of that car. Presumably that was from before the race, but going into the garage, that is not promising news for the Seb Lejeune Racing crew.
Disappointing, but not surprising at this point. We saw him have quite a few issues out there. The car stopped at one point completely heading into turn 8 on the Mistral Straight, I think it was, or just after the Mistral Straight. Was there?
Yeah,
exactly there on the left.
On the Mistral, yeah.
Yeah. And then he had other issues again after that. So, I mean, it's a shame, but hopefully we'll hear exactly what happened.
I can see that Alexandre has already poked his nose into the Seb Lejeune Racing garage, and he'll be not very welcome, I'd have thought. I don't know about you, but I've often felt like they don't like talking to us when something goes wrong.
No, they love it. You saw Sébastien Loeb earlier, looked thrilled to see me. I had to chase him down at one point, actually. But it was very kind of him to give time. They don't have to, drivers, give time, but more often than not, despite sometimes being a little bit frustrated or angry, they will still... I usually give them a good 5 minutes to chill out and reclaim their composure. And they're more often than not willing to speak. But very occasionally, you get a driver that might not want to, and that is their prerogative.
Right, Amir Naran's first stint is up, and we saw Tom Jackson getting aboard the Vimana by Get Speed Mercedes. He's also getting a fresh set of Goodyear tyres. Into the pits has come the Porsche Cup leader as well, Victor Bernier, and a driver swap going on there.
Be interesting to see now what Tom Jackson can do out there. Not starting, Amir obviously started the race, and Tom Jackson back out there. We've spoken about it on the grid, but they were so impressive, weren't they, when they joined the championship and treated us to probably one of the best GT Endurance Cup races that we've had this season. And it was a joy to watch them out there. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this 6 hours, I want to say unveils, what's the word I'm looking for? Happens for them. I couldn't think of the word.
Yeah.
Unfolds.
Well, this looks like a slow-moving Alpine Cup car. In fact, going across the escape road was the number 94, Charles-Nicolas Zuccarelli, who was right on the back of Guillaume Mancé for second position in that class. Simon Balsian has been noted for overtaking outside of the track limits at turn 11. Which is Le Bousset. And so, yeah, not sure who would have been. It must have been lapping some traffic. But second in Porsche Cup, and has just come into the pit lane, in fact, has Balsian in that number 901 car. The Belgian driver, who has been racing a GT3 Aston Martin this year, but a huge part of the Pro Sports team. Becoming very well acquainted with the Nürburgring Endurance Series. Well, at the end of a very chaotic first hour of racing in the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup finale, let's take a look back at what's happened so far. Hour 2 of the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup finale. It is Jean-Bernard Bouvet who leads the way. Hasn't yet come into pit lane, though. We are in the middle of a pit stop sequence, and so as a result of that, it's Jean-Paul Dominici in the 288, Seb Ligier racing car that has taken second position and is in the lead in Porsche Cup. Then Miguel Moala in third in the number 22 Vortex. Gabriel Piemont is now aboard the GP Racing Porsche that was leading prior to the pit stop cycle, having taken that car over from Victor Bernier. And then Olivier Favre now aboard the number 7 2B Autosports car that was started by Hugo Chevalier and led in the early stages. Alex Homerson, one of the silver class drivers in the 901 Pro Sports Porsche, has taken over from Simon Balsian, so the NLS racer taking over from Balsian there. Jim Pla still aboard the number 36 Signatech Alpine GT4 Evo car, just making his way out of pit lane now, in fact, with Christophe Derigneau having just been into pit lane in the 701 Vortex, just behind him. Cyril Calmont is in the number 21 Vortex in 9th position overall. Tom Jackson setting green sectors in the Get Speed Mercedes number 108 in 10th position. Jean-Pierre Alcian now in the 417 2B Autosports car, taking that car over from Frederic Groulet. Benjamin Lessenes now aboard the L'Espace Bienvenue BMW M4 GT4, started by Reggie Rigo de Seb. Then in UCS Light, it is the number 19 that leads, Julien Bouni, taking over from Benoit Marion. Charles-Nicolas Zuccarelli now second position in class, ahead of Guillaume Massey, so 94 ahead of 110. And then Anthony Debarn now aboard the number 93 car. Seb Lejoux still in pit lane after problems before in that car, and Sébastien Loeb circulating at the back of the field after the lap 1 contact with Emir Naran broke his left rear suspension, and they had to get that car into the garage to fix it. He is still 14 laps back from the race leader, but now 9 laps away from the next car that is still circulating on the racetrack, which is Anthony Debarn. And we are yet to see the Xavier Nauf and Gregory Survey Haas Racing Team Audi that was due to start on pole position, but a fuel pump problem prevented them from getting onto the grid in time for the start of the race, and it seems like the problem is still persisting on that Audi. And so preparations for their Golf 12-hour bid, their second attempt on the Abu Dhabi race, are having to wait just a little bit longer. At the very least, Xavier Nauf has had some laps around this circuit in GT Sprint. Of course, Gregory Survey's sole effort really has been the practice sessions and the qualifying yesterday as well. So a real shame for them not to be out there. It's a beautiful day for a stroll around the Circuit Paul Ricard, of course, because that's the part of the beauty of endurance racing, is you can go and look at various different vantage points around the circuit.
Absolutely, and we have one of the best views on the circuit, obviously with all the different cameras, but if you've got 6 hours to wander around, you can see from every single position what's going on. I've always got my positioning wrong whenever I'm trackside. I'm never in the action. I've never kind of seen like big things going on in front of me. I've had people say that they come back and cars have tumbled in front of them. Everything's been fine, but I've never quite been in the action in that sort of way trackside.
I had my first drama this year, which was not really a drama at all, which was a car going off in front of me during the Nürburgring 24 hours this year. But we were at quite an elevated position relative to the track, so it wasn't like we had to duck down or anything. I have had a bit of tyre rubber flicked into my face by a drifting car.
I've had that at Monaco.
Yeah,
I've had that at Monaco in Formula One, and you can stand by the tunnel if you're media, and parts of the track as they blast into the tunnel.
So Claire, I think you dropped some names.
I didn't mention a name.
I think you need to.
I didn't mention.
Pick that
I
up.
said no names, but it does kick up a little bit of stuff, and I actually kept a little bit of the green curbing that.
Oh, you would, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's in my jewellery box. Yeah.
I've seen photos of people who keep gravel.
Yeah.
I'm sure the circuits hate that.
No. Well, there was only a tiny little bit of muck that got thrown at me, but it's in my jewellery box.
Okay, well, Jim Pla has vacated the Signatech Alpine, and he is in the garage with Alexandre. Let's hear from him.
Relais avec cette Alpine.
Bon, plutôt un relais plutôt tranquille parce que voilà, on n'est pas dans la même catégorie que les Porsche ou même que les Alpine Cup, par contre on est au-dessus. Mais voilà, le but de cette course, c'est vraiment de faire rouler la voiture le plus possible, d'aller au bout des 6 heures pour fiabiliser au maximum la nouvelle GT4 Evo pour l'année prochaine. Et puis voilà.
Parlez-nous justement de cette évolution. Qu'est-ce qui sont les petits points qui changent par rapport à la version qu'on connaît aujourd'hui?
Alors, bonne question, plein de petites choses. Mais je laisserai répondre Lionel qui est beaucoup plus pointu sur ça que moi. En tout cas, on a voilà, des facilités de réglage ou des réglages un peu plus poussés que l'ancienne évolution, qui nous a permis malgré tout de bien mieux régler la caisse que prévu. Donc ça, c'est un bon point pour cette voiture-là. Et puis après, voilà, là, ce qui compte vraiment, c'est la fiabilité, comme je vous ai dit.
Bon, on va voir et on espère vous voir à l'arrivée. Merci Jim.
Well, in and out of pit lane while we were listening to Jim Pla there is Jean-Bernard Bouvet, the race leader. Fastest lap of the race has been done by Tom Jackson at 2:03.448 for the Brit. So we see Jean-Bernard Bouvet still aboard the Ferrari. That's a lost track position to Jean-Paul Dominici and Miguel Moala, but of course has been in and out of pit lane. There is Tom Jackson in 7th position overall, with that fastest lap of the race. It's the silver graded driver. I think not many people know about. You know what we haven't talked about with Tom? Actually, and I don't think we've
talked quite a lot about him.
We have talked quite a lot of him. There is a lot to say about Tom, in fairness. So I don't think we even brought this up in Mugello as well. But you know, he's had a black belt in karate since he was 10 years old.
No, has he? I didn't ask him that on the grid. I'll have to ask him that next time.
Absolutely. Yeah, he was a national champion.
National champion? He must have been, what,
karate.
like 13 or so?
Oh, yeah, no. So it was in 2007 he represented GB in the World Championships in Bulgaria. Oh. So in 2007 he would have been 11.
Yeah.
10 or 11.
Oh.
Not bad.
Wrestling?
Karate.
Karate.
I'm not sure how one judges karate.
Well, it's an Olympic sport, isn't it, karate? Judo's an Olympic sport.
I've never watched it, though.
Yeah.
Was judo on in Paris this year?
Yeah, judo was.
Completely missed that.
Yeah. Oh, it had the amazing guy that turned up to the Formula One race. What was his name? I'm going to have to... He was a French guy. And I bet every French person listening is champion. What was his name? Teddy Riner. I think that was his name. He was... Yeah, this guy. He was an absolute legend.
Which Grand Prix did he turn up to? Can you remember?
Yeah.
I'll admit I have missed a lot of Grand Prix this year. I probably missed the whole thing on this.
He was with Alpine. They tagged him here. Oh,
okay.
Judo Olympic legend. Yeah. Can't remember which one he came to. I'll have a look. 1 second.
Okay. Of course.
Oh.
Yeah. So Tom Jackson, the coach to Amir Naran, was racing in Britcar with Amir last year in a GT4 Mercedes. They finished third in the championship together. In fact, scored 108 points in car 108. and then moving into a part-time campaign with the GT Open in Pro-Am this year. So Miguel Muala now leads the race, yet to come into pit lane, of course.
Monza.
It was Monza that
with Alpine.
This chap came to.
Honestly, he's an Olympic legend. He was incredible during the Olympics.
Is he an Olympic legend in the same way that the Turkish shooter is a legend?
No.
Or is he
actually
extremely accomplished?
No, he's an Olympic champion. He's like a 11-time world champion in heavyweight.
Oh, okay.
He does open weight as well. He's an Olympic champion. I don't know how many Olympic medals he's got, but he definitely won some in Paris. But yeah, he was fascinating to watch during the Paris Olympics. Paris Olympics, brilliant. He's born on my birthday.
Oh, we need to get a little link up with Tom
Do you know
Jackson.
who else is born on my birthday?
Tom Jackson?
No, I'll have to look when he's born. No, Gunther Steiner. We share a birthday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do you share a birthday with anyone famous?
Don't think so.
When's your birthday? Well, actually, don't say, because you might not want to say it on
Do you want
air.
my address as well, Claire?
Yeah, write it down. Write it down for
I
me,
think
and I'll have a look.
it might be the same as like a Rolling Stone or something. 14th of September 1996 for Tom Jackson, by the way.
14th of September. That's not my birthday.
No, okay. Which is why I made the mistake earlier of saying he was 27.
Amy
because
Winehouse?
I hadn't updated the age sheet that I have, basically.
There you go.
Because he had his birthday this year.
That's always annoying.
So he is 28
He shares
now.
birthday with Amy Winehouse, Andrew Lincoln. Don't recognise many of the other names, I'm not going to lie to you.
Fair enough.
But yeah. April the 7th, also the day before I was born, obviously Jim Clark died. Memorable day
that year.
Yeah, you need my skincare routine if that's the case.
Yeah. Well, Tom Jackson here is about to unlap himself from the Vision car and breezes by Jean-Paul Pani. It is now at the wheel of the Vision. Just did the fastest first sector last time around. In fact, that might even have been for position, actually. Timing screen's a little confused at the moment. So I think that might be Jackson now up into 4th position. Well, it hasn't updated on the left-hand side. Meanwhile, let's head down into the Vision garage with Alexandre.
Jean-Bernard, on vous a quitté après une séance de qualification difficile qui a été raccourcie suite à un problème technique. On vous retrouve après un excellent premier relais. On imagine que vous auriez signé pour une telle remontée de la première heure.
Ouais, on a déjà fait le boulot de ramener une pompe de direction assistée. Voilà, dans la nuit, les gars ont bien bossé. Voilà, ils sont couchés très tard. Et grâce à eux, on a pu être sur effectivement la grille de départ. Après, c'est vrai qu'il faut refaire le boulot, il faut remonter. Il y a des choses faciles au début, il y en a des moins faciles. On a vu que c'était un peu tendu sur les premiers tours entre on va dire les grosses, GT3. Dans ce cas-là, faut être calme, faut laisser un peu faire et puis faut pas être trop gourmand. 6 heures, c'est plus une 4 heures, c'est déjà un poil plus de l'endurance encore et l'expérience des 24 heures font que dans ce cas-là, voilà, faut rouler vite, faut pas faire n'importe quoi. De toute façon, ça remonte, faut pas être trop pressé et puis après, une fois que la piste elle a été claire, la voiture fonctionne bien. J'ai aligné des tours dans des temps à peu près corrects sans me mettre trop dans le rouge et puis voilà.
Comment vous voyez la suite de la course et le prochain relais qui arrive?
Maintenant, il faut enchaîner les relais. Donc Jean-Paul fait son premier. C'est encore long. Voilà. Il faut être régulier, comme je dis toujours. Il faut aligner les tours, quitte à être un poil moins vite, mais pas faire de faute. Gérer le trafic comme d'hab. Et puis, si on fait ça tout le temps, normalement, ça fait des beaux résultats. C'est comme ça l'endurance.
puis on sait que ce circuit Paul Ricard, il est propice à votre voiture et c'est un endroit où vous performez toujours.
Ouais, en général, on est bien ici. La Ferrari, c'est vrai qu'elle aime bien les courbes rapides, les chicanes. Il y a un petit peu de serré où là, on manque de relance toujours avec les cups, mais il n'y en a pas beaucoup. La piste, elle est belle. Moi, j'adore ce circuit en plus, donc bon, normalement, voilà, tout est mis bout à bout pour bien finir.
Merci Jean-Bernard.
Slight change in the driver lineup for Vision this weekend. Of course, David Hallyday, normally the third driver alongside Jean-Paul Pani and Jean-Bernard Bouvet, but David Hallyday on tour at the moment, of course, the French artist. And so, as it was in Hockenheim, it's Romain Iannetta who'll be in the car later on. Former Le Mans 24-hour driver, former motorcycle racer as well in the late 80s and early 90s. So Tom Jackson is the fastest car on track at the moment. Oh, yellow flags at Le Bousset. Why is that the case? Oh, a wide moment as well for the 417 car of Jean-Pierre Ancelin. Sure what was going on during the final couple of corners there. Didn't see who was off at turn 11 as well, and doesn't look like race control is going to be too helpful, sorry, with helping to determine that one. All right, so as things have shaken out, so Olivier Favre's just come back into pit lane, but as it stands, Gabriel Pirmont leads for GP Racing ahead of Olivier Favre and Alex Homerson, so still 3 Porsche Cup cars inside the top 3 overall, although the Get Speed Mercedes Tom Jackson is about to get past one of the Porsche Cup cars. I don't think it's one of the leaders, and definitely not for position. So it's GP Racing, Pro Sport and 2B Autosport. 1, 2 and 3. Tom Jackson now leads in UCS 1 ahead of Jean-Paul Pani for Vision, and then Miguel Moala just coming into pit lane in the 22 Vortex.
Well, Tom Jackson definitely making his mark once again in this series, isn't he? His teammate started the race, and Tom Jackson now taking over. He was talking about this on the grid, wasn't he, about the how they're going to slice up their timings because there's only 2 of them. And he was saying that for Narine, it's his longest stint that I think he's ever going to do.
Yes.
In endurance racing.
Well,
so
he won't have done, because they don't do endurance racing in the GT Open. You know, it's a 70-minute race maximum, really. So he'll at most do maybe 35 minutes. But GP Racing leading the way. Let's head down into the garage with Alexandre.
Je suis avec l'homme de ce premier relais en catégorie Porsche Cup, Victor Bernier, qui a placé le GP Racing Team en première position de la catégorie. Victor, un relais type sprint avec des dépassements et de la bataille.
Ouais, c'était un relais assez offensif, on va dire. C'était un peu la stratégie avec l'équipe qu'on avait mis en place. Donc c'était un bon premier relais. Vraiment, la voiture était vraiment confort, on va dire. À la fin, il y avait un peu de gestion, mais globalement, super relais. Donc à voir pour la suite.
On vous a vu après la safety car être juste derrière la Pro Sport. Il y avait un pilote bronze dedans et l'autre pilote silver, c'était Hugo Chevalier qui était encore devant vous. Le but, c'était de passer cette Pro Sport le plus rapidement possible pour ensuite se battre avec Hugo.
Ouais, exactement. Il fallait perdre le moins de temps possible. Franchement, je pense que ça a été fait. Pendant 2-3 tours après, j'étais derrière Hugo. Je savais que j'avais un meilleur rythme. Et après, c'est revenu petit à petit. J'ai profité de la Ferrari qui revenait derrière pour le passer dans le bosset après. Donc, puis ensuite, j'ai pu garder mon rythme et ma course.
Quand est-ce qu'on vous reverra dans la voiture?
Normalement aux alentours de 16h. Moi je fais juste le dernier relais, là j'ai déjà passé un bon relais. Maintenant c'est aux gars de continuer, donc à voir la suite.
Merci Victor.
Victor Bernier in the GP Racing garage. He'll be back out in the final stint as well. Of course, at this stage of the race, he was saying it's important just to not lose too much time. Happy with the pace. Work continues in the Seb Lejeune Racing Garage on the 888 car. Drivers waiting somewhat patiently to get back in and have that car back on the racetrack. Gabriel Pilmar here is about to put a lap on Jean-Paul Pani by the looks of it.
This is the thing with endurance racing, isn't it? You think you know what's going on, and then suddenly a lap or two changes things if people don't come in for pit stops and all sorts. Tom Jackson is still... We've got a Porsche leading, which I'm assuming won't end like that.
Well, yeah.
In theory.
In theory, the GT3 cars are quicker, but
yeah,
obviously it depends on the combinations. The Porsches were the fastest cars at the start of the race. Of course, with a few of the quick cars starting at the back, and Amir Naran falling backwards at the start.
Yeah. I was going to just ask, where does strategy lie for a 6-hour race? What, is it with the clear weather, and unless you haven't had any issues? So obviously, like we said with Nareen, he went backwards obviously at the start, but Tom Jackson is arguably the fastest driver as the silver obviously out there. But how much do you think that's impacted their strategy, for example?
Well, there's not much they can do in terms of getting the quick driver in, because of course he's limited on the amount of time.
Yeah.
In fact, I was looking at that before we went to speak to Victor Bernier. So for an AM and a silver, then the maximum stint time, well, the maximum driving time that Tom can do is 3 hours.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to split it evenly, basically.
Yeah.
Between them.
So would the faster driver finish in this scenario, do you think? I would assume Tom Jackson would be into the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is what he did, I think, last time out,
Yes.
didn't he? He finished the race.
Yeah, I think it will be maybe 2 hours for Tom Jackson, or 1 hour now, and then Amir will do his 2-hour stint next time around. It's quite a bit simpler when you only have 2 drivers.
Yeah, much.
Quite nice, actually. Obviously, quite a bit more work to do for the drivers themselves, but a little bit easier for us to try and work out what might be happening. Alex Homerson, from 2nd position overall for Pro Sport Racing, heads into pit lane. The NLS racer, under the tutelage of Stephen Palletz, because the Belgian driver hasn't driven this car before this weekend. He's been racing in Fun Cup, but in terms of his Nürburgring competition, this year it's been GT4. The 26-year-old has been in SP10 cars in NLS, and so Stephen Palletz, a class champion in GT World Challenge and an LMP3 champion in LMP3 champion in Asian Le Mans is what I was meant to say there. And competing this year with the Schumacher CLRT Porsche in GT World Challenge Sprint. But knows the car exceptionally well from his stints in Carrera Cup France and Porsche Super Cup, although that would have been with the previous generation car. That, of course, knows the current generation GT3 version of the car from GT World Challenge this year.
So I think soon we might start seeing a few driver changes. Have we had any driver changes yet? Yes, quite a few.
Yes, quite a few.
So I was looking at the timing screen as I said that. So I was speaking.
Yeah, I think everyone's changed drivers once.
Of course, because Tom Jackson, yeah.
Except for Sébastien Loeb and Sébastien Loeb. Two cars that have spent a lot of time in the pits.
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't Ligier still in the pits? Is he back out?
Ligier's still in the pits, yes.
Yes, I was going to say.
That's why the driver change. Technically, Xavier Nauf hasn't done a driver change with Gregory Sauvage just yet either.
They looked very sad when I went past them earlier. They looked very frustrated. And usually you hope to see a car get back underway, at least if they can't take the start. You know, and they work incredibly hard, as we saw with Sébastien Loeb's car, the number 20 Vortex. They got it back out and running after 15 minutes, didn't they? That was such impressive work from the Vortex crew after getting into a bit of a tangle at the beginning of the race and beaching himself basically at the entry of the pit lane. But not quite in the right place, unfortunately, was he? He had to get picked up and
just after the pit lane entry. But I think he lost drive anyway with that suspension damage.
Yeah, couldn't do anything with it. It was beached, I'm afraid. Though I did see when the car came back, and you wouldn't expect for a 9-time rally champion to get his hands dirty, but as they were pushing the Vortex off the back of the pickup truck, he climbed on top of the truck and started pushing it off the truck to help out the team. So getting his hands dirty indeed, and watching over the team, and ran back up to help with the team as soon as he could. So obviously a hands-on type of guy.
I think we mistake racing drivers a lot of the time because I think even in GT racing it's very rare you see that. But rally drivers are a very different breed, aren't they?
They definitely are. Have you done a rally before?
Have I done a rally?
Like, have you been to a rally?
I've not. I actually know very little about rallying.
They're good rallies. I went the year when Kimi Räikkönen, so my dad works it, so we used to go quite often for the Wales rally. And I went the year that Kimi Räikkönen joined with his ICE team. And that was a very cool season.
I think this might be a battle for position for the lead in the Porsche Cup category, or the net lead anyway. They were separated by 30 seconds or so, Gabriel Pirmont and Alex Homerson, but now coming out of pit lane, they are nose to tail. And of course, minimum stationary times do play a factor in that. And it was 46 seconds for the Pro Sport car, but whatever's happened in pit lane, they were nose to tail, and Alex Homerson has made the pass on Gabriel Pirmont, and I think that does put him in the lead now in Porsche Cup, unless we are looking at a very different, just a coincidence, because they are maybe a lap apart in the pit stop cycle, but as far as I can see, that's a change for the lead in Porsche Cup.
Change on track, always interesting. Tom Jackson has taken the net lead at the moment in the UCS 1 car and setting quite a few fastest times out there. 40 laps they've done out there at the moment, and 4.5 and 25 minutes left to go of the race. And there's so much more that can happen. There's plenty more that can shake out. As we saw in the prototype race only yesterday, we saw one of the Graf team who were on course for a podium, George King at the wheel, and unfortunately had a mechanical failure and had to DNF from the race. So things happen very quickly.
Confirmation on the timing screen now. It is a net lead change for Pro Sport now in Porsche Cup. Let's head back down to the pit lane with Alexander Urbin.
Je suis en compagnie de Régis Régaud de CBS. Régis, comment se passe ce début de course avec votre BMW à la nouvelle livrée?
Ouais, la nouvelle livrée, ouais, parce que l'autre, on avait un petit problème de boîte de vitesse, donc on a pris la nouvelle, là, et ça se passe plutôt bien. J'ai pris le départ, ça s'est vraiment bien passé. J'ai fait des temps très corrects. J'ai passé le volant à Benjamin, qui lui, bien sûr, roule plus fort que nous, et qui est en train de faire des bons temps et d'être vraiment dans le coup. Voilà.
Vous parliez justement de Benjamin. Comment il vous aide dans le driving?
Benjamin, c'est lui qui nous coach, qui nous drive depuis maintenant 2 ans. Je pense qu'il nous a fait faire des progrès énormes depuis qu'on roule avec lui. L'année prochaine, il va rouler avec nous tout le temps. Par contre, on change de voiture, on sera sur Porsche. Et il va rouler toute la saison avec nous.
Il va falloir aussi l'année prochaine s'adapter à ce changement. Vous êtes prêts? Vous avez envie de rouler avec cette 992 Cup?
Alors, j'ai jamais roulé, j'ai roulé beaucoup en Porsche, mais pas avec celle-ci. J'ai déjà roulé une fois, mais bon, voilà, il va falloir s'habituer. Et puis, ce qui sera bien pour nous, c'est qu'on va avoir une concurrence un peu plus féroce. Voilà, on ne sera pas forcément les meilleurs, mais au moins, on pourra se battre avec tout le monde, quoi. Voilà, quand j'étais 4, on était des fois un petit peu seuls.
Et bon, on se donne rendez-vous en 2025 alors.
Avec plaisir.
Merci Régis.
Yellow flags out at turn 2, and trying to see why that might be the case.
Oh, that'd be
because
why.
one of the Vortex is in the wall. It's the number 21 Vortex 2.0. And who was driving that car is Pierre Fontaine in 10th position, has backed the Vortex into the wall. And you can see he's actually pushed the Tech Pro barrier quite far further into the runoff area. Pierre Fontaine, a regular in V2V and Ultimate Cup competition since 2009, and has done the 24-hour series with Vortex, but this wasn't in the script for them at all, and the door is opening now on that 21 car, and it looks like Pierre Fontaine is getting out of it, and that could be day done for the number 21 crew.
Unfortunate for the Vortex crew, they've already had a bit of a tough day already, haven't they, with the sister car of number 20. Firstly, they had sickness in one of their drivers, Arnaud Gomez, not joining us for today, and then having an issue at the beginning and having to basically repair it, and now, unfortunately, the sister car number 21 is stuck in the barriers, and it looks pretty wedged in there, actually. Even the marshals are looking a bit like, oh, what do we do with this one?
I'm somewhat surprised that more cars aren't diving for pit lane at the moment in anticipation of a safety car, because of course safety cars, safety car has been called and no one's in pit lane. Or maybe Christophe Derignoux just snuck into pit lane right in time there, but that won't make too much difference to the overall classification. Because the pit stops made under safety car do not count as your mandatory one unless you're already in the pit lane, of course. Well, Vortex have already done one very quick turnaround on one of their cars. I think this one might take a little bit longer to get back into the garage, because it's still relatively close to the pits, but it's on the outside of the circuit rather than the inside, so to speak. So the safety car picks up Tom Jackson, the race leader overall.
So this is our second safety car, is it? And both safety cars so far have been brought out because of vortexes. So tricky day for the team. But they're doing a lot more next season, aren't they, in Ultimate Cup?
Yes, the Vortex Challenge that will be launched for next year, expecting 5 or 6 cars at each round with VIP drivers. So that's what we'll be getting a taste of with Sébastien Loeb in the car. And we were going to, planning on seeing more of that next year.
Yeah, I'm excited by that. That should be good. Sébastien Loeb's anything to go by, a 9-time rally champion, and who else can we get involved? It's always good to see. Obviously, we want championship battles and consistent drivers that are here all the time. However, having a little VIP join the grid is always something exciting for everyone, and I know that's A lot of people looked at Sébastien Loeb over this weekend, and it's just disappointing to see that he had that first lap contact.
Marshall's on track at turn number 2 to extract Pierre Fontaine's car. So I think that means we haven't seen Cyril Calmont and Laurine Gaudy yet in that car. And of course, they might not now get a chance, but I'm sure as soon as the Vortex team receives that car back in pit lane, which, as I say, might take a little bit longer than it did for Sébastien Loeb's car. Right, even though these pit stops are not going to count towards the mandatory tally, Tom Jackson is coming in as well as Sébastien Loeb.
Is that surprising to see from Tom Jackson?
Olivier Gomez, excuse me, sorry, on the number 20 Vortex. Well, you may as well take advantage of being able to do it. Of course, you will have to come in again.
Yeah.
In terms of fuel, you're very limited in what you can do. It's only a 10-litre splash and dash you're able to do, but that's exactly what they're both doing. So they must have needed the splash. And, of course, they're not going to lose too much time in doing so. I almost wonder if they'll hang on to overall position, because Francois Jakubowski in the 288 car is the next car behind them and was a lap behind. So 288. Former World Endurance Championship racer. But one of their bronze drivers that currently leads in Porsche Cup. And as I called the battle between Alex Thomason and Gabriel Pirmont for the net lead, well, not according to the number of pit stops that have been served, or the mandatory stops anyway. So it should be Francois Jakubowski from Olivier Favre for 2B Autosport. And so
there it is, the two cars that have come in. Sebastian, sorry, you said it was Gomez, didn't you?
Olivia Gomez,
Olivia Gomez and car 20, and Tom Jackson getting their quick splash and dash, which is actually just outside of our commentary box. Yep. We are not commentating in the toilets, but just behind that.
Yeah, great big truck just behind there.
It's quite nice because you can hear the cars revving up as they leave. And yeah, we have to be quite careful as we're walking to our commentary box, because we can't walk straight through the refueling. So we've got to walk all the way around it.
Well, we can. You just got to be a little bit careful.
You've got to walk around it.
Maybe, yeah. Well,
you've got to walk around it.
I'm impatient. I'm from London, so I'm impatient.
You're from Sutton.
It's in Fair Zone 5.
It's in Kent.
It's the exact opposite side.
Wait, which one did I say it was? It's not. It's which one did I say it was? It's not Kent, is it? It's not London.
Surrey.
Surrey, that's the one I meant. It's in Surrey. It's in the. The problem is I think you've got the postcode of London, haven't you?
Yeah.
And then you're not really in London. It's a bit like Welling and Bromley. They don't really belong anywhere. Bless them.
Well, it takes 25 minutes to get to the centre of the capital, which is a nice thing to have. Right, just looking at timing and scoring to see if Jean-Paul Pani is going to end up taking the lead of the race while Tom Jackson is in pit lane. He's on the pit exit now, so that shouldn't be the case. Although 26 seconds when they cross the line, so actually it might be Jean-Paul Pani back into the lead as a result of that. Jean-Paul Pani himself is now coming into pit lane, so surely he'll go for a quick splash as well.
Must have been a badly timed safety car. We're all getting a bit desperate. Not badly timed, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, of course.
All just about to come in and get some.
Right in the middle of the strategy window.
Yeah.
So lead car behind the safety car now will be the Alpine Cup car. So unless that car also comes in before the safety car peels in, it's going to be quite a hectic restart, I'd have thought, with the Alpine leading the way, because and no disrespect to them, they are the slowest cars in the field, and trying to work out which one it actually is. Chazelle have very helpfully put identical liveries on all 5 of their cars, and so it's not the Cup car, it's the GT4. So it looks remarkably similar. So that's Jean-Mathieu Leandri in the GT4 Evo in 7th position. That's the head of the safety car queue, and the safety car is coming in this lap. So it will be Jean-Mathieu Leandri who leads the field when we get going again, the former World Rally Championship driver. So Seb Loeb is in really good company, because there's loads of ex-rally drivers out there in various other machinery. But of course, recently Leandri has been making the switch over to circuit racing, starting off with the French touring cars and the BMW M2 for a couple of years, and then spent this year and last year as well racing with Chazelle in that Alpine GT4 Evo in the GT4 European Series. A race winner in the AM Cup.
So safety car is coming in this lap after the 21 Vortex unfortunately hit into the wall and is, from what we can see, out of this race. For the second issue that we've seen in the Vortex, with Sébastien Loeb being the first car to bring out the safety car earlier in the race. He did manage to get back out though in car number 20, but as we know is running pretty far down the field, with Olivier Gomez now in the car, the bronze driver currently running in 16th at the moment. And the two at the front of the pack at the moment have run into, get a little bit of a splash and dash in terms of fuel. Safety car then peels away.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that Jean-Mathieu Leandri left enough space for the safety car to go, because I wonder if that'll be considered overtaking the safety car before it peeled into pit lane. It was just at the guideline into the pit lane, but was nowhere near actually getting into pit lane itself. So I wonder if race control will want to take a look at that as the Porsche Cup runners clear the GT4 car in front of them. And so it looked like the 417 that was the first car to go through. So Philippe Châtelet. See Olivier Favre and Alex Homerson squabbling for position, as they are with Francois Jakubowski, but the Alpine is between them. So those 3 Porsches are fighting for position, as is Gabriel Pimont. So it's 4 fighting for. So those 4 Porsche Cup cars, not the 417, that is a lap down, but the top 4 in Porsche Cup all line astern at the moment, and separated by about 2 seconds, I'd say. Tom Jackson retakes the lead of the race, meanwhile, so as the Pro Sport car, Alex Homerson, tries to clear Jean-Mathieu Leandri's Alpine into Scene Corner, so that puts a car between himself and Gabriel Pimont, but it is Seb Ligier Racing from 2B Autosport, from Pro Sport, from GP Racing, all vying for the lead now in Porsche Cup, and the advantage you would think would be with Pro Sport, as they've got their silver class driver on board at the moment, and indeed he is hovering over the back of Olivier Favre, the father of Romain Favre, who will be out in the car later on, but has already been racing in the European Endurance Prototype Cup, and all 3 of those Porsches heading into pit lane. I wondered why Alex Homerson had the right indicator on, and that's why the second, third and fourth place cars in Porsche Cup all coming in together.
I will never get over the fact that some drivers put their indicator on. I just love it. I respect the rules of the road. I just think it's excellent. I think some drivers in real life could take a few.
It's all about communication with your rivals,
yeah,
isn't it?
I mean, just let them know. You're just popping into the right. I just got a lot of time for it. So driver changes here then.
Unsurprisingly, Jean-Mathieu Leandri has been clocked for a safety car procedure infringement.
Yeah, that was quick at you. You noticed that immediately.
I imagine, well, maybe I've got him a penalty. Maybe that's another case of that happening.
Yeah.
But
listening to us.
so that is under investigation with the stewards at the moment. Fresh Goodyear's going aboard the Pro Sports car, and Alex Homerson also vacating the 901 machine. So who haven't they cycled in just yet? I imagine it will be Stephen Pallett, their other silver class driver, who will be getting aboard the car. Coaching Alex Homerson and Simon Bastian for this weekend. Stephen Pallett, the 33-year-old from Saint-Douchard, LMP3 champion, as I mentioned, with some familiar names from the Prototype Cup. He won it with CD Sports. Antoine Docan and Christophe Cresp were his teammates in that 2022 championship winning campaign. So Tom Jackson leads by 43.2 seconds now to Jean-Paul Pani. Francois Jakubowski has stayed out in the lead in the Seb Ligier Racing Porsche Cup car in third position overall. First car out of pit lane is Olivier Favre. So they have beaten everyone else in the battle for the pit stop cycle there, and they've come out I think a lap behind the class leader. So there's the 417 car that was a lap down, but the black and blue Seb Ligier Racing car there's Francois Jakubowski, the class leader. And we do have confirmation shortly, hopefully. So Loic Thiers is now aboard the GP Racing Porsche. He's been quick on the driver ID switch there, but if there was, felt like there was a driver change at Pro Sports. If there has been, then they haven't quite got the driver ID switched yet. Jean-Mathieu Leandri just gets a warning flag. Well, actually, it says driving standards. That might be a separate incident, actually, because normally once something is under investigation, it comes up with no further action if there's no penalty. So I think that's a separate warning flag for driving standards that Leandri has been given there potentially.
Also, you wouldn't get a warning flag if you're under investigation unless there was...
Yeah.
You just wouldn't.
Yeah, so, no, that's a good point.
Oh dear. Drama then for car 36. Yep. Yellow's at turn 9.
Yellow's at turn 9, which is the Mistral chicane. Well, green flags now being shown there.
Must have been just a brief spin. Car number 21, unfortunately, that brought out that yellow, brought out the safety car rather, yellow safety car. Wasn't yellow. Brought out the safety car, will not go back out on track. Unfortunately, there is too much damage.
I mean, in fact, it was a yellow at first.
Yes.
So it did bring out a yellow.
Yes, it brought out the yellows. Brought out the yellows, then brought out the safety car.
And then brought out the safety car.
But yeah, unfortunately, hit into the wall, and there's too much damage for even the Vortex crew this time round. So no longer taking part, the car number 21.
Well, we are 3 cars down then, by the looks of it, as Olivier Favre was trying to unlap himself from Francois Jakubowski, but has not been able to do so. So unless there is an issue with the driver ID, it is still Alex Homerson down at Pro Sport. I could have sworn I saw the driver change happening there, unless they were fiddling with something else inside. Definitely looked like someone was trying to look like strapping someone in or helping someone get out. Maybe it was working on the radio. But Alex Hommerson on the back of Olivier Favre for second position in the Porsche Cup category. So heading down the Mistral. Remember Alex Hommerson, the silver graded driver. Heading out of the Mistral, and yeah, Alex Hommerson did manage to make that move on Olivier Favre. So change for second position in the Porsche Cup category with Alex Hommerson now into second position for Pro Sport ahead of 2B Autosport's Olivier Favre, silver class driver, moving ahead of bronze.
So, coming into just 4 hours left of this 6-hour race. We've got 2 hours down and plenty more racing to come. At the moment, it is Tom Jackson leading the way, the silver driver in the UCS 108. Jean-Paul Bagnet sitting second at the moment, car number 1, which we're used to seeing, obviously, be up or thereabouts in the podium positions. Car number 1, the Ferrari. And it'll be interesting to see which it will be. Will Tom Jackson be able to beat that car number 1 once again, as he did last time he joined us? Was it Magny-Cours? I've forgotten. It was Mugello, wasn't it? No.
So who are we talking
Tom
about?
Jackson.
Sorry, I was looking at something else.
When did he last join us?
Oh, it was at Mugello, the wild card outing they had with us. Yes.
So when he joined us, and luckily they had the race that wasn't completely washed out, because we had an awful storm in Mugello, which affected the prototype race that we had in the afternoon.
It was very good timing for GT Endurance, because it was a sort of light sprinkling of rain towards the end of the race, whereas by the time the prototypes got out, we couldn't see anything, and we ended up having a 2-hour red flag with soaked drivers and soaked through cars.
Soaked through me.
Yes.
I was out there in my trainers, and I think I still haven't put them in the wash to dry out yet.
Did you get a poncho from Team Virage in the end?
No.
Ah.
When were they meant to give me a poncho?
They had some ponchos out there. They certainly did for their mechanics.
I
anyway.
missed that. No.
Meanwhile, a 5-second time penalty coming in for car number 22, Philippe Fertoret in the Vortex. So that is the second track limits penalty to come through. And so it was Jim Pla who had the honour of the first one. It is now the French tarmac rally driver, Philippe Fertoret, who picks up the second one. Back into pit lane comes race leader Tom Jackson as we approach the end of the second hour of the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup 6-hour finale. Leading Jean-Paul Pani in the standings. And is this going to be, yep, it's going to be a stop in front of the box first for Tom Jackson. And it looks like Amir Naran's getting back aboard the car. So they've done 1 hour apiece. This surely then will be the 2-hour stint to come for Amir Naran. And a fresh set of boots going on the Get Speed Mercedes as well. So Tom Jackson strapping Amir Naran into the Mercedes. So as we approach the end of the second hour, Tom Jackson, race leader, into pit lane, handing over to Amir Naran. Let's look back on the action so far.
So back racing here with Amir Naran behind the wheel of the 108, who is coming for another driver change. Started with Amir Naran, and Tom Jackson came in for an hour, and now Naran is back out there. The AM driver with Tom Jackson, the silver driver of the pairing, looking to pick up another win in the GT Endurance. Obviously, this is a 6-hour race. For the rest of the season, we've had 4-hour races out there. And these guys are looking once again to pick up a win, just like they did in Mugello. But it will be Jean-Paul Pagnet who will be the one to try and put a stop to that in the UCS 1, car number 1, who's leading the way at the moment. But we're following Amir Naran. With 3 hours 53 left on the clock. So plenty more racing to come and plenty more action still to come. Unfortunately, we've lost car number 21, who crashed into the wall and brought out a safety car. Too much damage for the Vortex team to get them back out. Car number 20 had issues as well at the beginning of the race. Sébastien Loeb was driving, but unfortunately missed a couple of laps, but managed to get back out. And 701 has got issues with the rear left twisted wishbone and transmission issues. So not a good day out there for some of the drivers. 701 in UCS 3 at the moment, and currently in the pit lane.
I'm not sure we saw what happened to 701, if that was some sort of contact. Maybe my memory's a bit foggy, but I don't remember seeing what happened to Christophe Derignoux and how that happened, unless it was just a sort of mechanical failing of the suspension and transmission. So, you know, one's rather connected to the other. So this Vimana by Get Speed, because they're German outfit based at the Nürburgring. Adam Osika's a very successful team that's had a lot of success at the Nürburgring 24 hours and did very well at the Spa 24 hours earlier this year with the class wins in both the gold and silver class categories. Part of that army of cars that they had in the International GT Open this year as well. Often factory supported as well in the blue ribboned events throughout the year. Oh, that's a slow moving Vortex, number 22 of Philippe Ferteret.
Still slow moving.
Yes, it is. Now this we had a note for this car that it picked up a 5-second time penalty, but this looks like some sort of mechanical drama for the number 22 Vortex.
It is not Vortex's day.
No, it is not. And I've just noticed they've taken off the shark teeth and blood spatters.
I was going to say that to you. I wasn't sure if it was, because we do so many categories over the weekend, I couldn't remember if it was in the sprint or it was definitely there.
Vortex actually weren't represented in the sprint, quite surprisingly, actually. I think for the first time this year they didn't have a car in sprint. Well, it's going, it's gone.
Oh dear. He tried.
So Philippe Ferteret comes to a stop at the penultimate corner, turn 13, or just before the penultimate corner, in fact.
Oh, he's got to go.
Oh, there's a bit of life left in there yet. Go on, pit lane's only there. He's just got to get it a few hundred meters further.
Oh,
he's taking the long route round. So is that just sort of some sort of electrical reset, I wonder? He's coming to pit lane anyway. So I'm sure the team will be able to take a closer look at what's gone wrong on that number 22 car.
Oh, it's a tight pit lane, isn't it? You forget how tight Paul Ricard is.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely a marked improvement on the old pit lane entry they had here. Remember the first year that Formula One came back and you'd be on the middle of the straight and suddenly swing right over to the pit lane, which was
Didn't that
mildly
catch
terrifying.
Sebastian Vettel out once?
I think it caught a few people out in the first year. Although I will say actually, that the first time I think it got added to the Formula One game before it really became known about in real life.
Yeah.
As well. So I remember turning on the Formula One game one day, doing my French Grand Prix in my career mode, and suddenly it's telling me pit lanes all the way over here, and I had no clue what on earth it was on about. And I thought, what on earth is this that I've just found in this game? They updated it in the game before they updated it finished updating it in real life.
Oh, that's impressive.
Well, it was the case at Silverstone as well, because they had the new bridge that connects the new Hilton Hotel to the paddock buildings. That was in the game before it was finished in real life as well, and it was unrecognisable to me at Silverstone.
Yeah,
when I
they
picked
must
up
give
that game.
the blueprints of what it's going to look like for that year, I guess.
Yeah, I think they get some sort of sketch
blueprints.
Yeah, some blueprints and some sort of 3D renderings of what it's going to look like.
Blueprints.
Yeah, blueprints and 3D renderings of what it's going to look like.
Yes.
So, lap number 55 completed for Amir Naran, who is 39 seconds behind new race leader Jean-Paul Pani, but 2 of the mandatory pit stops completed for this Get Speed Mercedes, only 1 for the Vision Ferrari in the lead. So that would give a net lead back to Get Speed when Jean-Paul Pani brings his car back to the box.
Amir Naran is circulating faster than I think he was when he was in his first stint. He's holding up his timings pretty well out there.
Currently lapping faster than race leader Jean-Paul Pani, about 1.5 seconds quicker last time around in the low 207s. I think he did do some 206s, maybe some 205s in the first stint, but of course it's still early days in the stint for Amir Naran. And what we often see with some of the bronze drivers is they need a few laps to sort of settle into the rhythm.
Fair enough. Take me a couple of laps.
I think it would take me the whole 6 hours.
Yeah, I was going to say that's true.
to get up to speed. Olivier Gomez continuing to circulate in the number 20 Vortex, which I think is now the only healthy car from the French marque in the field. Not for lack of trying, of course. After the contact with Amir Naran on the first lap. The 288 Seb Lejeune racing Porsche that is still leading in Porsche Cup, but has had a driver change to Laurent Ransaglia, another driver who was regraded from bronze down to AM ahead of this race. Laurent Ransaglia, the Frenchman, one of 3 bronze drivers in that car, alongside Jean-Paul Dominici and Francois Jakubowski. And so they're circulating through their bronze drivers at the moment, before handing over to their silver class driver, Lucas Valk, a Super Trofeo racer for this year for the DL Racing squad. Not sure how much experience he's had in terms of Porsche Cup machinery, because he's raced at Super Trofeo for the last 2 years, Praga in Belcar Endurance Series in Belgium, and then before that was in the Ultimate Cup paddock in the Monoplace Series with the Formula Renault 2 litre. So I think this will be a new experience for Lucas Valk.
So 3 hours 45 then left on the clock. This is our second 6-hour race that we've had in Ultimate Cup. Our first was in the prototype in Portimao, the second round of the championship, and then to finish the season in style, we are doing the 6 hours of the GT Endurance Cup as well.
I think what we've seen in both cases really is the extra attention those races seem to get, with slightly bolstered entry lists and a few more sort of headline drivers. As we definitely had some great action in the prototype 6 hour in Portimao, with some great battles in the earlier stages. Of course, that race is somewhat marred and remembered for Stéphane Ortelli's horrifying crash on the start and finish straight. And of course, we are still wishing Stéphane all the best in his recovery and return to racing. But definitely a memorable event, the first ever 6 hour for the Ultimate Cup. And we will be doing the same again in 2025 as well. Both championships will be a combination of 4 and 6 hour races. The difference next year, though, will be that the 6 hour races will be worth more points, which does kind of make sense for longer races being worth more points, a bit like Le Mans is a double points round of the World Endurance Championship. The Bahrain 8 hours is a 1.5 times the points of a normal 6 hour race. But of course, other changes coming for GT Endurance, which will be rebranded to the Kennel Endurance Cup for next year, and a reshuffling of the categories as well. So UCS1 will still be for GT3 machinery and accommodating the Vortex 2.0 that we're seeing on screen at the moment as well. But we'll be doing away with the Porsche Cup category. Instead, that will be merged with UCS2, which will accommodate basically everything between GT3 and GT4. So Porsche Cup categories, Porsche Cup cars, Ferrari Challenge machinery, the Vortex 1.0 as well, which is currently a UCS3 car, whereas GT4 cars will then be moved up into UCS3, and then UCS4 will basically be the UCS Light category that we have now, with Alpine Cup cars, Ligier Gestuars, the Ginetta GT Academy machine as well. And then, of course, Alpine also announcing to the drivers during the briefing as well. Details a bit thin on the ground at the moment, so keep an eye out for more during the off-season. But the Alpine Endurance Cup will be launched within the Kennel Endurance Cup for next year. So basically, the battle we've seen throughout UCS Light has all been about the Alpines, and that will be a championship within itself as well next year for Alpine machinery. And still 3 15-minute qualifying sessions to set the grid, but 6 and 4 hour races. One thing we're also changing across the board is points for pole position as well in each class. So 1 bonus point will be up for grabs, and then as we mentioned earlier, more points on offer for the 6 hour race. So I imagine that'll be sort of 1.5 times the number of points, but of course yet to have those details confirmed. Part of a modicum of changes coming through the Ultimate Cup Series. So if you weren't with us in Magny-Cours and you didn't see the annual press conference, we've got big changes coming for our other endurance series as well, the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Not only will we be switching from Michelin's to Goodyear and expanding our relationship with Goodyear, which currently supplies our GT series, GT Sprint and GT Endurance, which started at the beginning of this year. We'll be expanding that into the Prototype Cup, which will be moving solely to Nova MPO2 cars. Currently it is the combination of Novas and LMP3 cars. Yesterday we had our last combined Nova and LMP3 race. So Team Virage get the honour of the final LMP3 Drivers' Championship. Into Europol, the final LMP3 race winners. So just the Novas for next year, and again a combination of 6 and 4 hour races. That again is also introducing bonus points for pole position. Oh, little off for Olivier Gomez as he tried to get into pit lane. I hope that was intentional. Oh, one of the Alpines has gone for a spin as well there at turn 14. Didn't quite see who that was. Looked like one of the red trimmed cars, but see, hopefully if it comes up. Right, that might be Anthony de Barn. That went for a spin there, but yeah, just finish up what I was saying. Oh, it's car 93, Bruno's Serviso. Fourth in UCS Light at the moment. Yes, in the Prototype Cup as well, we'll be introducing new category with the Bronze Cup for all bronze lineups. And introducing a new LMP3 series for next year. Working in tandem with the ACO to provide a home for this second generation of car that will no longer be in use in ACO competition at European Le Mans Series and Le Mans Cup from 2025, with 2 55-minute sprint races and no mandatory pit stops. And there's going to be a Pro Cup for Gold and Platinum drivers, a Silver Cup for Silver Class drivers, and an AM Cup for Bronze rated drivers. As well, which we're very excited to see. And then, of course, racing in familiar and new locations, as Cleo was alluding to earlier, starting and ending the year here in Paul Ricard, as has become tradition, as well as having our pre-season testing events here in February. But we go to Mugello in April. For the third time, a second visit to Portimao in June, and our first visit to Motorland Aragon in Spain in September, and I've returned to Magny-Cours as well. So another great international calendar, but without the need for international licenses. You can still compete in these championships with a national license. So those are the changes for next year. And in fact, as well, in GT Sprint, that shuffling around of the categories is mirrored there with Ferrari Challenge cars joining the UCS2 category, with UCS3 for GT4 cars, and then the Alpines, Jazz2Rs, the midgets as well in UCS4. But the Porsche Cup will remain in GT Sprint for next year. And so Carl van der Westen will be able to defend his Porsche Cup title, should he choose to do so, after sealing that crown this morning in rather dramatic fashion, because his brother Cesar and his nearest title rival crashed out of the race at turn 2 on the opening lap after Franck Desauteau's Renault was spun across the road, and Cesar was unfortunately collected in that incident.
Saw the damage of that as I was walking back from the pit lane earlier, and the whole front right was basically just whoosh, just gone, smashed up front completely, and no headlights anymore, and I felt for Cesar.
Yeah, it was a real shame. He came to Paul Ricard as the championship leader.
Hard to be up against your brother, isn't it?
Yes, and sharing the car as well.
Yeah, exactly. There was another, what was the other? Oh, it was in the prototype, wasn't it? The John Corbett and James Winslow. They were up against each other as well, weren't they, as driver champions, or Something like, I can't remember.
Well,
no,
it was in the Prototype Cup. It was a battle between teammates, really. In both, so it was the number 9 and number 7 Graf crews.
Yeah.
So James Winslow and John Corbett in the 7, and then the 9 of Eric Trullet and Luis San Juan, with the latter coming out on top in the end because the number 7 had to retire. So John Corbett had a left rear suspension failure in Scene Corner, which sounds like the most terrifying place to have. The only corner place I can imagine that's more scary to have that is at the very end of the Mulsanne at Le Mans. So
I think there are quite a few scary places to have it at a certain track.
Scarier than having it at Scene. That super high-speed right-hander. Into the pits comes Jean-Paul Pani from second position. This is to complete his sort of second pit stop cycle, because remember you have to come in twice. You can't refuel in the same visit as doing a tyre change or a driver swap because of the location of the refueling area. So this is to complete his second mandatory pit stop, and is looks like a driver change as well with Jean-Paul Pani getting out of the car, and potentially Romain Iannetta taking over, standing in for David Halliday. In LMP3 as well yesterday, a battle between the Virage teammates, the number 1 and the 88 crew. And that had a lot of twists into it. We didn't know which way that was going, because there was problems for the one car, then problems for the 88, and then one was leading, and then the other one was back ahead. So it was, a real thrilling conclusion to the European Endurance Prototype Cup last night. So I urge you to go and watch that one back on YouTube.
Yeah, plenty of action throughout the whole weekend. We also saw in the Ultimate Formula Cup, Enzo Richer was crowned champion in the Formula 3 Regional 13-inch category, which is the highest category that you can race in the Formula Cup. Also, Alain Boucher was crowned the Formula Renault 2.0 champion as well. And in the sprint as well, Francesco Azzurri also picked up a championship win. So we've seen champions crowned all over the Ultimate Formula Cup.
Yeah, Formula Cup next year being rebranded to the Hoosier Formula Cup. So Hoosier, the tyre supplier for this year, now taking on title sponsorship of the Formula Cup, which will just be for the Formula 3 Regional 13-inch cars next year. So the category, specifically the Tartus F3 T318 chassis, so the previous generation of Tartus Formula 3 chassis with either an Alfa Romeo or a Renault engine. So effectively the top class cars that we see out there for this year. Back into the pit lane comes Emir Naran. So half an hour or so into his stint. This feels early, but I can only assume that this is to accommodate the number of mandatory stops that have to happen. So maybe going just for some fuel.
They came in for the splash and dash during the safety car.
Yes.
So I would assume it's something else.
But yeah, I'll tell you what, this is literally just ticking off one of the mandatory pit stops, because there's no driver change, there's no new tyres going on the car. So he will sit there for the minimum stationary time of 1 minute 50 that he has to serve. So it's the 1 minute 20 of the standard minimum pit stop time for UCS1 cars, plus the 30 seconds that they have to take for having Tom Jackson as a silver class driver.
You must feel like you're sitting there for ages as well.
Yeah.
As we can see in one of our other cameras, Nareen is still sitting there waiting to go out, and it's a lot. It feels like a long time. I mean, in the grand scheme of 6 hours, I suppose it's not that long.
I mean, it would feel less long if stuff was happening around him.
Yeah.
You know, if there was some driver changes going on, if he was getting out of the car and putting Tom in.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see, sit there on the stopwatch, all very calm, and eventually he'll get the nod from the mechanic to
turn on the engine,
to get back out there onto the racetrack. Just finish up what I was saying about the Formula Cup. Actually, as we're sort of doing a roundup of all the changes happening for next year. New qualifying format for Formula Cup next year. 2 qualifying sessions, 15 minutes each, with 2 sets of tyres. So that's yeah, slightly different to what we run at the moment, with just the 1 session. Back out into the race comes Emir Naran. And moving over to the FIA point system as well is the Formula Cup, which is welcome news to quite a few, because it's quite an odd point system, but it's also it can be based on how many laps you've completed.
Yeah.
So we had an odd situation where Enzo Richer crashed out of the race in Mugello, but still scored points, and it wasn't because he was a classified finisher, it was because he'd done more than 75% of the race distance. So that does simplify things a little bit. Still great prizes on offer in Formula Cup. 100,000 euros for the rookie champion to help them get into the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Freca rookie tests is on offer as well for the vice champion, and a set of Hoosier tyres for the 2026 season for whoever finishes 3rd in the rookie classification as well. And I know how much a set of tyres can cost. So great to have that from Hoosier as well. So as much as we are partnering with Goodyear across our other championships, very close relationship with Hoosier in the Formula Cup as well.
So it's car number 1 then, and it is at the moment, I don't even know who's on at the moment. It is, yes, it's not David Halliday. It is Roman Iannetta?
Roman Iannetta.
Iannetta. Out there at the moment and currently running 2nd in a net 2nd, because as we know with endurance racing, things start to shake out after various different pit stops and such, and we tend to find out the last half an hour or so. He's getting a bit frustrated though behind, look like the Vortex. Is the Vortex back out? Car number, the black Vortex.
The 22. Yeah, so we did see who was driving it at the time, the 22. Philippe Ferteret did manage to get it going again and into pit lane, and Vincent Connet is now driving it. So looks like yeah, all is well again in that car. Ligier Cup champion is the 41-year-old Parisian and L'Equipe journalist.
Yeah, it looks like the number 1 car was trying to get past, and on track it has, and that's not for track position, that's just a lapping of a car, and still leading the way at the moment in UCS1, and overall is the 108 of Emir Naran, who's doing a splendid job out there. Oh, and we've got one of the Alpines out there.
That's the 110 car, Felix Crepet, who was 2nd in UCS Light. Oh, he's got it going again as well, but there was a bit of steam or a bit of smoke coming out of the from under the hood. But good news is he's got it going again.
I think it was coming across from his tyres.
Maybe it was brake smoke.
Yeah, I don't think it was.
Then
we'll see when it goes round a little bit further. But yeah, I don't think it was engine related.
Either way, Felix Crepet back on his way.
And this one's the 288, which is running 3rd at the moment, which is the other Sébastien Loeb car.
Yes, leader in Porsche Cup, and it's Laurent Ronsaglia driving the car at the moment. And yeah, the other driver who was downgraded from bronze into AM.
Other Sébastien Loeb car not doing quite so well, with Matthew Martins at the moment down in 17th, but I think they're out of the race actually again.
No,
are they back out?
They must be out there, because Seb Lejeune was the one who brought that car in.
Yeah.
And it's showing 31 laps completed. I'll have to keep an eye out on that. But yeah, Matthew Martin wasn't in the car when the problems started for the 888. So that would suggest that they have got it back going again.
Yeah, they have just completed the 3rd sector.
Yes, so Yeah, Mathieu Martin is out there on track. So not used to seeing Mathieu in Porsche machinery of late. Bearing in mind he's been a little bit more closely tied with Aston Martin. Oh, another drama for an Alpine. This time it's the race leader in the UCS Light, Bruno Servazo, who has just handed the lead back to Felix Crepate. So despite Crepate being stopped at the side of the road on the previous lap, he now retakes the lead in UCS Light, and Servazo continues on his way. And it's just a spin at turn number 5. That's the first time I've noticed that bollard at the apex of turn 5 has been gone as well. So I don't know how long that's actually been like that, but one wonders if the Alpine did strike it.
Does one?
One would.
One would. What was the one you did yesterday? Smashing or jolly or something?
Jolly fast.
Jolly fast.
It's jolly fast.
Jolly fast. Turning into George Russell. Crikey.
Blimey.
Oh dear.
Well, if I start confusing my own sweat for rain, then I'll know I've gone too far.
I'll really have to start calling in some people to come and help you.
Yes, take him away in the straitjacket.
No. Anyway, 3 hours 23 then left on the clock, and it's all sort of quieting down a little bit out there at the moment, just while everyone settles into their stint before more driver changes, I'm sure, will come.
Yeah, so these are the top 2 in Porsche Cup at the moment, but separated by a lap, by my estimation. Well, not anymore, because Anthony Baltois, who's just got aboard the GP Racing tricolor-coloured Porsche, has unlapped himself against Roncaglia, the class leader, and now looking to get that lap back. But he is a pit stop ahead of the class leader in terms of how many they've done. We had a brief yellow flag at turn number 8 there, but it's rescinded by the time we get down there and get a good look at the circuit. So Anthony Baltois in 89 getting his first laps of the race in. And he has definitely proven to be one of the most rapid drivers out there in the field. The second of their silver class drivers after Victor Bernier started the race. And Baltois, multiple Porsche Carrera Cup France and French GT champion. More recently, GT2 European Series title to his name as well last year. So Tom Jackson, Mir Naran, the race leader, closing in on the Porsche Cup leaders and setting about putting a lap on them. Fastest car at the moment, though, is Romain Iannetta in the Vision Ferrari. 2:04.2 for the Frenchman last time around, whereas a 2:06.8 for Amir Naran. Yellow flags out at turn 5 again. Another drama for Alpine, this time the 94 car. We're going to have to start having a tally of how many Alpines have spun down at, or had a problem down at turn 5. And that is Jean-Francois Souki in the number 94 car. So we've had Bruno Servazo with some sort of mechanical, having to stop briefly, and then spins, sorry, no, that was Felix Crepate, and spins for Bruno Servazo, and now Jean-Francois Souki. Olivier Martinez is the only one keeping it on the track at the moment in UCS Light.
Yeah, I don't know if the tyres are starting to go, maybe, I don't know. When was the, you'd have to look back too far to see when the tyres were last changed, but it does seem interesting that they're all they're starting to spin in the last 3 laps or so.
The Porsches take so much of that turn 2 curve.
Yeah.
And because of it's a sort of slightly cambered corner as well, it looks like they're about to tip over.
Yeah, no, it's always really interesting when you have different categories and different cars in the same race, isn't it? We see it so often across endurance racing, and not only that, you see the different ways that the cars take different corners and different curbs, and is it going to ruin the floor, is it not? You know, it's always very interesting, and the Porsches feel a little bit more nimble, don't they, than some of the others?
It's the beauty of GT racing is you can afford to monster the curbs a little bit more than compared to, say, a single-seater, which is quite important here, I think, because the curbs are huge, especially like these ones here in the Mistral chicane. And I would know, I went over them the other day. I had a little trip around the circuit thanks to Jules Doncio and the Drive-In Motorsport Events team in their midget, which is a very, very fun experience. And I was the lucky one as well, because I got out of the car after my 2 laps, and then next guy got in. A lap later, the car was stopped on the pit straight, billowing smoke out of the out of all corners, really. So I was definitely the lucky one there. But it's funny what we say about the pace difference between the top class cars and the bottom class cars. There I was in the passenger seat, bombing down the Mistral and thinking nothing on earth is going to be faster than this. And there was a little speck of headlight in the rear view camera as we came onto the Mistral. And as we then went through the chicane, the Haas Racing Audi was then alongside us and just blast past you as if you're standing still.
Well, at least you're quicker than it today.
That is very true, yes.
The Haas, unfortunately, didn't make it to the grid, had issues early on in the race and hasn't actually managed to make it out at all, unfortunately, car number 4, after setting the fastest time in qualifying. And it was Emmanuel Collard who started on pole position accidentally. As we were standing on the grid, I turned around and there was no car in pole position, and I was starting to get a bit twitchy because we'd been on the grid for a while, and usually when I'm on the grid and I do an interview, the 5-minute board is shown as I'm doing the interview, and then shortly afterwards the 3-minute board is, well, 2 minutes afterwards, 3-minute board is then shown, and then very quickly off the back of that we're chucked off. But I did an interview with both Amir Naran and Thomas Jackson, and
Thomas Jackson, is he in trouble?
I know. I don't know why I went.
Sounds like that. Thomas Jackson, get down here.
Thomas Jackson. I didn't mean to go a little bit like that. Tom Jackson, my mate Tom, first name basis. Anyway, I finished the interview with them, and I turned around, and the car number 1 pole position was still not there, which was car number 4, and unfortunately was in the pits. Was my point.
Car that inherited pole position, and one that qualified in 3rd, because of course the Gomez.
Yes.
And Loeb car was due to start from the front row of the grid, but the withdrawal of Arnaud Gomez meant that, we talked about it earlier, the cancellation of his lap time, so he was put to the back of the grid as well. Then the disappearance of the Audi as well, so it ended up being that the car that qualified 3rd basically started on pole position. Yeah.
But we were sitting on the grid for a lot longer. It was quite nice, actually. I'm usually chucked off there within 6-7 minutes, because we have quite a very short we have a very short turnaround in terms of how many categories we fit in. Yesterday we were on air for a good 14 hours. We had so many races that we were fitting in, and we don't have a lot of time to sit and wait on the grid. It's not like Formula 1 where you get to sit there for half an hour before the race starts, or even Le Mans where you sit there for a long time because it's the only race of the day. We've got plenty of racing to go, so we tend to move things along very quickly. So when there is a delay, you definitely do notice it.
Sébastien Loeb back aboard the number 20 Vortex now for his 2nd stint, although do we call it a 3rd stint, because technically he's been out of the car twice?
Nah.
One of them was for the, you know, the incident while the car was being repaired.
Nah, that's still his first stint.
Okay, well, second stint in that car then.
You'll confuse yourself otherwise. You'll be like, you'll look back at your notes and go, why does Sébastien Loeb do 3 stints?
Second stint then for Sébastien Loeb. Number 20 car circulating nicely out there, at still down in 15th position. Next car up the road, 'cause at the moment, the only car that it's passed is cars that have spent a lot of time in pit lane as well, but it is now only 2 laps away from the next car circulating, which is Bruno Cerviso in the number 93 Alpine A110 Cup car. So that should be on the back of them fairly soon, especially because right now Sébastien Loeb's lapping in the high 203s. Last lap for Bruno Cerviso, 229. So it'll be about 10 laps, I'd have thought, before they get around there. But of course, Sébastien Loeb, 9-time World Rally champion. And I didn't know this about him until I prepped for this weekend, but he was originally a gymnast as well. So I'm not sure if there's some sort of crossover of talent between gymnasts and rally drivers. I don't know many of either, to be honest.
Yeah, we do see a lot of crossovers of sports people that become racing drivers, don't we? Chris Hoy springs to mind immediately. He became a racing driver, obviously, after winning Olympic medals in cycling. And trying to think of any others. Well, Tom Jackson, famously.
I think what we could do here is we could start putting together an Ultimate Cup Olympic team.
Yeah.
With Tom Jackson in karate.
Yep.
And
karate.
Yes. And
Sébastien
Loeb in gymnastics.
In gymnastics.
I wonder if he's quite as spry now that he's in his 5th decade.
Of course he is. Let's not be ageist.
No, let's
He'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Most of these racing drivers are fitter than you and I put together.
That's very true.
So Sébastien Loeb will be incredibly fit still, regardless of whatever age he's at. He's very committed, as always, to being an athlete. And we often don't call racing drivers athletes because it's just not viewed in the same way. However, if you see the amount the higher up drivers train in MotoGP, in Formula One, in Le Mans, and all sorts, they are some of the fittest people that you will ever meet.
They get real sweat. Like what Daniel Ricciardo said.
Oh.
Real sweat.
Yeah, it's incredible to watch them train. But yeah, I'm trying to think of any other people that have come across now as former something and then come over as racing drivers. There'll be loads. There will be loads.
Oh, especially in the world of GT and sports car
Le
racing.
Mans and all
so
sorts,
much for gentlemen drivers who
there
establish careers elsewhere.
In the last round, we had a former ATP tennis player in the Formula Cup.
Oh yes, we did.
Yeah, so that was one.
While you think about that, I'll bring everyone up to date on what Sébastien Loeb has been up to since quote-unquote retiring, because obviously here, circuit racing, not a familiar territory for Sébastien Loeb, or what we associate him with, but of course after 2012, when he won his 9th consecutive WRC title, he stopped competing full-time, and so has made lots of appearances in various rallies since then, has become a regular at the Dakar since 2016, and World Rallycross, and an Extreme E champion as well for Lewis Hamilton's team. But some people might not realise that he's raced in GT series, in the World Touring Car Championship, and is a Le Mans 24-hour podium finisher. Back in 2006, finished 2nd with Pescarolo. Another very iconic brand at Le Mans, alongside a very iconic brand in rallying, thanks to Sébastien Loeb, in the form of Citroën.
Citroën. That's how you say it in French.
Similar. I'm sure. But it's like how we're now supposed to say Hyundai rather than Hyundai. Been lied to my entire life.
Yeah.
Right, that was the Mathieu Martin Sébastien car, was it not? The
I looked at the car. I couldn't tell you what number it was. I didn't
sure
take it in.
It's the 888 because it's
Let's have a look
also.
who's in. Well, 888's in
maybe
the pits.
maybe it was the 288. Well, it was coming into pit lane. Maybe it was the 288. The problem is they keep changing the livery on those cars, but it's one of the Sébastien cars.
Let's go with 288.
Anyway, I'll tell you another one because it's Hyundai and Dacia.
Yeah.
That's the other one that apparently we've all been saying wrong
Dacia.
for years. Well,
There's so many words that we say wrong because we tend to, whatever accent that we have, tend to make whatever's easiest that comes out of our mouth, really.
Yeah.
In so many different wordings. Especially with the English language, because it's just so, we don't have any rolling of the tongue or anything, do we? We don't have any like cool accents like so many other languages have.
I don't think we have any cool words, really. Not ones that we can say on air, anyway.
But it's always different when it's your own language, isn't it? You see it, you view it very differently, and you look at everyone else as very cool and fun, and I don't mind it. I wish we had cool accents.
I suppose I've got to like it because I talk for a living.
But yeah. Anyway, 3 hours left on the clock of this 6-hour race, and we'll bring you the highlights shortly of the first 3 hours.
Amir Naran leads Roman Iannetta. Pace is starting to equalise between the two cars, but it is still very much in the Ferrari's favour that is chasing. But what is in GetSpeed's favour is that they've done 3 of their mandatory pit stops. Ferrari has only done 2. Alex Homerson now leads in Porsche Cup for Pro Sport. Jan Penlu now aboard the number 7 2B Autosports car in 2nd position. Anthony Beltois in the GP Racing Porsche has just moved up to 3rd in class, with Francois Jakubowski bringing the 288 Sébastien car in to pit lane. And then Philippe Châtelet in the 2nd of the 2B Autosports cars in 417. Julien Gilbert in 36, the Alpine GT4 car, is now aboard in 8th position, the Clio Cup France racer. Then Rodrigo de Seb in 9th position, and Vincent Cornet in the 22 Vortex completes the top 10. Into the pits comes Jan Penlu from 2nd in the Porsche Cup category. So Porsche Cup once again providing the highlights of the GT Endurance, and Jan Penlu bound for the refueling area by the looks of it.
Sounds like it as well. They're just behind us. Definite cars in the refueling area. I can look out. No, I can't. We're blocked by a
there's
truck.
there's a bit of stuff in the way between us and the refueling area, sadly. It'd be great if we could just peek out the window and take a look.
In fairness, if the trucks weren't there, we could. But unfortunately, they're keeping us on air.
Yes.
So we might have to keep them there for now. Nice little moment from teammates there, giving a little bit of a
dab.
Encouragement. Giving some encouragement. A dab.
Dap.
Oh, I thought you said a dab.
No, a dap.
I don't know what a dap is.
A dab, it's the...
I know what a dab is.
Yeah, the dap, it's the one where everyone's trying to make the best noise. When you greet someone and you it's very hard to explain with words.
No, I know what you mean. I just never heard of it.
Yeah,
and
it's
also,
called a dap.
I don't think and I don't mean to put the male and female thing here, but I don't, for me, I don't often greet people like that. But I'm sure there's lots of females that do, and women that do out there, but so maybe that's why I didn't know the name.
It's number one way I greet racing drivers, and it's almost a competition now to see how loud a dap we can get.
Okay, so, 3 hours and 4 minutes left on the clock. I don't know what else to say after that, sorry.
I was going to do a video
I
about
greet racing drivers as, I just say hello. I go with a hello, firm hello.
No, that's not enough for me. So after another half hour in the car, Amir Naran back into pit lane. This is due to be his 2-hour stint, and so this could be another one of those where he just sits and serves the minimum stationary time at the end of his 75th lap of Circuit Paul Ricard. Oh, that was a rough sounding Porsche, wasn't it? I haven't heard a noise like that come out of that car before.
Yeah, I think maybe it was just caught in a different way in the camera. I know that sounds like a silly thing to say, but I think it's just, yeah, we'll see. What number was it?
It's the GP Racing car, the 89.
Yeah, it didn't sound particularly wrong to me, but maybe having some struggles out there.
Charles Zuccarelli back on board the number 94 Alpine Cup car. That class still being led by Felix Capet in 110. And I have to double check actually if it's been a clean sweep for the 110, at least in the races it's done. I don't think they were with us in Mugello. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll look that up while we head down to the Signatech garage once again with Alexandre.
Luca Desgranges, le jeune pilote du team Chazelle dont je vous parlais tout à l'heure. Luca, c'est votre première interview d'abord, mais c'est surtout la première course de votre carrière et vous venez de faire ce premier relais en Alpine Cup. Qu'est-ce que ça fait d'abord, avant qu'on parle de performance, en termes de sensations?
En termes de sensations, c'est un peu difficile parce que là, les pneus, le train arrière était un peu sensible. Donc je roulais un peu sur des œufs, surtout dans les gros virages comme Bossé ou Pont d'Or. Mais très bonne sensation. La safety car m'a bien aidé quand même à remonter. J'ai pu profiter aussi des GT3 qui dépassaient les autres pour me glisser derrière eux et faire le frein en même temps. Mais sinon, très bonne sensation. Un peu trop d'erreurs, un peu de track limite, mais bon, c'est la première, j'ai le temps de me chauffer. Mais sinon, ça va aller. On va tout faire pour faire pareil au deuxième relais.
Vous venez du karting, vous avez fait un test à Lédenon avec cette voiture. La voir en condition de course, se faire doubler par les GT3, se battre avec des voitures, être en condition de course, qu'est-ce que ça représente pour vous?
Ça représente beaucoup, c'est un premier pas dans peut-être, on espère, ma future carrière de pilote. Et c'est très, très amusant. Le plus important, c'est de m'amuser. Je m'amuse beaucoup en piste. Et voilà.
On m'a confié que vous serez là à temps plein l'année prochaine. Vous pouvez nous le confirmer?
Oui, bien sûr, bien sûr. Je fais toute la saison avec Chazelle dans cette même voiture l'année prochaine.
Et puis là, vous commencez ce week-end par une course de 6 heures, ce qui est une première en Ultimate Cup European Series. La fatigue, l'accumulation des roulages, c'est pas trop dur?
Non, ça va, ça va. Bon, je fais les longs relais là, donc ça tape un peu, mais sinon ça va, ça va.
Et vous nous avez dit que vous allez faire un deuxième relais dans combien de temps à peu près?
Alors là, j'en ai aucune idée. À la fin du relais de mon coéquipier, là, je monte dans la voiture et on roule.
Et nous, on suivra ça depuis la cabine commentateur. Merci Luca.
Merci beaucoup.
Well, the stat I was actually looking for was with regards to the number 19 car, which has won all 5 races so far. Julien Bouni, Benoit Marion and Olivier Martinez. That was the one I was looking for. Well, at half race distance, then it is Romain Iannetta who leads after 76 laps completed, after Amir Naran just served another pit stop. So he is in second position for Team GetSpeed. Anthony Beltoir leads in Porsche Cup, ahead of Pro Sports Alex Homerson and Jan Penlu for 2B Autosport. Felix Coupé continues to lead the way in UCS Light. We're into the second half of the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup finale. Let's look back on what's happened so far. into the second half of the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup season finale. The 6 hours of Paul Ricard. We're now into the third hour, and Roman Iannetta leads the way for the number 1 Vision team. He has a 2-lap advantage currently over Anthony Beltois, who's now in second position after a 4th pit stop for the GetSpeed Mercedes, which now has Tom Jackson back at the wheel. So not sure what happened with the plans for Amir Naran's 2-hour stint. But Tom Jackson currently back out of the race in 3rd position, but he is that team is definitely the highest placed cars to have done 4 of their 7 mandatory pit stops, and Jackson already flying back out there. In fact, Anthony Beltois in pit lane, so Jackson's just been promoted back up to 2nd place with the fastest final sector of the race as well, and is already working at building up an advantage. So with Beltois in the lead of Porsche Cup, but in pit lane, that could promote Alex Homerson for Pro Sports, who's currently 2nd in class, then Jan Penlu for 2B Autosport, and Francois Jakubowski for Seb Lejeune. Julien Gilbert is currently 7th in the Signatec Alpine GT4 Evo. Frederic Groulet in the 417 to be Autosport Porsche Cup car. Then comes the BMW M4 GT4 car from L'Espace Bienvenu. Reggie Rigo de Seb back aboard that car, their bronze driver. And Vincent Cornet completes the top 10 in the number 22 Vortex. The car that we saw that car stopped at the side of the road. Now that is Vortex's currently highest placed car, after dramas have befallen both the number 20 with Sébastien Loeb getting caught up in a lap 1 incident with Emir Naran and having to get suspension damage repaired in the garage. And we've also seen Pierre Fontaine, the number 21 car, crashed into the barriers at turn number 2. They have retired, as has, by the looks of it, Christophe Derigneau in the 701 1.0 version of the Vortex. And then Xavier Nauf and Gregory Servet never got going after a fuel pump issue prevented them from getting to the grid in time for the start of the race. In UCS Light, it is Guillaume Massé who's just rejoined the race from the pit lane in the 110 car. Julien Bouni in the car that has won all 5 races so far this year in UCS Light, the number 19 car 2nd. Charles Zuccarelli in 3rd. Sébastien Loeb has now moved up the order past the car that wasn't stationary in the pit lane. He has got between Charles Zuccarelli and Marc Lopez in the number 93 Alpine. And so he's got 1 lap to go before he gets up to Charles Zuccarelli. We also had in the pit lane for a very long time the 888 Seb Lejeune racing car after he pulled over to the side of the road on the Mistral with some sort of mechanical or technical failing. He brought that car into pit lane. They were in there for quite some time, but that car is now back out circulating with Mathieu Martin, the silver class driver, at the wheel of the car, but 35 laps down from the race leader and 21 laps back from the next car up the road, which is the Marc Lopez Alpine.
I wonder if there's been some sort of strategy change then for the 108 with Tom Jackson back out here, as we see a replay there of the 901, and just taking the curbs a little bit hard there. And,
who said
aggressive.
that they were at risk of knocking them over, weren't they?
Yeah, now they're like Skittles. So I wonder if there has been some sort of strategy change for the 108, because as we said, we thought Naran was going to do a 2-hour stint, and now obviously quite clearly Tom Jackson is back out there, and even if he was going to do a 2-hour stint, he's going to run out of time. So I'm guessing they're just flip-flopping between the hours now, and Naran will go in next, and then Tom Jackson will finish the race. Is that enough allocated time? I believe that would work out.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, I think what has happened in reality is that we thought we'd cracked the code on GetSpeed's strategy, and they've decided, well, we can't have them be proven right. We'll have to change it up somehow. as Tom Jackson out of Virage Dupont ticks off the 80th lap of that race. Again, fast in the final sector. Currently lapping about 10th faster than Romain Iannetta, but 2 pit stops up now. So on timing and scoring, it says he's a lap down, but he's 2 pit stops up on the number 1 Vision car. It gets to be really racking off these stops as quick as possible, and it could well be that they just do full stint lengths for the remainder of the race. 3 pit stops left and 3 hours of running left to go.
Yeah, this is when it gets really interesting, isn't it? You start looking at the times and the amount of pit stops that are left for each team, and sometimes we see a little asterisk that comes up, which actually at the moment car number 17 in UCS4 has next to it. It's in the pits at the moment, but it usually means that one of their mandatory pit stops they thought they did hasn't quite been completed in the way that race control or the stewards would be happy with. So it's a case of car number 17 having to work out exactly what they've done wrong, and then maybe picking up a penalty for it at the end of the race, which we did see at the end of the prototype race yesterday. Quite a few drivers having penalties off the back of having an asterisk next to their mandatory pit time on our timing screen. So just to be clear, it would have like a 5 and then a slash, a 7, which is 7 is the mandatory pit stops, and a little asterisk in the top right of that, so we know that they're under investigation.
Yes, so the asterisk of doom, we have dubbed it for this year. Currently against the L'Espace Bienvenu by Race Activity BMW. 9 times out of 10, this is just they've missed the minimum pit stop time by less than a second sometimes. The margins are so fine because the majority of the penalties we see come for that is a 1 second stop and go penalty, a 1 second generally referring to the amount of time they've missed the mandatory window by. Although CMR yesterday managed to pick up 117 seconds
that was a big
stop and go penalty, which was quite astonishing. That felt like an entire pit stop must have been missed off there. I'm not quite sure how that ended up being the case. So, To Be Autosport circulating in 7th position out there at the moment. Let's check in with Alexandre, who is with Hugo Chevalier.
Oui, je suis en compagnie de Hugo Chevalier dans le stand de Autosport. Hugo, vous avez pris le départ au volant de cette numéro 7 et on vous a vu imprimer déjà un bon rythme pour vous placer un temps en tête de cette catégorie Porsche Cup. C'était la stratégie, mettre un des Silver en tête pour prendre du gap sur les autres?
Ouais, c'est ça, on a fait une stratégie un peu différente. On n'a pas été, à cause du safety car, c'est pas ce qu'il y a eu de mieux, mais bon, c'est pas grave, on a fait un bon départ. Après un bon relais, c'était difficile parce que Victor était très vite et j'avais du mal à suivre. Mais voilà, on s'est régalé, on a fait quelques ajustements sur la voiture pour les relais suivants, parce qu'on avait beaucoup de survirages et la voiture, on était sur des œufs sur tout le premier stint, donc on a pu améliorer ça. Et puis là, apparemment, Yann vient de sortir de la voiture, il s'est régalé, il dit que la voiture est top, donc que ça continue.
Il y a le deuxième pilote Silver, Romain Favre, qui a pris la suite de son père et de Yann Porlou. Vous, quand est-ce qu'on vous reverra dans cette voiture?
Juste après Romain.
Vous êtes passé de la DTM à la Porsche, vous vous êtes régalé, vous m'avez confié en DTM. La transition, c'est pas trop difficile?
Eh bien finalement non, au début je me suis dit bon ça va peut-être être un peu compliqué, mais c'est des voitures qui sont tellement différentes, qui n'ont strictement rien à voir, qu'il faut juste s'adapter rapidement entre les deux, mais les repères changent sur les deux voitures. Après je connais vraiment bien le circuit avec la Cup ici, donc j'ai tous mes repères et c'est assez facile de se remettre en jambes quoi, au final.
Merci Hugo.
So Hugo Chevalier so they've had to adapt their strategy because of the safety car, and of course he was racing with Victor Bernier in the early stages of the race, but really struggled to follow, so the car was sliding around a lot during his stint, and once Romain Favre has been out, and he's in the car now in fact actually, so Chevalier will be going back in. And of course, Chevalier driving the DTM car in GT Sprint this weekend, as said, transitioning from the DTM to the Porsche Cup car. was easier than he expected, partly because he knows the circuit oh so very well. And so I did wonder how he was going to adapt from a Class 1 DTM car, which is way faster than like GT3 cars, let alone a Porsche Cup car. And I often find that drivers struggle more with adapting to something that's slower because it doesn't quite respond in the same way you expect it to, especially when you consider the amount of downforce a DTM car has.
Yeah, I would expect that probably. Obviously not from being a racing driver myself, but I would assume having a car that's a little bit easier to handle and faster in general would feel like a bit of a downgrade right now. But obviously he knows the circuit pretty well, and he'll be out back soon, I'm sure. Tom Jackson then setting the fastest middle sector, sitting in second at the moment in the 108 UCS 1 category. And the silver driver has taken over from his AM driver to look for the win, and he set the fastest lap of the race of a 2:02.7. Goes to Tom Jackson. He has just bettered his own time out there. Roman Iannetta is still leading the way in the UCS 1 category and overall car number 1. And at the moment in the Porsche, 901 is leading with Alex Homerson, a silver driver as well. But what's interesting here is that car number 1 has got 5 mandatory pit stops still to take, and he's leading the way is Roman Iannetta, the bronze driver. However, Tom Jackson, as we mentioned earlier, has only got 3 of the 7 left to take with the 108 car. So strategy-wise, it's falling into Tom Jackson and Naran's hands at the moment.
Pro Sports back into the pit lane, and a driver change happening there. So Alex Homerson vacating the car. It looks like Stephen Pallett will be the next driver into the car. Fresh Goodyears going on to the car as well. So this is from the lead in Porsche Cup as it stands. But of course, it's still a long way to go for this team and crew and for their Porsche Cup rivals. And again, Porsche Cup providing the best action in the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup. 5 races and 5 different winners. And also 4 different winners, I should say. Started off the year with Martina by Almeras taking the Porsche Cup honours in Paul Ricard, with Cedric Mézard, Mathis Jalbert and Marlon Hernandez. And then in Hockenheim, GP Racing team were on top with Anthony Beltois, Gabriel Pilmont and Loic Thiers. The first of 2 wins for Olivier Favre, Yan-Pen Liu and Romain Favre coming in Portimao. They were also victorious in Mugello as well, but it was just Hugo Chevalier replacing Romain Favre on that particular weekend. And then in Magny-Cours last time out, Seb Lejoux racing with Seb Lejoux himself, Stéphane Perrin and Mathieu Martin. But in terms of the championship, Olivier Favre and Yan-Pen Liu sealed the Drivers' Championship in Porsche Cup last time out in Magny-Cours. So 101 points to 67 for the 89 crew of Beltois, Pilmont and Thiers. It's a very different story in terms of the overall championship, where the first 3 races of the year were won by Vijon. In Paul Ricard, the Trofeo GTE race in Portimao, and then in Hockenheim. The only difference in Hockenheim was it was Romain Ionetta aboard the car rather than David Hallyday, alongside Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Jean-Paul Pani. But since then, see Mugello won by Tom Jackson and Emir Naran, and then the Vortex brothers, Arnaud and Olivier Gomez, winning last time out in Manicourt. But still, Vision were the only team to finish on the podium in every race so far. It was third position for them in Mugello, second in Manicourt. It was the 2B Autosport number 7 crew that was the nearest challengers to Bouvet and Pani in terms of the overall championship, but 2 podium finishes overall to their name. Of course, podium spots up for grabs when a lot of the UCS1 cars don't quite get the most out of their weekend, and we did think that this might be one of those weekends where we would have all UCS1 cars on the top step. We had 6 of them going into the weekend, but it's all gone a bit implosive, with Haas and Vortex also all coming a cropper. Fastest lap of the race last time around for Tom Jackson, 2:02.362. He still lags 2 laps behind Romain Ionetta, but remember, 2 pit stops in his favour over Romain Ionetta, and he himself 2 laps ahead of Anthony Beltois, the Porsche Cup leader. So Anthony Beltois leading in the GP Racing Porsche. Francois Jakubowski here in the 288. Car just coming through the hotel chicane in second position. Stephen Pallett is now aboard the Pro Sport Porsche that is chasing him in third. But the 4 cars that are battling for the Porsche Cup honours, 3 of them have got silver class drivers on board at the moment. The 89 in the lead and the 3rd and 4th place cars, Stephen Pallett and Romain Favre. But for Stephen Pallett and Romain Favre, they have got a pit stop over the 2 cars in front of them. Romain Favre, winner last night in the European Endurance Prototype Cup with the Inter-Europol competition team in LMP3, the last winners in the LMP3 category, as of course will be exclusive to Novas next year. Porsche Cup leader Anthony Beltois into pit lane in the number 89 car. This is Romain Favre about to put a lap on the Alpine number 93. Romain Favre very much enjoying a good year with into Europol. Between doing the Ligier European Series and then joining the LMP3 crew as well in the European Endurance Prototype Cup, as on top of his program with 2B Autosport as well. He's enjoyed a very fruitful year across GT and prototype racing. Francois Jakubowski had just been passed by Mathieu Martin on the road, but of course Mathieu Martin several laps down on, about 20 laps down on the sister car. After Seb Lejeune brought that car in with some sort of technical issue. Spent several laps in the garage trying to work that one out. Martin on the attack to get back up the order as high as possible, but in terms of any decent result in his class, well, that hope is long gone.
So obviously in the pits is car number 1 for UCS1, the overall leader at the moment coming into the pit lane, and Roman Iannetta may switch for a different driver at this point, taking one of their mandatory pit stops. Of course, they've got 5 left. So we'll see who will take it over. Tom Jackson still setting pretty blistering times out there after getting back into the car for his penultimate stint of the race. Car number 89 at the moment leading the Porsche category, and this is the car number 89. So coming into the pit lane now, is this the 888 of Seb Lejeune, which is Martin's at the moment, obviously switching for a different driver. It doesn't look like it's Seb Lejeune going back in, no it's not. So in the Porsche class, down in 16th at the moment in the pits. This car's been through all sorts of the wars, and it isn't Seb Lejeune going in.
Either Stéphane Perrin or Louis Perrault. As 2 drivers haven't yet been cycled in. So we'll see when the driver ID gets updated, when they emerge out of the pit lane. But, Gabriel Pirmont now aboard the 89 car. And dropping down to 4th position in Porsche Cup as a result. And so Francois Jakubowski retakes the lead in the Porsche Cup category, but with a pit stop to serve compared to his chasing rivals. So Pro Sport with Stephen Pallett in the best position there with the 901 car. Back into pit lane has come Roman Iannetta as well from the lead of the race. Remember, he's got 2 stops to serve compared to...
He's just been in, so I'd be surprised if he's not on his way out, and he's on his way out now. So he was been in for a little bit, and there wasn't, we'll see at the moment if there has been a driver change, but he came in for something, and I assume it was one of the mandatory pit stops.
Yeah, I think that was just the second part of it. I think might have done the refueling in the first part, and then done the minimum stationary time in that stop, because he was in there for a very short amount of time, wasn't he?
No, he'd been in there a while.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, either way, with that one ticked off, he'll still have 1 more to serve compared to Tom Jackson and Emir Naran. So eventually one would expect the Get Speed car to move back ahead, especially with the pace that Jackson is running at the moment. 2 purple sectors on this lap alone.
Yeah, once again, bettering his own fastest lap out there, which is of a 2.2.3, and he's looking like he's about to set another fastest lap on this lap as well, on lap number 89, with 2.5 hours left to go of this 6-hour Ultimate GT Endurance Cup. And as we wait for Tom Jackson's final sector to come through, see if he can better himself, we are currently watching the former Porsche leader, car number 89, come in for their pit stop. 3 mandatory pit stops left. And Tom Jackson has bettered his time and put himself in the lead, so he must have got past. Oh no, Roman Iannetta came in for a pit stop, didn't he? And hang on, the car number 1 going now coming into the pit lane. So I think car number 1 back in to the pits for refueling. So came in for something. The second part of the stop, then. That's the second part.
Yeah, because it still says 5 out of 7. So once he's completed this part, it will be 4 to go. But either way, Tom Jackson has already retaken the lead and has a pit stop advantage, effectively, over Roman Iannetta now. As, he's in the box, and now really the hope for the Vision team is to catch up with the additional stationary time that the Get Speed has to serve. So it's only 16 additional seconds for the Vision. For the 108, it is an additional 30 seconds. So they'll lose 14 seconds in each of these remaining pit stops.
Driver change as well for car number 1, the Team Vision. So Iannetta will come out. And we will see one of 2 other drivers coming in. It will be Jean-Paul Pagnet or Jean-Bernard Bouvet coming into. Now I would assume it'd be Bouvet actually, because we've seen Jean-Paul already out.
Bouvet started the race.
Did he? I want to say
didn't he? Let's have a look. Bronze. Let me get my crib sheet out. Bronze, minimum of 1 hour 30 for each of the drivers. So I'm pretty sure at this point, maybe there's like half an hour left on.
Jean-Paul.
It is Jean-Paul Pagnet. Okay, well, they've got quite a lot of freedom really then in terms of what they can do with the drivers. And there's no doubt Roman Iannetta probably one of the fastest of the trio.
Tom Jackson getting incredibly frustrated by this vortex. You heard that tyre screeching a little bit there. He was getting a bit frustrated behind this 22 vortex, who is, I think, trying to let him pass, but unfortunately in this little sequence of turns 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, it's always tricky to let anyone pass.
Twitch from the back of the vortex there as well. I mean, Tom Jackson is very well acquainted with the rear end of the vortex.
Yeah.
After staring at the back of it for quite a lot of the race in Mugello.
Yeah.
Of course, that was the 20 car rather than the 22.
Do you feel like the vortex could have got out of the way a little bit quicker there on the straight, but it's always tricky, isn't it?
Well, it's always, it's always the argument in endurance. Oh, and he straight lines the chicane as well.
He does indeed.
But it's always the argument in endurance racing. Blue flags are there to let you know. You don't have to jump out of the way, do you? It's the responsibility of the faster car to find their way through, as they always say.
Yeah, I guess.
I hate that rule.
Yeah.
There needs to be compliance on both sides. It's like a beautiful waltz.
You can't be like, get out the way, but only when you're ready.
Exactly. Race leader Tom Jackson just absolutely blitzed by the second place car of Jean-Paul Pagnet.
A little bit awkward, wasn't it?
Yeah, so Jean-Paul Pagnet on his out lap, and of course he's the AM driver rather than the bronzes, so AM an even lower level than the bronze. Tom Jackson a silver, and so obviously Pagnet's finding his feet out there. And yeah, considering he's a lap ahead and a pit stop ahead as well in the cycle, then things are looking really good for Get Speed.
Yeah, incredibly strong. We knew they were going to be strong coming into this race weekend. We've talked about them quite a lot throughout this race, but they really are such an impressive duo. and I'm really glad to see them back. Actually, when I saw them on the entry list,
it's a pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
I didn't realise until
No.
I saw them announce it on Instagram.
Yeah, really pleased to see them back. So hopefully we'll see more of this pairing in the future, and maybe even try their hand at the prototype.
And I'm not saying I'm biased, towards Getspeed because Adam Osaka invited me to the Nürburgring 24 Hours this year with the team. But it's, they're a great outfit to work for and to work with as well. And they've had so much success in the Blue Ribbon events throughout the years.
Tom Jackson's getting furious behind everyone. He's going to get annoyed here heading into turns 8 and 9 as well by car number 17 that's also in his way. Running 10th at the moment is car number 17, and he's back past him. Very aggressive on those corners, isn't he, Tom Jackson? Can see the difference in his skill level compared to some of the AM drivers around him.
You get accustomed to watching a GT3 car, being driven around quite fast by a gentleman class driver. But then you see it in the hands of the pros, and suddenly it just comes alive.
Yeah.
I was told Christopher Haase earlier in the year, so every time I watch one of your laps, it's like the car is skating on ice. It looks so aggressive, and he goes, "Oh, does it? Oh,
yeah.
Feels very stable to me." Because all those little micro slides, they just don't even acknowledge them. It's just what the car needs to do. Whereas,
to find the time.
I would be terrified every time there was a momentary, lapse in the slightest hint of grip.
Yeah, it is incredible, especially when you obviously you did your passenger lap the other day, but when you do passenger laps in these cars or any car around the track, you suddenly realise the pressure that your body is under as you're heading around these tracks. I've done it in a World Touring car around Silverstone, I believe. I've done a couple of them, and every single time. I did a World Rallycross one once with Andrew Jordan.
Oh, that must have been.
That was a cool
quite
one.
an experience.
That was an experience.
Because those things are just what the Gen Zs would call extra.
Yeah, no, it was incredible. It was a very cool lap. I remember coming out of it afterwards and just being like, oh my goodness, that was quite intense. But yeah, it was in Liddon Hill, and it was a very cool experience.
Very jealous of that one, especially hands of Andrew Jordan as well. That is a safe pair of hands to be in. Speaking of a safe pair of hands, Alexandre Herbin is holding onto the microphone in pit lane to have a word with Seb Lejoux.
Oui, Sébastien, on se retrouve avec vous d'abord pour comprendre ce qui s'est passé. On vous a vu être arrêté une fois dans la courbe de signe, revenir au stand, repartir, puis vous arrêter et rentrer la voiture. Où est-ce qu'il y a eu un problème sur cette Porsche?
Alors on avait des coupures moteur dans la ligne droite, ça nous faisait éteindre la voiture, il fallait la rallumer et le temps de discuter avec l'ingénieur, savoir qu'est-ce qu'on faisait, si c'était la boîte ou si c'était le moteur. Donc on a refait un test, je suis reparti en piste pour vérifier. Et on avait une petite pine qui était un peu enfoncée au niveau du faisceau, donc on l'a ressorti, on l'a remis. Donc maintenant ça déroule, on est en train de vérifier que tout va bien. Mais maintenant la course est foutue, on était trop de temps en boxe, donc voilà, on essaie de dérouler. Pour l'autre voiture, ça se passe bien, ils apprennent, on déroule, on laisse faire la course. Chaque pilote va prendre son relais et on les laisse avancer. Mais nous on fait des tests là. En vue des 24 heures de Dubaï, on est en train de faire des tests avec les pilotes et sur l'auto et vérifier qu'on n'a rien de plus comme problème.
Comment est-ce qu'on se motive dans ce travail? Comment on se fait pour être à fond quand on sait qu'on n'a plus rien à jouer, mais qu'il faut préparer une course qui se déroulera que dans 2 mois quand même?
Ouais, on voit le futur, mais c'est sûr que oui, c'est compliqué. C'est compliqué de ne plus avoir d'enjeu, donc on va en profiter pour faire des datas, du setup et voir que tout va bien sur l'auto. Mais oui, c'est très compliqué de continuer la course. À un moment, on a déjà rangé là.
Pour des pilotes gentlemen comme vous, avoir l'apport de Mathieu, déjà qu'on a déjà vu à Manicourt avec vous, ainsi que de Louis, c'est doublement bénéfique.
Oui, oui, totalement. C'est bien d'avoir les deux et qu'il y en ait au moins une qui puisse rouler et pouvoir se défendre les couleurs. Donc on est content là-dessus que la voiture principale, elle fonctionne pour les pilotes qui se fassent plaisir et qui s'amusent, quoi.
Merci Sébastien.
So Seb Lejeune, unsure if it was the gearbox or the engine that faltered when it stopped. On track, the 888 car. And so now at this point, it's basically just a test session for them. So Louis Perrault currently at the wheel of the 888 machine. The Porsche Sprint Challenge France champion. In fact, the sim racing convert, the 23-year-old Parisian, started real racing with Porsche Sprint Challenge France before stepping into Carrera Cup France. Now racing with the Schumacher CLRT team, and this year a great season for him, finishing third in the standings behind Alessandro Gueretti and Mathis Jalbert. So that is some good company that the sim racing convert is keeping, and now basically just part of a test session for that 888 crew. And of course Louis and Mathieu doing a lot of help with the gentleman class drivers as well. And on the other car, they are still charging forwards and hoping to get a decent result there. Louis Perrault, they're coming very close with the 2B Autosport 417 car of Frédéric Groulet. So yeah, Louis Perrault there. I was looking into it because it's another sim racing convert in the Ultimate Cup paddock. Of course, George King in the European Endurance Prototype Cup started off his career in sim racing. Like many of us, got a sim rig in lockdown. I think Louis Perrault's passion for sim racing started a little bit before the likes of lockdown, and then yeah, making the switch into real life racing. And he's been with some cracking teams as well. TFT, he did his first year of Carrera Cup France with before moving over to the IMSA Performance, and now Schumacher CLRT, as we mentioned. So no Schumacher CLRT team running Porsches in GT World Challenge as well, so maybe there's a future for young Perrault in the world of GT3 competition.
Fascinating, isn't it, in recent racing time to see how different it is. You know, you obviously used to come through karting and then you became a racing driver, you know, and now it's like there's so many racing drivers that have come through sim racing that that are impressive now.
Yeah, certainly has been a transition in how young drivers are getting into motorsport. Let's catch back up once again with Sébastien Loeb. Alexandre is in the Vortex garage.
Sébastien, vous avez vécu un début de course très compliqué, bien sûr. Il y a eu cet accrochage, le Team Vortex qui a réparé la voiture. Vous avez pu rouler. Comment s'est passé ce relais?
Les deux relais que j'ai fait depuis se sont bien passés. Globalement, on est dans des bons temps, mais bon, on est loin avec ce qu'on a perdu au début. Donc là, on roule pour rouler en attendant de voir s'il y a des faits de course qui nous font remonter un peu. Mais bon, on a trop perdu de temps au début. Donc clairement, il n'y a pas grand-chose à espérer, mais on se fait plaisir dans la voiture.
Justement, ce plaisir, comment elle est cette voiture à conduire?
Elle est vraiment sympa à conduire. C'est comme un petit proto. Ça va très vite dans les virages rapides. Donc c'est des bonnes sensations. Elle est bien équilibrée, elle est sympa à rouler. Donc voilà, on s'amuse, mais pour pas grand-chose à la fin.
Comment se sont faits les liens avec Vortex qui vous ont amené à participer à cette course de 6 heures?
Écoute, on a eu des contacts il y a quelques temps. Effectivement, on cherchait une solution pour venir rouler ici. Vortex était intéressé pour partager la voiture. Donc voilà, j'avais déjà couru avec l'ancienne voiture à l'époque. Et là, la nouvelle, c'est vrai qu'elle est efficace, elle est sympa à conduire. Donc voilà, ça m'a tenté.
Merci Sébastien.
So Olivier Gomez on board the number 20. They are now up into 11th position. So they've cleared the UCS light traffic that was in front of them. So the next car up the road is 4 laps ahead, which is Benjamin Lessines in the L'Espace Bienvenu by Race Activity BMW M4. And then they'll have broken into the top 10. After that, I imagine it will start getting a little bit tricky for them. Tom Jackson back into pit lane from the lead of the race. Just ticked off 97 laps for the 108 car, and still a lap ahead of Jean-Paul Pani.
So just a couple of words on what Sébastien Loeb was saying there. Obviously he was out for 2 stints, and he said they did go pretty well. And he says that the car is nice to drive, and it is very good in corners, and he says it's pretty fast as well. They're having fun without any objectives. Loeb drove the old version of the Vortex 2, and he says that the new one is pretty fun to drive out there, and that is the car he's been driving. Car number 20, but it looks like we've seen a stop-go penalty come through, a couple of them. Oh no, it's just a correction come through now.
No, I'll tell you what happened. The correction still has the incorrect car number on there. So it is car 22 that has been given a 5-second penalty.
Someone's just pressing it down for too long.
Yes, so because there is no car 222. And so car 22, that's the second 5-second time penalty that car has picked up. They've also spelt the name wrong as well. It's Moila. And it was Moila who got the penalty last time as well, wasn't it? So that's 10 seconds worth of penalties now that they have to take. I doubt it will make too much difference at the end of their race, though, although currently 6 seconds ahead of the BMW of Benjamin Lessines, but also a pit stop ahead, and that Lessines BMW were expecting to get some sort of penalty anyway.
.108 then, like you say, is back in the pits. Tom Jackson taking another one of his mandatory pit stops, I would assume, at this point.
Stephen Pallett has just retaken the lead in Porsche Cup, not because Francois Jakubowski brought the Seb Ligier car into pit lane. He passed him on the road. And so Pro Sport now back into the lead in Porsche Cup, and with a pit stop over the Seb Ligier car as well.
One of our other cameras is following a liftoff of a private jet, and did a very close-up of the pilot, and I don't know, I just found it, there it is.
There it is.
Absolutely so found that fascinating to watch.
Proof we are right next to an airfield, isn't it?
We have mentioned a couple of times we're next to a small little airport near the track, and we've seen a couple of planes going in and out, but for some reason I was very much drawn into watching the pilot.
I couldn't take my eyes off it either, in fairness. I know I'm supposed to be watching the race.
Threw his paper
our director can't take her eyes off it either.
Absolutely loved that. That was great to watch. Anyway, sorry, slightly distracted there by our Top Gun moment. Tom Jackson
if there's a road from Le Castellet to the airport, does that make it the highway to the danger zone?
Yeah, clever.
I'm here all day.
Yeah,
well, no, I'm here for another 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Thank goodness. Tom Jackson then back out from the pits, and soon will tick off another one of his mandatory pit stops. So we had 3 going in, and at the moment it still says 3, but we'll have to see once the timing screens decide to shake out. You're looking confused, Chris.
I'm looking confused because there was a 5-second time penalty dished out to Jim Pla earlier in the race, like first stint. So we're talking like 2 or 3 hours ago. And it's now come up, correction, car 36, drive-through penalty for track limits in turn 2, driver Jim Pla. So has it taken 5 hours or 4 hours to discern that a 5-second time penalty wasn't enough for Jim Pla and that now has to be a drive-through penalty? Or is that a correction to a previous penalty? Is that maybe the 22 doesn't have a 5-second time penalty? Oh, no, it does, because another correction came through on that. Okay, well, it's either 5 seconds or a drive-through for Jim Pla. Maybe I've missed one.
Hang on, correction 288. Oh, hang on. We've got another correction, 288 rather than 36.
Problem is the race control chat isn't quite as up to date as the timing screen, annoyingly, because it has to be manually entered. So, yeah. Well, we'll see what happens with the 36. Who's driving it at the moment? It is Jim Pla. So it would make sense if Jim Pla's racked up another penalty, because of course they get harsher as you go along. The more penalties you incur. So if Jim Pla's already had a penalty and then he's picked up another one, and it sort of escalates. Although I can't imagine it's gone from 5 seconds to drive-through. Yellow flags out at turn 11, Le Bousset. Wonder why that is. I think it might have been one of the Vortex guys, just trying to catch a glimpse of from one of our other cameras.
It's clear now, whatever it was.
Yeah.
This could
oh,
be
we're going to see. This is maybe one we had yellows, so lapping the 110 car. And yes, it was the Olivier Gomez number 20 Vortex. Oh, who put that tree there? I know we're supposed to be planting more of those, but maybe not in the way of camera positions.
That one.
That one tree. I've got a beef with that one tree. But yeah, Olivier Gomez having a small rotation through Le Bousset, trying to round up the 110 car. And on his second attempt, this time into the hotel chicane, he does manage to do so without any such dramas.
288's come in to serve however many penalties that one got. Didn't that one get a penalty?
No, I think it's just got warning flags for now.
The 222 out there is having a real bad time.
It's the,
waiting for the penny to drop. There we go. I know, but I've got 2 more messages coming through from the 222.
Oh, okay.
There is no 222, to be clear, my friends.
Just in case anyone was wondering.
Yes, so don't worry.
Laurent Ronceglia now at the wheel of the 288 and back into the race. After Jakub Zimikowski vacated that car, so they are now on level pegging in terms of pit stops remaining with the 3 cars around them. I imagine this will drop them to 4th in class, and so should promote Romain Favre. Yes, it does. So TB Autosports now 2nd in class, and it should put Gabriel Piemont into 3rd for GP Racing as well. Two silver class drivers in the lead in Porsche Cup, Stephen Pallet and Romain Favre. Very differing levels of experience, though, between the 2 drivers. Romain Favre in his 3rd year of car racing. After winning midgets, and then Alpine Elf Cup last year, and then this year in the Ligier European Series, whereas the 901 that we're seeing now of Stephen Pallet has been around for quite some time, the 33-year-old. His first championship being the Peugeot 207 Cup back in 2009. had another Peugeot championship to his name. Was when there was the RCZ series before moving into Carrera Cup France in 2014. "100 laps completed by race leader Jean-Paul Pani. 1 minute and 3 seconds ahead of Tom Jackson, but with an extra stop to serve, of course. And confirmation on the timing order, the lead in, order in Porsche Cup now. Stephen Pallet for Pro Sports, Romain Favre for 2B Autosport, Gabriel Pimont for GP Racing, and Laurent Ronsaglia for Seb Ligier. Jim Pla continuing to circulate in 7th position. And then Frederic Groulet for the 417 DB Autosport car. Miguel Moala in the 22 Vortex, and Benjamin Lessoners completing the top 10. Still 4 laps between him and Olivier Gomez, who's just brought the number 20 Vortex back into pit lane after his spin. Sébastien Loeb has just got into that car and back out onto the racetrack. And so 4 laps to pick up before breaking into the top 10 against the BMW. In UCS Light, still it is the 110 that leads the way and is in a serious challenge to breaking the number 19's perfect winning streak so far. Of course, both of them with silver class drivers on board. The number 19, normally running with the all-bronze lineup of Benoit Marion, Julien Bouni and Olivier Martinez, but Rafael Tirado, the Clio Cup France driver, silver graded, is joining them for this 6 hour, whereas Guillaume Massé and Felix Crepet in the 110 normally run together. It's Luca Desengrange in what I believe is his first car race after graduating from the IAMI X30 series last year. So we'll wait to see how that pans out. As GP Racing into pit lane, Gabriel Pimont getting out of the car from 3rd position in Porsche Cup. Let's see, how are they cycling the drivers at the moment? I imagine it'll be one of the silver class drivers. And we haven't seen Victor Bernier since the start of the race. So maybe he's getting back on board. We'll see when the car exits the pit lane.
Nearly getting under the 2 hour moment of the race now. We've had an impressive amount of racing already, 4 hours, and in any other championship we've done so far in Ultimate Cup, bar one in Portimao, we would be coming to the end of the race. But these drivers have got 2 more hours to see exactly what they can do. And it looks like it's between the car 108 of Tom Jackson and Naran, and of course car number 1, which is currently being looked after by Jean-Paul Pagnet. So we will see the highlights very shortly of what's already happened.
Yep, half the race distance of a standard Ultimate GT Endurance Cup race left to go. Let's look back at the first 4 hours of racing. Well, 2 hours remain in the 6-hour finale of the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup. Race leader Jean-Paul Pani has just brought the Vision Ferrari into pit lane. Amir Naran just getting back out of pit lane in the Get Speed Mercedes, still with an advantage in terms of the pit stops remaining. Joining me in the pit lane is track support engineer from Ligier, Remy Longobardi. Remy, how is the weekend going for you so far?
Yeah, it's a good weekend. We have more cars for the last event, which is good for us and which is good for the championship. Yeah, everything fine. It's a track that we know because we came early in the season for the first event and even for the first test. So yeah, we changed some specification because it's the first year for Goodyear for this season with the Ultimate Cup Series. So we changed some specification in terms of tires with some cars, and looks like everyone is happy now, which is good for us. And yeah, it's nice when the customers and drivers and team manager are happy about the product. So yeah.
I don't think it can be understated the challenge of providing for our two GT series, Ultimate GT Sprint Cup and GT Endurance Cup, considering the variety of cars that we have racing out there. I mean, we had a DTM car in GT Sprint this weekend, and it's got to accommodate GT3 cars, the Vortex, as well, which is a unique machine, all the way down to the Alpine A110 Cup cars as well. So how do you go about creating a tyre that works for all?
Yeah, it's a big challenge for sure, because all the cars are different. We have already all the tires that we're providing for the Ultimate Cup. It's already in the portfolio. It's just that, for example, as you mentioned, the Vortex, it's a new car for us. We are running few cars in WEC, LMS, or in Nürburgring, or some other championship, but there is some cars here we never run the Goodyear tires, like the Vortex, like the Alpine, like the Porsche Cup. So yeah, we have to adapt the tires and more. We have to adapt the setup on the of the cars to match with the tires. And yeah, it's a challenge, but we are happy because we have some teams we are working with some teams who are really open with us. So yeah, no, it's enjoyable. It's nice.
The invitational cars must be the biggest headache, right? Like the Vortex, and you have the invitational class in the Creventic 24 Hours series, Nürburgring as well with the SPX category. So I don't know, where do you even start when you have this car that is not homologated to any regulation?
Oh, it starts because first thing we have to know where the car will run. If it's sprint race, endurance race, if it's 24-hour race, if you change tires every stop or not. It's First we have to understand what the manufacturers need, and then as soon we get some info about that and some info about the cars, we change in. If it's front wheel drive, we redrive, or when we get the information about the rim size and everything, we can start to find which products will fit better on the car. And it was for that that we start the season with some products, and just to make sure that everything is working better, because we get no issue at the beginning of the season. It's just to matching better and to have better performance, better longevity, because it's a target in endurance. So yeah, we can adjust some spec in terms of compounds or construction. But yeah, it's more a lot of discussion to make sure that we understand well what the manufacturers, what the team, what the championship needs for the future.
When we had the first test here in Paul Ricard, all the way back in February, of course, as you said, first year working with the Ultimate Cup. So what was the initial feedback like from the teams?
The initial feedback was pretty okay, I would say. It was for some teams it was different because they were using Pirelli, Michelin, or Hankook tires. So they have to change a few things, because it's not because it's cycle and black that it's the same product. So all the tires are different, so we have to adapt. But it was nice because we can work close with the teams, and we were here to help them. We get some information as well on our side to work better for the future, and to try to understand what's going on in the car. So yeah, it's more the main thing. We have to be close and to work all together with the teams and with the championship. And yeah, at the end, when we see that the cars are running with good performance and good longevity, it's a good result for us.
So you mentioned that the challenge of providing for GT Sprint and GT Endurance. How much difference is there between those tyres then, or how you would prep those tyres for the 25-minute sprint races we have here versus this, a 6-hour?
The thing is, for the sprint cup, you have 2 sets of tyres. So it means you have 2 quali. You put the 2 new sets in quali, and then you have to use for all the 4 races. So it's going on the car. We put what we call a heat cycle. So it's warm the first time, then it cool down, and then you have the first race, then it cool down. So it's 2 different things, but at least the mileage, it's because it's sprint race, but the total mileage is nearly close. That's one set of tires we do in endurance. So in terms of the tires are the same. If it's sprint or endurance, it's just or you use them, or you warm them, and it's more management. But especially in the sprint, because they have to go for 25 minutes, so they just go flat out, and that's it. In terms of endurance, they have to manage. They have to. It's a 6 hours race, so you will not push. You will not try to overtake at the first corner or whatever. So it's a different. What do you mean? It's you're managing the race differently. But in terms of tires, it's the same tires. It's just it's more driver management, and who makes the difference.
Yeah, and I imagine the team's always trying to find tricks to get more out of their tyres, and heat cycles, as you mentioned, going out and qualifying, and then doing 2 races on each of the 2 tyres. How does the performance change when you put them through that heat cycle and then you put them back on the next day?
It depends a lot because the track condition change during the weekend. It depends of which track are you going, because for example Monaco was really smooth in terms of grip, in terms of track and in wear. You have some track like Mugello, it's more difficult. It's manageable, but you have to be more careful, and the heat cycle things are really different, and you have to consider it. Here in Ricard, it's okay. We don't have. We came in November, so we don't have the massive heat that you can find if you're coming here in August or even July. But yeah, it's again, the driver knows that. They know that they will have the peak of performance in quali, and they know that during the race maybe they will have a drop, but after we work on the consistency of the tires, it's impossible to have a peak during 20 laps for sure, but the target is to have a peak for quali and then to have a small drop and to keep the same drop for all the race. But if it's sprint or endurance, we try to have something consistent, and you can see that some lap times are nearly the same from the start of a stint, of a full stint in endurance. It's nearly the same between the beginning and the end. After the fuel is matching as well, but again, it's consistency is a key in endurance.
So we went to Mugello for the first time this year, and I mean everyone absolutely loved it, but obviously a new challenge for the tyres as well, and obviously that is a very high load circuit, so many fast corners and long corners as well. So is that one of those tracks where you start thinking, ooh, we need a better tyre for this one?
It was brand new for us this year because we came in Ultimate and we came back 2 weeks after for ELMS, so it was a brand new track. But before some events, we are going to the track and we scan the track to see how is the surface. We try to simulate some tire degradation. We try to work on it to be ready for everything during the race weekend and save time, because we know that the track time is really important for the teams and for the drivers. So we don't want to lose time in terms of setup, in terms of tire pressure or whatever. So yeah, Mugello was a challenge. As you said, it's a beautiful track. It's like an old school track with gravel, with yeah. So, but finally it was working well, and I think everyone is happy to going back next year in Mugello. Yeah.
Yeah, we are. We're going back next year. Everyone's very excited about that. A new track as well in terms of Aragon as well. So what have you done any preparation already in terms of preparing for a brand new venue for next year?
It's Aragon. It's brand new for the Ultimate Cup, but for us it's not a brand new because we are used to we are going there for testing, because it's a nice track for testing, because you have so many configuration. Depending when you are going for a test during the season, it could be really hot, and you could have the worst condition for the tires, I would say. So we know Aragon. So for us, it will be not a big new track, I would say. So I'm confident. We know the tarmac, we know the track, we know the thing. So yeah, I'm confident for next year. It will be okay. Yeah.
We talk so much about racing surfaces as well. So you've just said Aragon, very smooth. How much is the surface playing a role? I mean, it's. We always talk that the tyre is the only thing that touches the ground in a racing car, or is supposed to anyway. And of course the surface is where all the grip comes from. So how do the surfaces affect the grip of the tyre?
Yeah, there is the first thing, it's the surface of the track, but there is another thing, it's even on, for example, Manicourt or Castellet. If we take the Castellet this week, the track condition change a lot from Thursday to what we have today. It depends if, for example, if you have no cars the 2 days before, so it means the track is not clean, you have some rubber, you have a few things. So as soon as the car are running, the track improve in terms of grip, in terms of quality, I would say. So this is the first thing, and if the wind is changing as well, so sometimes you have different, you're doing a setup change the first session, and you arrive at the race day, and you're going back to the previous setup, because finally the track change, and the change that you did are not working nice at the end of the weekend. So, and between 2 tracks, you know that it's a story about energy, I would say. The energy coming from the cars, the energy coming from the track, and after you have the tire are in the middle, and they have to walk in the right window. So yeah, it's we know that some tracks, like for example, we went to Sao Paulo for the World Endurance Championship, and Sao Paulo was really hard because it's an old track, it's an old tarmac, but some tracks are brand new, like Spa, just resurfaced this year. So it's brand new, so it's different because you're quicker than before. Like we are talking about 2 seconds or 3 seconds a lap, and it's a grip change, so you have to adapt some driving style, but even the setup on the car to compensate.
The surface is, I feel like sometimes it's a bit of a lottery, because so you said when you went to Sao Paulo it was the old surface, but they've just redone it, but everyone says it's very bumpy, even though it's brand new. And if I think back to when we had the first Miami Grand Prix, just as an example, the first surface they had, shocking amount of grip. It was a terrible surface, and they had to get it redone for the following year. So I don't know, how much faith are you putting into the tracks to do the resurfacing properly? Because if you think, oh, it's going to be resurfaced, so it's going to be smooth and have lots of grip, and then you get there and that's not the case.
No, that's a lottery for sure, because it depends. If there is a few things, if they resurface all the track or only some parts, like Austin this year, they did like the main straight line, turn 1-2, but the other part of the track was not done. So for us, it's difficult because you know that, for example, the first corner, it will be like this, the braking points and the tire will work like this, but 2 corners after it's completely different. So yeah, it's a lottery. We try to get more information as possible, even during the race event. For example, on Friday or Saturday, we are going back to the track, see how we can find some curbs, if there are some marks of the car using too major curbs, if there is, you can visually you can say that okay, they are going there, they are using these curbs, it could explain that the tire are like this. So it's a lottery, but we have to walk, we have to see, we have to understand how the track is working to understand what's happened on the tires.
That's another point you've just mentioned, that curbing. Take Magny-Cours and Paul Ricard, for example, 2 very different types of curve, much flatter in Magny-Cours. Here you've got lots of high curves. We've seen some of the Porsches getting right up on 2 wheels over the curb at turn number 2. And so, how does the curbing come into it? And if you have to tell a driver, don't take too much of this curb, they don't really listen to you a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's when you have pro driver and driver who wants to cut everything, but at the end, you know the result. You can damage your car, you can damage your tires. But for example, Paul Ricard, we know that turn 4 is really, really hard on the curbs, where you have to stay away from the inside. You can damage your left front. Signe at the end of the straight line is really important. Here we have the chicane, so it's not too bad. But when you're running out of the chicane, you have like 1 kilometer something straight line. You put no energy in tires because you have no braking. The brakes are getting cold during the straight line. So you lose pressure during the straight line, and you're having seen nearly flat out. If you go too much on the curb at the exit, it's massive curve at some point. So you can, it could be tricky, and you can damage the tires. So it's something that we are doing a track report, saying to the team, okay, this is what we see, this is what we see in the past, and it's something that you need to be careful. And it's driver or drivers. Sometimes I say to the drivers, I know you're fighting for something, but just if something happens, if you hit a curb or something, just let us know, and we try. If something happens, we can manage, we can understand, we can be ready for that.
I think a corner like Signe as well, which is then directly followed by Le Bousset, so another very long right-hander, where the drivers tend to use the runoff area as well as part of the racetrack to open up the next part. So that is again a completely different surface that they're then running on, the left-hand side tires at the very least as well.
Here in Castellet, the left-hand side tires are really, really, we can see on the Ferrari now.
See it here. If he's going to, exactly. He avoids it, but I'm sure one of the pro drivers will get all the way out
going
there.
On the left. But you see that they are using much as possible the track, which is normal. But after you have different approach, I would say, in terms of driving, and the left-hand side tires here, it's more, it's not the critical things, but it's something that we have a look really, really close. We need to be focused on this, because if you start to be struggle with the rear, if you're overheating the rear, if you use too much the rear, it could change your balance, your car balance during one stint, and yeah, it's part of the game and part of the endurance to manage this.
So not just your first year with the Ultimate Cup, we're expanding the partnership next year to include the European Endurance Prototype Cup as well. So obviously Goodyear, no strangers to tyres for prototype racing, but the Novas are again another unique vehicle, because this is the main home for the Novas in terms of where they race. So yeah, how are you planning to enter prototype racing with us as we expand the partnership?
So we start to work with the teams, with Nova as well, because at the beginning it was Nova and LMP3. Finally, it's only the Nova, as you know. So we discuss with Nova. We start to discuss with Nova. We start to discuss with Ultimate to have a product who matching better for the Nova, because it's different in terms of weight distribution, in terms of weight itself compared to the P3. We are working on it. We will do some tests soon with some teams, just to make sure that everything is working fine. But yeah, again, it's a new challenge. It's a good grid again, with a lot of cars. We have some really professional teams, and some teams that we know from ELMS. We're running the LMP2 tires in ELMS, for example. Yeah, so it's a new challenge for us, but yeah, we'll do like we did with the GT this year. Work closely with the team, make sure that we get the feedback from everyone, like pro driver and AM driver, because it's really important to have the feedback from everyone. And yeah, the target at the end of the next year is to have everyone happy, and if everyone can enjoy to run good years, it could be nice.
But how much mileage are you expecting? Could a team, double stint a tyre, maybe, depending if it's in the right condition?
Yeah, again, it depends of the track, it depends who is running the car, it depends of the setup of the car. If you have the car which is soft or stiff, the tire will not work on the same way, I would say. So it's something that we have to see with the teams. We have to discuss with the drivers as well. And yeah, after we have to test. We have to run the tires on the car, and as soon we get more information, it will be possible to see what will be the strategy for the future.
I'm actually just checking the rules for next year. Maybe you know off the top of your head how many tyres they're allowed in the Novas for next year.
I need to double check. Honestly,
that's exactly what I'm doing now.
Yeah, exactly.
I know they're extremely limited for next year. So I think double stinting is not really an option. They might even have to triple stint. How many tyres they get? Yeah, so 8 tyres maximum for 4-hour races, and 12 for the 6-hour. So 4 hours of racing on 2 sets of tyres.
Yeah, it's manageable. Again, it's 2 sets of tires, but why not in the future you can put new tires on the left and use quality tires on the right, and it could be, again, some strategy, it could be a few things. That's something we are used to do in the LMS. I will be not surprised if we can do it, if we want to optimize the stint and the mileage and the longevity of the tires. But no, I think, yeah, we have to test, we have to run with the teams. But yeah, it's a nice challenge, and yeah, looking forward to do it.
Yeah, obviously it's very early stages really with that development, because we're not even quite at the end of this season yet. Already we're talking about what's going to be happening in March.
1 hour to go, and
yes, so a little bit of time left before you fully switch focus onto next year. Does that mean you guys will be involved in the LMP3 series as well, or is it just the Novas?
We have the Nova. Normally it was, they start to discuss about a sprint championship with LMP3. We have the tires for the LMP3 already, because it's a LMP2 size, so which is easy for us. We have already some specs, some compound, depending of what we will target. So yeah, it's one thing that we can provide as well for next year.
Okay, but it's not confirmed yet.
It's not confirmed. We have no official confirmation from
Okay, I won't ask any more about the LMP3.
No worries. No worries.
Right, so the prototype stuff. I mean, obviously, it's more downforce, and it's lighter than the LMP3 car, for example, as well. And I know a lot of the pro drivers love that you can just sort of chuck it around, really. So I guess, are you guys preparing for I guess, a slightly more aggressive style of driving with that car because it's so light and it's got so much downforce?
No, I think it will be not so much aggressive because the car itself, I think it's less aggressive than the P2. But yeah, for sure, we have to adapt because the weight distribution of a Nova is completely different as a P3 or as a P2. So it's something that we have to manage in terms of compound, in terms of for the tire warming, for tire performance, especially after a restart, a full course yellow, a safety car, or whatever. But yeah, it's different approach. At the end, it's still a prototype, but yeah, there is a few options in terms of construction, in terms of compound that we have to validate. But yeah, again, it's a nice challenge to find a good spec and to have everyone happy.
And in terms of where elsewhere Goodyear is racing, obviously the LMP2 program is absolutely massive for you guys. What's happening there? It's been a good year for you guys?
So yeah, it's in terms of for Goodyear it's a good season because we had all the LMP2 and all the GT3 now in LMS. So it was about 30 cars for each event. And then we have the 100 championship with all the GT3s. It was 18 cars with 9 different manufacturers. So it means 9 different chassis. It was again a new challenge. It was the first year for us. It was working. We are really close with the team again. We did some development. Oh, looks like a Porsche has a small issue.
Yeah, that is the race leader in Porsche Cup, Stephen Pallet. Left rear puncture. I hate to say it, Remy, but one of your tyres has gone pop.
Yeah, after we have to understand. The problem is when the tyres are like this, it's hard to say if it's damage or contact or whatever because you can't find, the tyre is so damaged that you can't find any issue. But yeah, I will discuss with the team. After they have some teams, they are using TPMS, so tire pressure monitoring system, so you can see if it's clearly a full drop, it means tires just open, or if it's like a small leak, and yeah, there is few reasons. So we have to understand first and get the driver feedback and everything, and yeah, that looks like, yeah.
I love this. You're absolutely studying this footage.
Yeah, no, but it's important for us because when everything is fine, everyone is happy. But if something happens on tires, for sure, we have to be focused on that. Try to understand, try to see if it's a debris or whatever, and yeah.
And it doesn't look like it's tearing away at the bodywork too much as well, which is
at the moment it's fine.
Them.
Yeah, that's the problem. Sometimes when you have a big puncture, you can damage the bodywork as well. But here it's okay. And driver is clever because he's not running fast as possible back to the pits.
Going to take a shortcut around Le Bousset as well. So in this scenario, then you know, team comes in with a puncture. What do you do? You go and take a look at what's left of the car, the remains, and
again,
analyze.
it's difficult because the tire is already cut. The thing is when you have a puncture and you continue to run, and at one point the tire just open on the inside shoulder. That's normal. That's a classic. I mean. And yeah, we have to look what's going on. We have to understand if we see something. We had to look on the valve as well. It could be a valve issue. There could be a few reasons. So we have to see all the reasons. Okay, this one, no. Okay, the valve is fine. Okay, next one. We have to discuss with the drivers and yeah.
And with your trained eye, you've been studying how Stephen Pallet is driving this car back into pit lane. What would your first suspicion be? Maybe is it debris or curbing?
Maybe. Yeah. Again, there is a lot of possibility. We have to discuss with the team and the drivers. If he hit something, maybe if he hit a curve, if he missed an apex and go too wide, or
Of course, we haven't seen what's led up to this puncture. We've only seen that Stephen Pallet was moving slowly down the Mistral. So if that likely would have been happening out of turn 7, then in fact, and on the inside tyre, or maybe through the right-hander. But now you can get a real good look at it, as the car is stationary, and presumably they'll be quick to put on a new. Well, first of all, they're taking the hood off the back rather than addressing the tyre first. So suggest there's potentially something more.
Oil at the back. The mechanics, he has some oil in the end.
There you go. So yeah, Remy's got a keener eye than I do for these sorts of things. But yeah, fresh tyres going aboard there. And there you can see the remains of that one.
But yeah.
Is that going to be your job this evening to go and take a look at that tyre?
Yeah, I will go. I think I will go as soon.
Yeah.
As soon as I think I will go and discuss with the driver because it's a driver change as well. So they got opportunity to discuss and just to, because if they have the TPMS, it means the drivers could have the pressure on the dash, on the dashboard, on the steering wheel. So maybe he could explain if it was straight away, it was like from the hot pressure, like 1.9, 2 bar, whatever, to 0, or if it just going low, and at one point it just the tire just fall off and
So it's speak to the driver, download the data, analyze the data, analyze the remains of the
see if we see
rubber.
something, discuss with the tire guy, and asking about some setup. But I don't think it's a setup issue because it's 1 hour and a half. I think if they are too extreme, I mean, I would say in terms of setup, I think it could happen before. But especially now because the track temp is going lower, and we don't have a massive track temp, so we have to understand what happened.
Of course. And at least that happened in a relatively wide and safe part of the racetrack. I mean, I don't know if you saw last night, but we had a puncture in one of the LMP3 cars at Scene Corner, and it went spiralling off the road, which seems like an absolutely terrifying place to have that happen to you. I think that was a result of contact. That one,
for example, if you have the puncture in Scene, it could be very, very tricky because you are nearly flat out for some cars. It's a fast corner. Here it was probably turns, as you mentioned, turn 6, 7. So
well, Alex Homerson now aboard that car and down to 3rd position in Porsche Cup. That car was leading. I guess the only saving grace is they've only got 1 mandatory pit stop remaining now, whereas the 2 cars in front of them have 2. So maybe not all is lost just yet for Pro Sport, but definitely a defining moment in this race in terms of the Porsche Cup battle, with 1 hour and 26 minutes remaining. So when we're getting into crunch time, the final hour, the tyres will be on their last legs, and there'll be lots of rubber built into the surface as well. Even if yesterday morning we had some rain that cleaned the track away, the amount of running we've had since then, with a 4-hour race last night, there was a bit of rain there as well, but we've had so much running today with a 6-hour, and so that generally creates more grip, and the lap time should start to come down. Yes.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. As soon as the track is start to be clean by the car running on it, I would be not surprised if at the end of the race, near the end of the race, some lap times will going lower, because the track is improving. But the problem is, as you see now, you see some rubbers everywhere. That's the problem if you go...
Quite large chunks as well.
Yeah. The problem is if you go, for example, out of the lane, at one point if you have a blue flag, if you have a GT3, for example, overtaking the Alpine, you need to be very careful, because you can get some wrong rubber, I would say, on your tires, what we call pickup. And after you have to clean it, and you can lose some times, and you see that the Alpine is sliding, so maybe
and then you overheat the tire, and you slide more, and then you overheat.
And you are not running on the tires, you are just running on the pickup. So you have to clean, if you can, clean it as much as possible, very, very quickly. After it could be worse and worse and worse. You see in the straight line, that's on the left, you have rubber everywhere. So that's part of endurance management again.
Yes.
Because in the sprint race, you never see that. But again, it's for already 4 hours and a half, and there is some rubber. There is so the end of the race with used tires and with some fight for the first place or for a podium position or whatever. It could be a nice fight. And
So if we're talking about just bits of rubber that are maybe an inch or so big, and they're causing this much problems in terms of the grip, often I've seen a lot of teams leave the sticker on a new tyre and just let it wear away. But surely that's got to be losing you grip, right? That's the white sticker that usually is left on the tyres?
After one lap, it's already the you mean the label, the good
yes.
label, yeah. After one lap, it's already done.
Okay.
But yeah, there is a yellow flag, and no, it's fine.
Yes, but very quickly rescinded at Le Bousset.
I think it was an Alpine who was it was an Alpine who I think was sliding, or maybe this one. I don't know which numbers.
Potentially. Yeah. We've seen
the car is moving a lot, so I think the tire are nearly at the end of the life. And you see struggle with the rear, and
I like that. I need to have you in for every race, telling me how good are those tyres at the moment, and you can maybe with the trained eye
you can
say,
see that
yes,
the driver are fighting with the car. So for sure, it's the tires are at the end of the life, I would say, because in the slow corner it looks fine, but if you see in the air it should be fine. Maybe the exit will be tricky, but if you you see that's in Le Bousset scene. The car was sliding a little bit, so you can,
It's a much more technical end to the lap, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really.
You see that even on the steering wheel, you have some correction, and So that's it. ProSport is back to the...
Yeah, ProSport back into pit lane. I imagine, well, no, there's some sort of conversation going on there between Alex Hommerson and the mechanics. He's off again. More dramas for ProSport, our long-time Porsche Cup race leaders. Hommerson coming back out onto the racetrack. Of course, that does put GP Racing in quite a handy position now in the category. Keep an eye out on that as he comes out just in front of the Vision Ferrari of Romain Iannetta. So one question I wanted to ask about the rubbering down the surface. Does having a mix of different tyre manufacturers here, because obviously we've had Michelin in the Prototype Cup, Hoosier in the Formula Cup as well, does that then not mix well together, or rubber is just rubber?
Rubber, I would say rubber is just rubber. The thing is, depending of which car are running, for example, the Formula, sometimes they don't have the same braking points. For sure, they don't have the same braking point even between Prototype and GT. So sometimes the rubber are not at the same place.
Because the single seaters are braking so much later.
They are lighter.
Or maybe for some corners not even braking at all.
Exactly. So the rubber could be a different place. So after it's for some cars, from some GTs, they find rubber at the beginning of the race because the previous race they were driving on a different lane, on different braking points, different cornering and everything. So yeah, it's something that we have to keep in mind. And sometime between some races, some tracks are cleaning the track, removing this. But yeah, after 6 hours you can't. Yeah, it's like Le Mans. It's like when you have long race, you can't clean the track between. So yeah,
I can't imagine how much rubber, and if you could put a number to a grip level, the difference between the start of Le Mans and the end of Le Mans must be.
It depends. The grip level on the main lane, I would say, it's fine because the track is really clean. But as soon you go out, after Le Mans, it's different because you are using like a road, 70% of the track it's a road.
Yeah, but public roads.
Yeah, exactly. It's a public road, so the tarmac is different. So you have less rubber. It's different. But on the other part of the track, like Dunlop curves, like Tertre Rouge, at the end of the race, you can have a lot of rubber, and it's plus some gravel if the car are going a little bit outside, like exit of Indianapolis, exit of Mulsanne, or so yeah.
I imagine there as well that because there's so much lapping involved, that the line becomes quite a bit wider because it's very rare for you to get a lap in where you stay on the racing line all the way through.
Yeah, you can see that, for example, in Le Mans on the Renault on the straight line, sometimes you have 3 cars side by side because an hypercar is overtaking an LMP2, which is overtaking a GT or another LMP2 or whatever. And it's something that the drivers know that. They know that at some point they will drive in the wrong rubber, I would say, on the wrong tarmac. But yeah, again, it's a part of endurance things. All the cars are all together, different category, like we have in Ultimate Cup Series. But
Oh, that was definitely the 110 that has spun at Le Bousset.
Yep.
So who is that's the UCS Light Race leader, Luca de Zagrange. I think he's in his first car race after graduating from karting, so we will give him the benefit of the doubts, but the 110 car seemingly still leading, and we're going to see. All right.
Yeah.
Not sure how we got that far out there before spinning, but now that red stuff is supposed to be the super high grip stuff that's supposed to shred tires.
If you spin on it, you can damage a lot of tires, because the blue ones is still okay, but the red one it's red for a good reason. It means you are close to the wall, so they try to slow down the car as much as possible. And if you spin on the red ones, you could damage a lot of tires, because it's like how do you say? I don't know the name, but it's really, really aggressive, I would say.
It's high adhesion, I think is the way they describe it. Well, I would have suggested maybe that's why he's coming to pit lane, but they weren't actually going about changing the tyres there, so it looks like they're keeping them on.
Maybe it's driving style.
Maybe it's just the all part of the plan. I'm quite staggered as well how good the tyres look after a stint as well, because they've been taking the tyres off and they still look very smooth. There's little to no pickup on there or any sign that it's just been hurtling around Paul Ricard, pulling many Gs and going around corners at 100 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, I was doing the race because obviously the car running, so I'm not checking temp like I'm doing or pressure like I'm doing during the test. But I just go through all the teams. Just to see if everything good, and if, for example, a team is stopped to change the tires after 1 hour and a half, or I had a look on the tires, and what we saw at the moment, it's the tires looks really nice. The track is so more aggressive than Manicourt for sure, but it's much better than Mugello, for example. So Mugello, that's after double stint. After 1 hour and a half, 2 hours, the tire looks. You can see on the tire that they work really hard, but here it's fine because it's But Manicourt was easy for us, I would say, in terms of tires. It's a low grip track, so that's why we keep the wets so long. If you remember on Sunday during the GT race, we keep the wet so long because there is low grip, so the water just stand on the track. It was not raining since 2 hours, but the track was still not fully wet but not fully dry, so you have to be to be careful, and
those are the conditions that we've had quite a bit this weekend as well, particularly yesterday, where drivers coming and saying it's the worst possible, where it's too wet for the slicks and too dry for the wets.
That's the problem.
So how do you then create a wet tyre that works on both? Because it's not, you can't have an intermediate. It's wet or dry.
We had in the past, but now we reduce the range because it costs a lot for the teams and for everything. So again, it's the Inters. It was only for a small period, I would say, because it was a transition. But you can stay on the wet, so you can put the slicks early. We remove the Inters. But sometimes it's tricky because it depends on the drivers. If you have some drivers they are happy to drive with the slicks, they can drive on the slicks when it's raining, for sure, if it's not a massive rain. But it depends who you have in the car, at which time, if it's during the race period, if there is some risk to have a full course yellow or to have a safety car or whatever. So it's just like a bet, like we had, for example, Imola. For the WEC, for the World Endurance Championship, we had this configuration. It means it started to rain, but it was still too dry for the wets. So some teams did different strategies. So
I'll give Remy a little bit of a break while we head down to the Chazelle Technology Garage. Alexandre is with Louis Chazelle.
GT Endurance Cup. Louis, premièrement, comment se passe cette course pour vos Alpines? On voit de la bagarre en UCS Light.
Ouais, tout à fait, beaucoup de bagarres en piste. On a 3 voitures qui se battent pour la victoire de la catégorie.
et qui sont dans le même tour avec une trentaine de secondes d'écart. Donc beaucoup de suspense à 1h15 de l'arrivée. On a une voiture malheureusement qui fait un petit arrêt technique et qui va repartir d'ici 5 minutes. Bon voilà, tout va bien pour le moment. Il reste encore 1h15. Rien n'est joué, donc que le meilleur gagne. Voilà.
L'année prochaine, il y aura une grande nouveauté avec l'Ultimate GT Endurance Cup et les Alpine à 110 Cup. Je vous laisse nous la présenter.
Ouais, on est super content. Alpine lance un championnat officiel en Ultimate badge Alpine, l'Alpine Endurance Cup. Ça sera un classement au sein du GT Endurance pour les Alpine Cup. Donc voilà, nous on est déjà présents depuis quelques saisons en Ultimate avec nos Alpines. On espère que ça va pouvoir attirer de nouveaux teams au départ et d'avoir de belles bagarres avec ces super voitures qui sont faites pour faire de l'endurance autant que du sprint. Donc voilà, tous les ingrédients vont être réunis pour attirer encore plus de voitures et faire de belles bagarres l'année prochaine, voilà, sur 4 manches, sur les 4 manches où l'Alpine Endurance Cup aura lieu.
On sait que dans votre équipe, ça mélange toujours jeunesse et expérience. On le voit en Alpine Cup dans les courses sprint. Est-ce que ce sera aussi une volonté l'année prochaine d'aligner des équipages avec des gentleman drivers et des jeunes rookies qui commencent en sport automobile avec ces Alpines?
Ouais, tout à fait. Puis c'est dans notre intérêt aussi de mixer les équipages. On sait que les stratégies de course ici en Ultimate se font en fonction des classifications des pilotes. Donc c'est toujours intéressant, voilà, de mixer des équipages entre pilotes gentleman et jeunes pilotes qui viennent faire leur gamme. Donc ouais, ça sera bien sûr au programme. On va clairement venir l'année prochaine en Alpine Endurance Cup pour gagner avec l'expérience qu'on a. Mais on espère, voilà, qu'il y aura beaucoup de bagarres et que beaucoup de monde vont nous rejoindre.
Bah, le mot est passé. Merci Louis.
Ouais, merci.
So an hour and 12 remaining in the final race of the season for the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup. Roman Iannetta leads. 3 mandatory pit stops left to go. After 123 laps completed, he's 1 minute and 25 ahead of Amir Naran, but only has to come into the pits one more time just to get speed Mercedes. Hugo Chevalier back into the lead of Porsche Cup, but with a additional stop to serve. Drive-through penalty coming in for the 888 car with Louis Perrault at the wheel for track limits. So the French silver-graded driver will have to drive through the pit lane. But that car is not really in contention at the moment. 38 laps down from the race leader. So Chevalier leading in that class. Alex Homerson after the puncture that the Pro Sports car suffered, and then seemingly there were some more issues with Homerson very animatedly discussing something in the box with his mechanics, but still circulating second in Porsche Cup, and does seem to be well placed in terms of the number of stops remaining. Anthony Beltois is third for the GP Racing Team number 89 car, and then Lucas Valker in the 288 Seb Lejoux car in fourth position. Jean-Mathieu Leandri is once again at the wheel of the Signatech Alpine. Jean-Pierre Ancelin in the second of the Seb Lejoux cars. Update on Olivier Gomez and Sébastien Loeb. The former is at the wheel at the moment, having benefited from the demise of the sister car, the 22. We saw Vincent Cognet bring that car into pit lane, and it was in the garage. So 3 Vortex down. 1, 2, 3. Yep, 3 Vortexes in the wars. 1 still circulating. Unfortunately, it's the one that had suspension damage after the first lap of racing. So only 10th position at the moment for Olivier Gomez. The drive-through penalty being displayed there, and that was Louis Perrault serving said drive-through. Comes back out into the race, still in 16th position, of course, and the last car circulating out there at the moment. Hasn't actually yet racked up the laps against the 22, which is still classified in 15th, 10 laps ahead of the Seb Ligier car. But remember, that AAA car did spend an awful long time into the pits with either engine or gearbox issues. There was a sort of undiagnosed problem. And so this has turned into a bit of a test session for the remaining running. Claire Cottingham's back with me in the commentary box after
indeed.
Remy has vacated the seat.
Fascinating conversation that was.
I love
really,
talking with tyre engineers.
Really enjoyed that one. I thought, yeah, it was really fascinating to hear how he could, like you say, at one point, work out exactly the life, basically, of the tyre.
I half expected him to go, oh yeah, that one's 36 laps old, but the fronts are 57.
Yeah, I know. It was so, yeah, it was so precise, wasn't it? What he knew. So yeah, really great to hear from him, and thank him for his time, of course.
Absolutely.
He said to me, "Oh, I've only got 5 minutes," and then
we spoke to him for about
45 minutes later. I thought, oh gosh, I have to get him out of here. He's got work to do. But it was yeah, great to speak to him. So. Car number 89 is the latest then to pick up a 5-second time penalty for track limits. Yeah,
Anthony Beltois, the latest guilty party in race control's favourite job of the weekend, monitoring track limits. But yeah, you should have seen Remy trying to analyse the punctured Pro Sports tyre. He's leaning well forward and getting a good look at it.
I saw. I was sitting right here.
Yeah.
Remember, I was there in that corner.
You were right over there, in the right in the corner, right in the spotlight. Let's head back down to the Vortex garage then. Hopefully, some news on car number 22 with Alexandre Urbin getting the details.
Philippe Damor, un mot sur cette course de 6 heures, compliquée pour le Team Vortex aujourd'hui?
Oui, on partait pourtant avec 4 autos, on pensait quand même en avoir un maximum à l'arrivée. Et effectivement, ça a été compliqué, mais dès le début de la journée, entre Arnaud qui a été malade et malheureusement notre voiture qui est partie fond de grille, la voiture avec Seb Loeb, moi qui suis parti en retard et qui suis parti de la pit lane. Donc voilà, on les a un peu cumulés aujourd'hui, il y a des jours sans. Aujourd'hui, c'est un jour sans.
C'est malheureusement pas la meilleure des façons de finir la saison 2024 qui aura été belle et riche, notamment avec cette victoire à Manicourt pour la numéro 20. Et si on se projette un peu sur 2025, il y aura l'apparition de ce Challenge Vortex en Ultimate Cup European Series. On vous imagine fier de présenter ça en collaboration avec le championnat.
Oui, tout à fait. On va attaquer ça avec une voiture maintenant qui est arrivée à maturité. On est bien placé et je me félicite d'avoir déjà parlé de ça à Manicourt, puisque aujourd'hui on a un certain nombre de candidats sérieux qui se sont présentés pour s'inscrire au challenge l'année prochaine. Notre sujet maintenant, c'est de pouvoir sortir nos autos pendant l'hiver. On va se replier sous la tente à Montpellier, puis on va les fabriquer et toutes les autos seront prêtes pour le démarrage de la saison fin mars.
Si vous pouvez nous dire quelques petites indiscrétions, mais quel type de pilotes sont venus vous démarcher? Est-ce que c'est des gentleman drivers? Est-ce que c'est des jeunes pilotes? Vous en avez eu des deux types cette saison. Ce sera aussi le but l'année prochaine, en 2025?
Alors, il y a un petit peu de tout. Il y a des pilotes jeunes, il y en a d'autres plus aguerris. Ce qu'on est très content, c'est que ça a attiré des pilotes extérieurs à Vortex aujourd'hui. Donc on sent que l'idée d'un challenge avec 6 voitures alignées, avec les mêmes spécifications, ça excite l'appétit des pilotes gentleman driver. Ce qu'on est très content, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, à peu près les 2/3 des contacts que l'on a sont des clients extérieurs, enfin sont des prospects extérieurs à notre clientèle habituelle chez Vortex.
Et les pilotes qui sont dans le team aujourd'hui sont aussi excités à l'idée de se battre contre 2 fois plus de Vortex et donc 2 fois plus de pilotes?
Oui, tout à fait, ils sont excités pour l'instant. Bon, ils étaient très focalisés sur cette finale pour un certain nombre d'entre eux. Bien sûr, oui, tout à fait. On complétera la liste des engagés avec les pilotes historiques de chez Vortex.
Merci Philippe.
Merci.
So the information being given there, obviously a very tough day for Vortex with Arnaud being sick, and then Sébastien Loeb being caught up in that incident as well. But next year, the Vortex Challenge lots of interested parties, and they say it's going to be a more mature car. Of course, part of the reason for the running with so many cars here at the moment is to try and develop the platform and make sure that all these mechanical woes that we're seeing don't happen when the Vortex Challenge launches next year. And they would like to remind everyone that it is open to not just young upcoming drivers, but also to gentlemen drivers as well. And very happy because they've got many drivers that are reaching out to them outside of the Vortex family. About 2/3 of the drivers that are contacting them about next year have not raced with them before, but they will continue on with the drivers that they have worked with as well. Well, we will soon be approaching the final hour of the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup. Romain Iannetta has just brought the #1 Vision into the pit lane from the lead of the race to serve one of those 3 remaining mandatory pit stops. Amir Naran's just headed out of pit lane in the Get Speed Mercedes. That might be the final stop, in fact, for that car. You can generally get about an hour of running out of a GT3 car under green flag conditions. Well, no, he's just headed back into pit lane again. So this will be the second part of his final stop, I imagine. And I think maybe the rumbling I can hear behind me is the sound of a 6.2 litre V8 from a Mercedes that is just headed into the refueling area. In Porsche Cup, it is 1 stop left for all of the top 4. Jan Penlu leads for 2B Autosport, then Alex Homerson for Pro Sports, Anthony Beltois aboard the GP Racing Team Porsche, and then the 288 Seb Lejoux car of Lucas Valkyrie, all with 1 stop remaining. There is Amir Naran walking into the back of the Get Speed garage. Tom Jackson back aboard for this final stint. So that sound I was hearing was not a Mercedes in the refueling area, but indeed the Mercedes is in the pit lane, getting 1 last set of Goodyear tyres and getting ready to head back out onto the racetrack. So this should be the final stops for the Get Speed Mercedes, whereas of course Romain Iannetta in this #1 Vision car still with 3 left, well 2 left I imagine once it completes this next round. So we run through the Porsche Cup runners. Julien Gilbert in the Signatech Alpine GT4 car is in 7th position. Jean-Pierre Ancelin, 5th of the Porsche Cup runners in the 2nd of the 2B Autosport cars. Daniel Wazinski, we haven't mentioned him in the L'Espace Bienvenu car. He's running in 9th position at the moment. Olivier Gomez into the top 10 now in the Vortex 2.0. 2 laps to catch up to 9th positioned Daniel Wazinski in the BMW GT4 as Tom Jackson heads out onto the racetrack for the final hour of running. In UCS Light, Felix Crepet continues to lead, just headed back out into the racetrack from pit lane in the 110 car, which is looking more and more likely now to break the winning streak of the #19 crew. But actually, as Crepet came out of pit lane, it is Jean-Francois Souki who has taken over the lead in that class in the #94 car. Olivier Martinez in the #19, 3rd in class. Bruno Cervezo in the #93. Still running is Louis Perrault, but is yet to catch up on the laps. He needs to surpass Vincent Connet in 15th position, the car that is still in the garage. We have Los Connet, Pierre Fontaine, Christophe Derenu, and Xavier Nauf from the race as we enter the final hour. So let's look back as we head into the final hour, the first 5 hours of racing in this finale. I'll be so happy.
Into the final hour then of this Ultimate Cup GT Endurance race. 6 hours we've been racing this afternoon in the blistering sunshine, which has now turned into an overcast, chilly afternoon in Paul Ricard. Just about an hour away from Marseille, and we are into the final stretch for this race. And Chris Stevens alongside me, Claire Cottingham. We are ready to get this race finished, I think, at this point.
Wrapped up.
Wrapped up indeed.
Wrapped up in the season for the Ultimate Cup series. Got a prize giving tonight where we'll be giving out the championship trophies for GT Sprint, the European Endurance Prototype Cup, the Formula Cup, and of course GT Endurance. All the championships were wrapped up in Magny-Cours, so the #1 Vision of Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Jean-Paul Pani, their 5th title together in Ultimate Cup competition. I'll be receiving the crown for yet another year. Porsche Cup going the way of Olivier Favre and Jan Pen Lu for 2B Autosports, and the UCS Light title will be going to the #19 Giselle Technology car of Benoit Marion, Julien Bouny and Olivier Martinez.
So Tom Jackson has finished his final mandatory pit stop out there, running second at the moment in the 108 car, the car we're following right now, which is this Mercedes, joining us for the 6 hours, and leading the way at the moment is Jean-Bernard Bouvard, who is 2 more pit stops behind as it stands at the moment, and there is a allocated amount of time they have to take their final pit stops as well, so they need to make sure they do it within the certain window of 15 minutes before the end. Is this one?
Yes, so you have to be in the pit lane with 15 minutes remaining. At that 14 minutes 59 seconds .999, you are not allowed to do your last mandatory stop, so they've got to do 2 stops in the remaining 41 minutes and 15 seconds or so.
Good maths, quickly.
So.
Yeah, so so they are leading at the moment by a lap.
Thank you. You can congratulate me on my quick math there, but it was wrong.
I did wonder. I was like, I'm not going to question
No,
it.
that's not correct at all. 35 minutes and 53 seconds.
Anyway, they're leading by a lap, car number 1. However, that's going to be eaten into significantly by these 2 mandatory pit stops that they still have to do. And whether that means that Tom Jackson and Nareem, why do I keep forgetting his first name? Amir Naran. Whether they have enough in it to take the lead when they come in for their 2 mandatory pit stops is what we're going to find out at this point.
I would imagine they will. A lap behind Jean-Bernard Bouvet at the moment, who I imagine will only have to come in for a refueling once.
Yeah.
So that will be quite a significant time loss. But it will have to be 2 more of the mandatory 1 minute and 36 second stationary times in the pit lane. And one of them can just be they pull into the pits, sit there for the minute and 36, or it's not a stationary time really, is it? It's the time from pit in to pit out. So the stationary time will be minus however long it takes them to drive into the box and out of the box and through to the end of pit lane.
And so you know, a lap around here at the moment is around just over 2 minutes. So you're going to lose a lot of time doing 2 mandatory pit stops with that. We won't see...
Plus a refuel.
Plus a refill. We won't see Amir Naran back out. It'll be Tom Jackson that finishes the race now, and I believe we shouldn't see any more driver changes, should we, before the end of the race? Do you think car number 1 will make a driver change?
It's not beyond the realms of possibility. I wouldn't be surprised if, say, 2B Autosport, for example, swapped out for one of their for one of their silver class drivers, as their cars behind them do have their quick drivers in at the moment. And Victor Bernier and the GP Racing Team Porsche, they don't have any stops left, so Bernier will be taking that car to the checkered flag, as indeed he started that car as well. But unfortunately, Lucas Valkyrie in the 288 Seb Lejeune car does have the asterisk of doom next to his mandatory pit stop count, so could be a penalty incoming for the 288 crew. So maybe we are down to 3 contenders now in Porsche Cup, but this GP Racing Team Porsche with Victor Bernier at the wheel looks to be the best placed car in Porsche Cup as it stands. Formula 4 French junior champion a few years ago, but dipping his toe into the world of GT racing now after finishing his Formula Regional European Championship campaign last year with MP Motorsport. So still lapping the Alpine traffic. I'd love to know how many times in a race the leaders have had to go round each of these cars. So they are some 20 seconds a lap slower or more, sometimes depending on who's driving and of course who's in the UCS1 cars. But it is the 110 that's cycled back into the lead in UCS Light. 38 seconds of Olivier Martinez. So there is a chance the 19 crew won't be able to make it a clean sweep throughout the season. So Jean-Bernard Bouvet back into pit lane for one of his 2 final mandatory pit stops, and Alex Homerson is in the process of serving one of his last mandatory stops as well for the 901 Pro Sport Porsche. This is Alex Homerson, who's just headed back out onto the racetrack, the NLS racer, in his first race in Porsche Cup machinery under the tutelage of Stephen Pallett. A 26-year-old Belgian driver. So we'll see where they sort of shuffle out in relation to Victor Bernier. Oh, but that was not a great attempt at the Mistral chicane for Alex Homerson. Got it a little wrong, having to take to the escape road so slightly. Car directly behind him on the racetrack is the Jean-Pierre Ancelin sister to the Autosport car, the second of cars from the French outfit. And Alex Homerson now back into pit lane to serve the second part of that stop. So it's either the refuel or the minimum pit stop time wait. We'll see what he does, whether he does go into the refueling station. Coming into the box, and this will be his final visit to the pits, I would anticipate, and it's going to be a driver change. So Alex Homerson vacating the car, and it looks like Stephen Pallett is going to take that car to the checkered flag. Yan-Pan Liu here in the lead of the Porsche Cup category, but one stop left to go for 2B Autosport. Of course, the outfit that is largely known from its escapades in the French Rally Championship. Porsche specialists, and one of the last teams in the French Rally Championship to win a title with Porsche machinery. They've been dipping their toe into circuit racing with the Ultimate Cup Series for a couple of years now. I was excited to see what the future of this team holds. get more dramas for Pro Sport, as their team manager has been asked to report to race control. Obviously not sure what that is going to be in relation to, but it's really a good sign. Stephen Pallett back out onto the racetrack now, and that should have the last stop cleared for Stephen Pallett and the number 901 crew, as Victor Bernier moves up to second position in the Porsche Cup category. So Yan-Pen Liu left out there to serve his final stop. 2 laps ahead of his nearest class rival, but of course will lose quite a bit of time when he does those final 2 stops. Best lap of the race for the 288 Seb Lejeune car has just been done by Lucas Valk, 207.702. And he's 3 minutes now behind Stephen Pallett. So they're in that 901 car. This looks like the final stop now for Jean-Bernard Bouvet. And again, not having to do too much work. Maybe just inspecting something on that, removal of some debris from the ducts. Just to make sure things don't overheat there. But sit there, serve that minimum stationary time, an additional 16 seconds that they have to serve for 2 bronzes and an AM. Stephen Pallett will blast past them down the straight. 4 laps down on the overall race leader. Here is Tom Jackson, who we anticipate will take the race lead once things shake out. As he has no more trips to the pit lane for this race. So you can see Jean-Bernard Bouvet's just left his box and is heading back out onto the racetrack. So there is Bouvet now rejoining. Let's see if this clears the final stop and where this shakes out. It's the Ferrari 488, not the contemporary 296, but nonetheless still a very popular platform for the gentlemen drivers aboard that car.
So the top mostly have done all of their mandatory pit stops now, bar the leader of the Porsche Cup, Yan-Pen Liu, and the car number 7. They still have another mandatory stop to do, and then we've got car 288, which is being investigated for one of their mandatory stops, and then of course car 36 still got 2 as well. And as you go a bit further down, mostly all of the cars still have another or 2 stops to do.
Confirmation on the timing. Now Tom Jackson retakes the lead of the race in the 108 Get Speed Mercedes AMG. Jean-Bernard Bouvet drops down to second position. He's staying aboard that car for the final stint by the looks of it. So yes, the only driver or the only team left in the top 5 to serve one of their final pit stops is Yan-Pen Liu in the 2B Autosports car. There's well, potentially Lucas Valk won't come back into pit lane because he's got 1 left, but with the asterisk of doom. Julien Gilbert still has to do 2 stops though in the Signatech Alpine. 2 laps ahead of Jean-Pierre Ancelin. This looks like final pit stop for the number 19 crew. Second position in UCS Light. Olivier Martinez looks like he's getting out of the car. And might well be handing over to their additional driver for this weekend, Rafael Chirado, the Clio Cup France driver. We'll enjoy the sight and sound of the AMG whilst it still lasts. A lot of speculation about what the future of Mercedes GT3 platform will look like. Murmurs that the new car will be arriving in 2026 to replace what has been one of the longest serving models in GT3 competition. And even this Evo specification is, I wouldn't say dated, because it's still a very rapid car, but it's certainly one of the oldest out there compared to some of the other machinery racing in GT3 around the world. But potentially it's the AMG Coupe that is going to be the basis for the new car, and switching out the very popular naturally aspirated 6.2 litre V8 for a smaller twin-turbo V8, same engine that they use in the GT4 car. A little bit more relevant to the road counterparts, because this 6.2 litre V8 isn't actually used on the road anymore, and was never used in the AMG, in fact. So it was just the specifically a race model engine, effectively. Oh, looks like a little bit of work going on the Alpine number 93. Is that? Is that the Mark Lopez?
417, isn't it? No, hang on. 93 is in the pit lane, yes.
It is 93, yep. So Bruno Servazo just getting out of that car. 34 minutes left to run, and oh dear, the laptop is out for the number 93. That's not really a good sign, and there's no rush to get the driver change done. So it looks like this is going to be a slightly longer than mandatory stop for the Chazelle Technology Course crew.
Such a shame, isn't it, to be racing for 5.5 hours and get to half an hour left, and unfortunately have to get the laptop out on top of the car. Always
so late in the day.
Exactly, it's really frustrating when there's half an hour left. You've been racing for 5.5 hours, and now, unfortunately, might not finish the race.
Well, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier about how the Alpine A110 Cup car, it's not designed for these races. It's gone way farther than it was designed to do. It's designed to do 25 minutes plus 1 lap in an Alpine Elf Cup race with maybe some judgment drivers, but largely the young up-and-coming GT talents of the future.
Yeah.
And it's performed remarkably well. The reliability for the 4-hour races has been superb. And for this to be the first kind of technical issue we've seen on one of these cars after 5.5 hours of running near enough, that is actually a mark of an incredible feat.
I'll tell you something you didn't see on screen then, because we're just seeing it on one of our different cameras. That Alpine's got a boot. It's got boot space, quite a lot of boot space. You wouldn't think, would you, a racing car had boot space, but they opened the boot and promptly shut it again, so I'm not sure what was in it.
Has it got enough space for a set of golf clubs?
No.
Obviously, that is the mark of a good sports car.
No. I don't think it did. I don't think many sports cars really do, unless they're soft top, really, do they? Golf clubs are pretty long.
I've never actually owned a set of golf clubs, so I'm not really familiar with the, no, neither do I.
My
to be honest.
auntie plays it a lot, actually.
I was going to say, I know a lot of people who do, but I don't myself.
My auntie loves it. She plays it every week, really. Her and my late uncle used to play it often when they were, obviously, you know, when I say late, he's dead, so clearly, clearly that's what I mean by that. So she still does it now on her own. But point being, apparently she really enjoys it.
But she wouldn't own an Alpine because she wouldn't be able to get a set of golf clubs in the boot.
Well, no, but I'll tell you a story off air, but my uncle was big in motorsport and did lots of stuff in motorsport, so it was an Alpine. So it definitely wouldn't have been an Alpine, put it like that. It would have been a Toyota.
So 31 minutes now remaining in the race. And Olivier Gomez has cleared the Benjamin Lessoness BMW M4 GT4 to get himself into 9th position. Oh, as I say there, he's actually behind him on the racetrack. I wonder if that is just because he's come out of pit lane, but is only a few seconds behind the BMW for 9th position. Remember, this is the car that spent several laps in the garage getting the left rear suspension fixed by the Vortex crew after Sébastien Loeb's lap 1 contact with Amir Naran, and it was a rapid turnaround, about 15-20 minutes to get the new left rear corner put on that car and get Sébastien Loeb back out into the race. But it looks like Olivier Gomez is going to take that car to the checkered flag.
Done a good job to get it into the top 10, really.
Yeah.
They had a tricky day, haven't they? Only 2 drivers now. They were planning to have 3 drivers coming into the weekend and coming into the 6-hour race.
It's where the dramas all started for them, really, because you
for
think
the whole of Vortex, yeah.
Yes, quite. So I do think this is going to be a pass 4 position, with Olivier Gomez taking 9th from Benjamin Lessoness. But if you think back to at the start of if Arnaud Gomez hadn't been set, we can't blame Arnaud Gomez for being sick, obviously, but it's the butterfly effect, isn't it? Or perhaps the sliding doors moment, where Arnaud Gomez gets sick. They get put down to the back of the grid. They end up then starting well behind Amir Naran, who Sébastien Loeb has to then pass, or at least attempt to pass on the first lap, and they make the contact. Had Arnaud Gomez been at the start of the race, or been available to drive, then Sébastien Loeb would have started from the front row of the grid and actually effectively would have been pole position because the Xavier Nauf and Gregory Sauvé car never got going again at all.
But he still might have had to fight off Amir Naran.
I'm sure maybe at some point, but we saw how much Naran struggled at the start of the race as well. Final driver change for Signatech Alpine. In front of the Chazelle Technology Course garage. They're operating that entry. So Julien Gilbert vacating the GT4 Alpine. And I think Jean-Mathieu Leandri might have one more stint to do because they've just cycled through Jim Pla and Julien Gilbert. So maybe the former World Rally Championship driver will be taking that car to the checkered flag. We'll see when that car comes out and the driver ID gets updated. Into the pits, though, the Porsche Cup race leader Jan Penlu serving his final stop. He's the last car in Porsche Cup that needs to serve a pit stop of the front runners at the very least. So it's going to be important to see where he comes out in relation to Victor Bernier, and in fact whether they stick one of their silver class drivers in for the final 27 minutes or so of this race. Now it's that the 93 that's coming back out. That's the one that was plugged into the laptop, wasn't it? So yes, Mark Jacob now aboard that car, but quite firmly last now in UCS Light. After a rather lengthy delay in pit lane there. So Olivier Gomez puts another lap on the Alpine car in front of him. Guillaume Massé also back out into the race in the lead in the 110. car.
So it looks like if it stays like this for the top, apart from Jan Penlu actually, who still hasn't come in the number 7 leading the Porsche class.
He's serving that last stop now.
He's just gone in, yeah. So we should see very shortly exactly what the order might be crossing the line if all remains calm.
Jim Pla has gotten back aboard the Signatech Alpine as Julien Gilbert took the car in. So Jim Pla started the car. He will close out the race as well for the last 26 minutes. In 7th position is the Signatech Alpine. And yeah, still waiting to see where. So it's Romain Favre now aboard, and I think this could be for the lead in Porsche Cup with Victor Bernier up to speed. Romain Favre just come out of pit lane, and so with 25 minutes left on the clock, the Porsche Cup category is still up for grabs. And Romain Favre, the winner in LMP3 yesterday, trying to hang on to the lead, but around the outside goes Victor Bernier in the GP Racing Team Porsche and takes the lead back in the Porsche Cup category. 5.5 hours of racing, and still the top 2 cars in this class are separated by car length.
That's quite impressive, isn't it? It shows how competitive the Porsche category is. And this battle, I think, will long continue for the next 24 minutes as well. So keep an eye out for these two, because I don't think that car number 7 is going to particularly be happy about giving that one up. Of course, he had another pit stop to take, so he had to. But let's see how this battle unfolds, and if there is indeed a battle. So 24 minutes left on the clock of this 6-hour GT endurance race, the final race of the season for Ultimate Cup. We will be back, of course, next year, starting again at this track in Paul Ricard in March. We will go to Mugello. We will also go to Portimao. This is not the order. I'm just reading them out from the top of my head now. And also to Aragon and Magny-Cours. And of course, we will end the season at Paul Ricard as well. So if you want to learn more about Ultimate Cup and what we're doing next season, you can just head online, of course. So all the information's there. Make sure you follow us on all our social media as well. We're on Instagram and probably TikTok, but I don't look at TikTok. So
there is a TikTok account.
There
yes.
you go. Of course there is, because it's Margot. she's
yeah,
the
she
queen
knows
of socials. God love Margot from Ultimate Cup, who looks after us in the organisation. And yeah, make sure you stay across everything over the winter, because there'll be driver announcements, I'm sure, and people staying, people going, new drivers coming to join.
Yeah, of course. Well, there's the Winter Series is going to be taking place over the course of the next few months, and there will be shared prizes on offer there, and so the the prizes on offer is a season in the GT Endurance Cup, the Kennel Endurance Cup as it will be known next year, for the GT3 champion of the GT Winter Series in 2025, and also for the Cup 2 class winner, which is the Porsche 992 Cup cars. Champion of the GT Winter Series will have an entry for the Canal Endurance Cup, and then a Sprint Cup entry for the Cup 1, which is the Ferrari Challenge class, GT Winter Series champion. And then also in return, there is the champion of GT Endurance Cup. So the Vision Ferrari will have an entry into the 6 Hours of Portimao for the GT Winter Series. And second position as well, which will be the number 7 DB Autosport crew. They'll have half of that entry fee paid for, as well as the LMP3 champions in the European Endurance Prototype Cup of this year. So the number 1 Team Virage crew will get a season entry in the Prototype Winter Series. And the second place car, so the sister Team Virage car, the 88, will have half a season paid for in the Prototype Winter Series as part of a new partnership between the Ultimate Cup Series and Gedlick Racing, organisers of the GT and Prototype Winter Series. Showing prizes on offer worth just shy of €100,000, benefiting drivers and teams from both championships. So yeah, that's definitely one to keep an eye out on for next year. 20 minutes remain in the final race of the season for the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup. Still the Porsche Cup category is very closely matched. Only 1.7 seconds separating Victor Bernier and Romain Favre, who's still getting up to speed, but at the moment the pace not quite matching the GP2 Racing, the GP Racing Porsche. And so Victor Bernier, the 20-year-old from Saint-André, going up against the 18-year-old in his third year of car racing, and Romain Favre, very early in his stint, already being warned about track limits for his second infringement, so he's got to keep it neat and tidy. He does have about a minute and a half over Stephen Pallet in the 901 Pro Sport Porsche, and so you do have to think that without that puncture, Pro Sport would have absolutely been in the lead of this race at this stage, because that cost them an absolute heap amount of time. So you would say that could be quite comfortably ahead of Victor Bernier and Romain Favre. But of course Romain Favre will back up his LMP3 victory for Inter-Europol competition yesterday in the European Endurance Prototype Cup with a class podium finish by the looks of it. As long as in the last 20 minutes or so he doesn't lose out to Stephen Pallet. So the lap times, although Pallet is lapping quicker, doesn't seem to be the kind of pace that's going to bring down that 90-second or so gap between the two cars in the time remaining. Of course, Victor Bernier also on course for an overall podium finish for GP Racing. And for the 89 crew, should be a second win of the season. Yeah, backing up the win they had in Hockenheim. That's the third meeting of the season. Into the pits has come Stefan Perrin. Now, of course, because they lost time in the pits, they've still got 2 pit stops left to serve, and they've got to do them in the next 3 minutes. Basically, less than 3 minutes.
That's a bit tight.
It is a little bit. I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter if they get a penalty for it if they're excluded, because this race turned into a test session the moment that car was backed into the garage. Stefan Perrin has now done enough laps, though, to at least be ahead classified of Vincent Cognier, and into 15th position, who retired some laps ago now, before the 100 lap mark was completed. So But one last stop does still need to be made by Olivier Gomez in the Vortex. I imagine they'll leave that quite late. And then we anticipate there'll be penalties for the 288 Seb Lejeune car and the 17 L'Espace Bienvenu.
Car 20 is in the pits.
Yes,
Olivier
it is.
Gomez.
Yes, it is.
Actually, it's just coming out.
Just coming out of the pits, in fact. So that'll be the last stop. Sébastien Loeb, who started the car, will take it to the checkered flag as well. The rally legend will be meeting the checkered flag, and the dismal day for Seb Lejeune Racing continues as they will not see the checkered flag in this season finale. The car being wheeled back into the garage.
Disappointing, but like you said, they were kind of treating it as a practice session by the end, and they were, what, 39 laps behind? So... yeah,
it was 6 laps to the next car ahead of them, which was the 93 Alpine A110 Cup car.
But 39 off the lead.
39 off the lead, yes, and off of their class, 35 off of their class leader. Car number 1, 5-second time penalty. So that is Jean-Bernard Bouvet in second position, but with a 4-lap advantage over Victor Bernier. It's not really going to make too much difference to his race.
Not really.
69 seconds now behind race leader Tom Jackson, who's very much on course now for a second victory. 2 appearances for the 108 Get Speed crew, and it looks like it's going to be 2 victories for Jackson and Naran, with Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Jean-Paul Pani rounding out their championship winning season with a second place finish. Pit stop window will close in 3, 2, 1, and we have the last pit stop cleared for the number 20, don't we? Sébastien Loeb. Yep, that was confirmed as the final stop. So we'll wait for news on penalties for the number 17 L'Espace Bienvenu car and the 288 Seb Lejeune Porsche. That is 4th in class. And what we have ended up with is the Porsche Cup runners all lying astern, save for Stefan Perrin. Oh, boot lids up again on...
oh, there you go, there's the boot.
Yeah, the number 93 car. So that car's once again coming into pit lane. I mean, it is last at the moment, with Stefan Perrin now in pit lane. That Mark Jacob car is the last one left running. And at this rate, it might not be, because there does seem to be some sort of persisting issue on that A110 Cup car. So Jean-Bernard Bouvet ticks off another lap, and still on course for second position, and so that will complete a 100% podium finishing record overall for this number 1 Vigom crew. So it might not be the heights of winning 5 out of the 6 races last year for them. The only one they didn't win was the one they didn't start in Hockenheim. But it will be a 100% podium finishing record. Right, penalties coming in for those mismatched pit stops. It's a 1-second stop-go penalty for car number 17, the L'Espace Bienvenu BMW GT4 car. So that means they missed it by just a second, I think. And then a 2-second stop-and-go penalty for 288.
You said that at the time. I bet it's only a very small...
Yeah. It's normally
margin.
What it's normally do. They've left the box slightly too early and have ended up missing the like arriving at the pit lane exit line maybe a second or so too early. 123-second stop and go penalty for missing a mandatory pit stop for the Seb Lejeune Racing 888 car, but that car's in the garage. They won't care about that.
It always not makes me laugh because I feel for the 888, but it always is a little bit baffling, isn't it, when it's like, by the way, you've got a massive penalty. It's like, guys, have you seen us? We are literally retiring. Like, don't worry about us. You focus on you.
This doesn't look like great news for 94 either, does it? Charles Zuccarelli has just brought that car into pit lane. So this 6 hours of Portimao is starting to take its toll on the A110 Cup machinery out there, because of course this is not a pit stop. You know, now this is, if you come in, it's generally an indication of some sort of mechanical woe. You see the headlights now starting to take over. Here as the light is starting to fade, we are approaching 10 minutes to 5 local time. The sun getting lower and lower in the sky. And the floodlights were very much in use last night in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. They're on now, in fact. The headlights on as well, the cars, just to assist with that. But still plenty of visibility out there. We're not deep into the night like we were for the start of the LMP3 race, or the prototype race, I should say, yesterday. Gap between this man Romain Favre and class leader Victor Bernier stabilising somewhat. Last time around they both did a 2:06.1, but the gap 3.6 seconds. So long as Victor Bernier keeps it on the straight and narrow, it will be second victory of the season for GP Racing. First race in Porsche Cup machinery, as far as I can tell, for Victor Bernier. So this car's back out into pit lane. The 1 second stop and go penalty being served by the number 17 and the 288, but back out into the race has come the 94 with Charles-Nicolas Zuccarelli now at the wheel to do the final 10 minutes. So, well, I get this. Maybe it was not a problem. There was actually a scheduled stop. There's nothing saying you can't do a driver change in those last 10 minutes, just that it won't count towards your mandatory pit stop total. So Sébastien Loeb there out in 9th position, and he will meet the checkered flag. Might not have thought that was going to happen when he was facing backwards at Virage Dupont on the first lap of the race and he was out of the car, but he is on course to meet the checkered flag at the very least, and a remarkable job by the Vortex crew to get that car back out there and circulating, changing the left rear corner on that car in rapid time. Oh, Victor Bernier getting a track limits warning. So he needs to be careful with those penalties. He's only 4.2 seconds ahead of Romain Favre at the moment, so a 5-second penalty would cost him the lead in the Porsche Cup category. So he does need to keep it neat and tidy for these final 5 laps, though 8 minutes or so. These are the top 2 in Porsche Cup. That's all that separates them after 5 hours and 52 minutes or so of racing. Minutes left on the clock then, and with 32 seconds between our 2 UCS Light leaders, it's looking good now for the number 110 crew to bring home their first victory of the season and end the winning streak of the number 19, the sister car from Chazelle Technology Course. There is our leader, Guillaume Massé, currently at the wheel of the car. You can hear the Ferrari turbo in the background. Stephen Pallet there in third position. What could have been for them without the puncture that they suffered when, in fact, Remy from Goodyear felt the need to come and find me and say, oh, it was caused by debris that apparently they picked up in the refueling area. And that's what caused the puncture that rather kneecapped the Pro Sports entry. Now a lap down from the class leader. So one of the few cars that hasn't quite got their headlights on just yet. Of course, it's not mandatory to have them on at this stage. See Stephen Pallet there, hard at work aboard the Pro Sport Porsche, about to be lapped by Jean-Bernard Bouvet. But, Stephen Pallet started racing in the Peugeot 207 Cup before moving into Carrera Cup France and Porsche Super Cup, French GT4 driver, and then stepping into GT3 competition with Santalok. Has raced alongside many members of the paddock will know here. The Asian Le Mans Series, winning the LMP3 Championship in 2022 with CD Sport, alongside Antoine Duqueine and Christophe Cresp. Apologies, I thought I'd hit the mute button there, but clearly not hard enough. Lap number 153 completed for Tom Jackson, the race leader. Pace fluctuating a little bit, I'm sure, as he navigates the traffic. The gap coming down ever so slightly, but not enough to worry Jackson or the Get Speed team with 4 minutes remaining in the race. Final race of the season for both Jackson and Naran, rounding out their campaign after their GT Open Pro-Am campaign, a park campaign that has been rather dependent on Amir Naran's schedule at Vimana. But the two will round out their second year together in competition. Started with Brit's car last year, British Endurance Championship in the GT4 Mercedes. Of course, Jackson was champion the previous year there overall with Rob Boston Racing. That's a well-renowned British outfit in national competition. Penultimate lap of the race now for Tom Jackson then as he crossed the line with about 2 minutes 20 remaining. Jean-Bernard Bouvet still over a minute behind the race leader, Victor Bernier here, the Porsche Cup class leader, now 5.2 ahead of Romain Favre. So if he did pick up a 5-second penalty for any track limits infringements, then he would be safe, just about. Of course, does need to be careful. He did have that warning at turn 7 a few minutes ago. I think that was just his first warning though, so he should get away with it. Jean-Bernard Bouvet rounding out championship winning season with 2nd position. So after the 3 wins in Paul Ricard, in Portimao and in Hockenheim, it's been 3rd in Mugello, 2nd in Magny-Cours. It will be 2nd again in Le Castellet. "20 seconds on the clock then as Tom Jackson starts the final lap of the race in the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup and the final lap of the Ultimate Cup Series in 2024 aboard the 108 AMG Mercedes GT3 from GetSpeed. Lapping one of the Alpine cars, the sun nice and low in the sky now. Golden hour approaches in Le Castellet. All the photographers will be getting those perfect shots out there, I'm sure, with the lights beginning to glow. I'm sure that red Ferrari looks pretty great in these conditions as well. One final trip onto the Mistral for the 28-year-old from Maidstone. And it will be a 2nd victory in as many appearances for this 108 crew. Bit less dramatic than how they managed to do it in Mugello, starting at the back of the grid and fighting their way through into the lead on the final lap of the race as the rain came down in a fierce battle with the Vortex Gomez brothers. Today it's been a lot simpler, not necessarily from the start. They qualified 3rd, inherited pole position with the demise of the Haas Racing Audi and the number 20 Vortex. And Amir Naran certainly seemed to struggle in the opening stages of the race, but it's been cool, calm and collected from there on in. And a dominant performance from this 108 GetSpeed crew as Tom Jackson meets the checkered flag and takes the final victory of the season in the 2024 Ultimate GT Endurance Cup. Tom Jackson and Amir Naran on top for GetSpeed. 2 victories in as many appearances for the German outfit in the GT Endurance Cup. And it's been a perfect day for them, really. Remarkable stuff as Sébastien Loeb crosses the line in 9th position in the Vortex. Not quite the race he expected to have, but nonetheless wonderful to see a rally legend out there. Across the line as well was Guillaume Massé, the number 110 car from Alpine, Chazelle Technology, to win in UCS Light, ending the winning streak of the number 19 crew. And so the 110 of Luca de Grange, Felix Crepet and Guillaume Massé victorious in UCS Light. The number 1 Vision Ferrari rounds out its championship winning season with 2nd position for Jean-Bernard Bouvet, Jean-Paul Pani and Romain Iannetta. As just behind him across the line is Stephen Pallett to finish third of the Porsche Cup runners, what could have been for Pro Sports and the 901 crew were it not for that puncture. Here comes the winner in Porsche Cup though, Victor Bernier for GP Racing. It's a second victory of the season, sliding the car across the line in celebration for the number 89 crew. Gabriel Primo, Loic Thier, Anthony Beltois and Victor Bernier are winners in the Porsche Cup category by just 0.2 of a second in the end, because there was that 5-second penalty that that car picked up earlier, and so Victor Bernier couldn't be too celebratory over the line, otherwise Romain Favre might have just pipped him to the post, but he didn't quite manage to do so, and so 2B Autosport with Romain and Olivier Favre, Yan-Pen Liu and Hugo Chevalier second in the Porsche Cup category. Stephen Pallett completing the podium, as we mentioned there. Lucas Valk for the 288, Seb Lejoux. Car already across the line with Jean-Paul Dominici, Laurent Ronceglia and Francois Jakubowski in fourth position. Then fifth was the 417 DB Autosports car of Philippe Châtelet, Jean-Pierre Ancelin and Frédéric Groulet. The Signatech Alpine number 36 of Jim Pla, Julien Gilbert and Jean-Mathieu Leandri coming across the line in 8th position in the end as the sole remaining UCS3 car. Sébastien Loeb ninth, as we said. Benjamin Lessenes crosses the line in 10th position for the L'Espace Bienvenu by Racetivity BMW N4 alongside Reggie Rigo de Seb and Daniel Wazinski. The UCS Lights podium, we already said the number 110 car taking its first victory of the season and ending the winning streak of the number 19. So they were joined by number 19 second of Benoit Marion, Julien Bouni, Olivier Martinez, Rafael Tirado, and in third position was the number 94 car of Jean-Francois Souki, Charles Zuccarelli and Charles-Nicolas Zuccarelli, with the number 93 car of Marc Jacob, Marc Lopez, Bruno Cervezo and Anthony Debarn, fourth in class. As already into Parc Fermé has come Tom Jackson to celebrate the win, celebrates with the team, celebrates with Amir. And it is 2 victories from 2 appearances for Tom Jackson and Amir Naran. Great end to their campaign. 1 minute 8 seconds, 0.279 ahead of Jean-Bernard Bouvet, who's only just now making his way into pit lane. Of course, the 89 GP Racing team not just celebrating the Porsche Cup podium, but a Porsche Cup victory, but an overall podium finish as well, as a number of the UCS1 cars came a cropper. We expected a fiercer fight, but we lost Xavier Nauf and Gregory Sauvé before the race even started. We lost Pierre Fontaine to a crash. We lost Vincent Cognier to problems as well. Sébastien Loeb compromised by that crash with Amir on the opening lap. And so let's head down for one last time to Claire Cottingham, who's with our race winners.
I am with the race winners indeed. I'm not going to say what Tom Jackson just said to me as he stepped out of that car, but congratulations to you both. Amir, let's start with you. You started that race. It was a bit of a tricky start, but you managed to bring it home in the lead in the end. Well, Tom did.
Thanks for that.
Together, that came out worse than it meant to come. Teamwork.
2 drivers.
Exactly. Talk me through your stints, though.
We're able to keep the lap times consistent, which I was pleased about. It was fun. I'm trying to use more than 2-word answers, but
yeah. You still did do a great job of it. Tom, talk to me though. It was so important throughout the race, wasn't it, to get those early pit stops in, and that was really where it differed from you and the number 1.
Yeah, obviously, like you said, I think we did most of our early pit stops, mandatory ones, a little bit earlier. I think the key was we used them under Amir's driving time to maximise my on-circuit time. And I think that was it was a call from Christian, the engineer, sort of the mastermind behind our structure. So all that credit goes to him for that. But yeah, that was probably where our race plan differed to the Ferrari slightly, yeah.
Was that a conscious decision then throughout the race that the strategy started changing?
I'll let probably Christian answer that, but he's going to say yes.
I'm not going to ask him that.
No, but he'll probably say yes, that was his master plan all along. But whatever it is, we came out with a win, and you know, there's a reason these guys are the best in the business with Mercedes. So yeah, you know, another race for us with the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup and another win. So what else can we do, really?
Emir, it's been so impressive, hasn't it, to see you guys just come in for 2 rounds and pick up the win. How good does it feel?
Feels great. It's sadly weren't doing the same in the other championship, but
does it feel like it's exceeded your expectations coming into this?
We were hoping for a podium both times, and thankfully we came first, so very pleased.
How was the 6 hours for you? It was a long time out on track.
I'm not too exhausting. I really enjoyed it. It's fun.
When I spoke to you, Tom, at the beginning of the race, you said there's going to be a lot of caffeine. Was it as tricky as you thought it was going to be?
No, it's okay. You know, we've just keep having those espressos. But I just want to refer back to Emir then about his he did 3 one-hour stints. So you know, we've done some testing, and one of the things we do with the team is we actually give him purposely these long stints to get him ready for scenarios like this. So the next thing will be to give him a 2-hour stint, and you know, one day prepare him for Le Mans. You know.
We did think, Emir, that we were going to see, so we're just slightly getting knocked out of the shot there. We did think we were going to see a 2-hour stint from you, actually, in the middle, but was that never on the cards?
I think that was the plan yesterday, but Christian, the mastermind, changed the plan today, and I think it was a good call.
Okay, well, guys, I think it's time for you to go and celebrate. Another win for you both. Congratulations. How are you celebrating?
With sleep.
Sleep. That's not what we want to hear. Tom, are you doing anything?
I'm going back home and get ready for work tomorrow.
Great. Such exciting pair, these two. I can't wait to see the celebration pictures. We're going to pass it over to Alex now because we're going to speak to some of our French drivers, and I do not speak French. So Alex, come on over.
Thank you, Claire. On va aller voir les membres du GP Racing Team, évidemment, vainqueurs en catégorie Porsche Cup. Et voilà, ils nous attendent presque devant leur voiture. On va commencer avec le patron pilote de cette équipe, Gabriel. Vous aviez gagné à Hockenheim la 3e manche, vous finissez la saison 2024 sur une magnifique victoire.
Ouais, content. On a eu des péripéties, on a eu des moments durs, des moments plus confortables. Bon là, enfin ça paye, le travail paye.
Et on va continuer avec l'homme qui est passé sous le drapeau à damier. Victor, je sais à quel point cette saison 2024, elle n'a pas été facile pour vous. Tous les jours, vous finissez par une super victoire sur une course de 6 heures.
Ouais, clairement, ça fait du bien. Je ne sais pas, ça fait combien de temps que je n'avais pas gagné une course. Juste une course.
Probablement le Paul Ricard ici en Porsche Carrera Cup France en catégorie rookie.
Exactement, mais overall, ça faisait vraiment longtemps. Donc ça fait plaisir. Merci à toute l'équipe. Merci pour l'invitation, ça fait plaisir. On a passé un super week-end. Franchement, tout le monde a fait un super taf. Donc ça fait plaisir celle-là.
Loïc, un plaisir partagé comme vos coéquipiers, j'imagine.
Voilà, très belle saison, tout le monde a fait le job. On a passé une très belle saison avec toute l'équipe technique, les mécanos, tous ceux qui nous ont supportés, notre famille, machin. Belle saison avec Anto. Et puis pour clôturer avec Victor. Donc vraiment génial, content de cette victoire.
Anthony, on se rappelle d'une interview avec vous en début d'année, ici même au Paul Ricard en mars. Vous disiez vouloir prendre du plaisir avec cette équipe GP Racing Team. Toujours à la recherche de la performance, je pense que le contrat il est rempli.
Exactement, ces 2 points-là ont été vraiment parfaitement remplis. On a pris beaucoup de plaisir, on s'est bien entendu et on s'est éclaté sur la piste et en dehors. Et c'est peut-être pour ça aussi qu'on a gagné aujourd'hui.
Est-ce que vous reviendrez en 2025?
Avec grand plaisir, on sera là.
Et ben voilà, on vous donne maintenant rendez-vous pour cette fin de la saison. Gabriel, un dernier mot?
La petite anecdote, elle était bleu, blanc, rouge parce que la voiture part à Dubaï dans 10 jours pour les 24 heures en janvier.
Et donc il faudra aussi suivre le GP Racing Team comme le Sébastien Racing qu'on a eu tout à l'heure aux commentaires. Merci à tous pour cette saison 2024 et on vous donne d'ores et déjà rendez-vous en 2025.
We gonna